Chapter 501. Spark Esther ran her hand through her black hair, smoothing it back. As the strands settled, they cascaded down like an ebony curtain. Through the curtain, her lips parted, revealing a soft pink expression as her voice escaped. Gift? Though he hadn't explicitly called it a gift, Encrid gave a vague nod. His demeanor was neutral, yet Esther's eyes sparkled like stars fallen from the heavens. For some reason, a sense of euphoria seemed to ripple through her. Was she in a good mood? Sometimes people simply felt that way, like waking up to an exceptionally refreshing day. Encrid began laying out the items he had brought from his backpack. Killing the apostle had yielded quite the haul, artifacts and relics among them. Some were clearly magical in nature, though several pouches tied with string had not even been opened. Poisons. Or something close, he muttered. Thanks to Hera's guidance, Encrid had intended to leave these behind in the western lands. However, he had been advised that a mage would find them valuable, so he had brought them along. Some items were intact, but many were damaged, like a cracked pearl necklace, a halved ring, a handkerchief embroidered with a weeping woman shedding blood-red tears, and the teeth of some monstrous creature. Among them were treasures of considerable worth, which Esther recognized instantly. The apostle Encrid had encountered in the western region, though unable to fully resist, had been a formidable mage prepared to rival even Count Mulsa. In magic, preparation could create an overwhelming advantage. Encrid's sudden assault had backed the apostle into a corner, highlighting the mage's comparative lack of adaptability. The apostle had dedicated their life to transforming ordinary lands into magical domains, an obsession of a lunatic necromancer. Such madness often masked genius, and this necromancer's ambitions were nearly realized before fate intervened. Unluckily, or perhaps as someone's karmic retribution, they encountered Encrid and Rem. Esther's slender, pale fingers untied one of the pouches. As she began carefully storing the items Encrid had spread out, she commented, "Not bad." Her eyes were already assessing the artifact's values. Mages were relentless in their pursuit of knowledge. Anything that could aid their research or spells was inherently desirable. Still, she wondered, where had Encrid acquired such rare objects? Talisman fragments capable of deflecting curses and other malevolent forces. Talismans imbued with Western magical energies. It was as if he had looted a mage's hoard. No, he must have done exactly that. Encrid's calm reply confirmed her suspicion. The advice on dealing with mages was useful. I see. Esther packed everything and returned to her seat. Though she appeared idle, she was anything but. Recently, she had discovered that some of the curses she had been afflicted with in the past had permanently corroded parts of her magical realm. Just as a stitched-up doll would bear visible scars, so too did the corruption mark her magical world. For a mage, one's magical realm had to be flawless. But if the caster themselves felt their constructed world was flawed, it was akin to playing chess without a knight and a bishop. Over time, the corruption would not heal but spread further. Esther now faced two choices. Attempt to repair her corrupted world, or dismantle it and create a new one. The first option, while not impossible, would be like a swordsman fighting with missing limbs. Worse, if the corrupted parts were unintentionally used, it could lead to her own destruction. Or worse, transform her into an abomination, neither alive nor dead. The second option was far more difficult, to rebuild her magical realm entirely. Instead of patching the doll's torn fabric, she would have to deconstruct it and craft something entirely new. An ordinary mage wouldn't dare to attempt such a feat, but Esther saw a path forward, and the artifacts Encrid had brought would play a key role. Encrid, Esther called out to him from where she sat. Encrid turned to see the black-haired beauty speaking again. Welcome back. Though the artifacts he had retrieved were remarkable, what mattered more was that he had returned safely. His presence solidified one of the paths she had been contemplating, like divine guidance from the gods of magic. Esther might not have fully realized it. But seeing him made her understand she had been waiting for this man, instead of agonizing over the decision. Choosing the harder path didn't matter. Encrid, through his actions and life itself, always conveyed a simple truth. If you believe in your path, hardship is irrelevant. Esther smiled faintly. Encrid tilted his head slightly, puzzled. Were the items he had brought truly that valuable? Esther's smile quickly faded as she closed her eyes, immersing herself in the task of reconstructing her magical realm, a journey only she could undertake. Night deepened. Shinar had left after receiving her gift, and Esther, eyes shut, began her solitary endeavor. Meanwhile, Encrid settled into his spot. Beside him, Rem perched on the bed, drying his hair. Seems like those bastards ran away. Sleep. Rem grumbled twice more before lying down, and Encrid soon drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. Your greatest strength might be your adaptability, remarked Luagarn at dawn, as Encrid practiced the isolation technique. The rain had stopped, and the air was crisp and refreshing, a perfect morning for training. Not that weather ever deterred Encrid from his routine. It wasn't about comfort but discipline. Wherever you are, you eat, sleep, and move as if it's home, thought Luagarn as she observed him. Even during their western expedition, and now in the newly renamed city of Aura, Encrid had been consistent. Luagarn watched him, finding the sight both enjoyable and remarkable. Though she had seen and trained many individuals, few had been as fascinating as him. She had little patience for so-called prodigies who squandered their potential, and she wished she could show them Encrid's example. Unwavering and tireless, even with a stone pillar resting on his shoulders. See, she mused, even if the sky falls tomorrow, he'll remain the same. Encrid's strength wasn't just in his physical endurance, but in his unyielding desire to improve. Recognizing this, Luagarn decided to teach him more about tactics, fighting not just with strength, but with strategy. Tactics are about knowing what you want before the fight begins, she said. Why do you think that is? To calculate and act toward the goal, rather than charging in blindly, Encrid replied without hesitation. A response born of reflection and experience. Half right. The other half is to avoid becoming intoxicated by your own sword. There is a saying, to be consumed by the blade. Enjoying the act of killing makes one nothing more than a murderer. Yet surprisingly, many talented martial artists succumbed to becoming such monsters. So stabbing someone makes them fall limp and die. What happens if I slash their neck? Maybe next, I'll try cutting their legs. As their skills advanced, a morbid sense of curiosity often followed. From Luagarn's perspective, Encrid now seemed more like one of those moments than ever before. Everyone's peak comes at different times. Lua believed this was Encrid's prime. Despite knowing he wouldn't lose himself to his blade, Lua still offered words of concern. Understood, Encrid replied simply. He had dreams and purpose, and for that reason he wouldn't falter. Both Lua and Encrid knew this. Yet Encrid nodded in acknowledgement, understanding why Lua had said such things. Such a beautiful man. Who could dislike this man? Luagarn suddenly felt as if the camp's unique atmosphere now made sense. Here, everyone spared no time in honing themselves, pushing forward without hesitation. No other barracks or knightly order could foster such an environment. In most places, rivalries, pettiness, or overconfidence led to ruin. But not here. Some soldiers knew how Encrid had reached his current level. Even those unaware could see it. The man with exceptional skill and the rank of general was always the first to rise in the morning. Yesterday, a raw recruit named Marco witnessed it. Marco, still battered from his first harsh training, had just finished his final guard duty outside the general's barracks. Ready to return, he felt a presence and entered to investigate. His pupils quivered at what he saw. Didn't he just come back yesterday? Such exertion should lead to fatigue, rendering the effort inefficient. Yet, for some, this was the best method. For Encrid, resting felt more like poison. Movement restored him. This was also a testament to the effects of his isolation technique. Out. Marco, unintentionally transfixed by the sight, stared. "Brother, you'll need to squat deeper than that." The voice startled Marco, making him spin around. There stood a towering figure he'd somehow failed to notice. A man so massive Marco had to crane his neck to see his face. Not a giant, but a human. How had he gotten so close without detection? Audin passed Marco with a smile, heading toward the general. Encrid, carrying a stone pillar on his shoulder, greeted him warmly. "Audin, have you achieved success with your striking technique? Try hitting me and see." Encrid set the pillar down and greeted Audin with a gesture full of camaraderie. Behind Audin came Teresa, a true half-giant. She brushed past Marco without a word. Marco looked back at Encrid and... bang! Marco's eyes widened in shock as Audin delivered a punch to Encrid's side, seemingly without warning or agreement. What was happening? Why the sudden attack? "Oh!" Audin exclaimed in admiration. "How was that?" Despite being struck, Encrid smiled. Were they all insane? Or did one have to be mad to fight like this? The training instructor Roper had claimed yesterday that anyone could achieve such heights with enough effort. Nonsense, Marco thought bitterly. He knew he lacked the talent to reach such heights. But did that mean he should quit? Go back to his old life of preying on weaker men? He refused to accept that. Determined, Marco asked, "Why did you hit him?" Nobody told him to leave, so he stayed. That silence felt like permission. But Marco knew he would have asked regardless. He desperately wanted to understand. "That's training," said a voice. Marco jumped, startled to find a red-haired man beside him. With his cold, chiseled features, the man exuded an icy aura. Without sparing Marco a glance, he walked forward. "Something's changed," the red-haired man noted. His name was Jackson. "If you'd like to test it any time," Encrid said, extending a hand to take a sword from the frog. It was a sharp blade, undoubtedly a masterpiece. Even Marco could tell at a glance, his experience as a drifter sharpening his eye for fine weapons. The moment Encrid assumed his stance, Jackson vanished. One blink, and he was gone, like smoke dissipating into the air. Then, thud! A gray-haired beast of a man struck the ground where Jackson had been. Marco could only piece together what happened from the cratered earth and scattered dirt. The beast grinned, speaking in a voice brimming with exhilaration. "So you've come, stray cat." Jackson reappeared beside Encrid, holding 2 daggers. An axe and 2 daggers, beast and phantom stared each other down. The gray-haired man smirked, while Jackson remained expressionless. The air was tense, like the eye of a storm, until Encrid interjected. "Keep it reasonable." At those words, the two clashed. Crack! Clang! Their blows were invisible to Marco, but their positions had reversed. "Mess around and I'll skin you alive," said the gray-haired man. Rem, now standing where Jackson had been. Jackson inspected one of his daggers, half of its blade shattered. Despite the weapon's quality, the disparity in skill was undeniable. The broken piece of metal lay embedded in the ground. "A few beatings, and you've awakened?" Jackson asked. "Damn right. A few beatings and I woke up," Rem replied with a deeper grin. After exchanging a few more sharp words, Encrid stepped in. "My turn now." It wasn't the most typical way to mediate, but it worked. Marco witnessed everything and walked away with a newfound understanding. I was in a well. To escape that well, he would have to roll forward, push beyond his limits. Luagarn, observing Marco's departure, couldn't fully read his thoughts, but saw the resolve in his steps. Another one, Lua thought. Encrid's magic was at work again. His presence made stagnation impossible. He compelled others to surpass their limits. How does one surpass their limits? The answer was clear. Train earnestly and with all one's might. To achieve this, one needed a spark, stimulation. Encrid was that spark, whether he realized it or not. Chapter 502. General Store, Inn, Mercenaries, Trading Company during the sparring session. Auden became aware of Encrid's current state. Not a knight, but not a semi-knight. What was clear was that Encrid's skill had improved, and it wasn't just a little improvement. His movements were more precise, his judgment swifter, and his reflexes sharper. But there was something else as well. As Auden exchanged blows with him, his gaze drifted to Encrid's eyes. Even in normal circumstances, those eyes radiated a kind of fervor, a will to push forward toward goals like becoming a knight. Yet now, there was something more. A certainty that resembled the confidence of a man who had finally found a clear road after wandering aimlessly. And that wasn't the only surprise. Smack, thunk, crack. While Auden was deep in thought, Encrid's punch came barreling toward him. Auden blocked it with his elbow, then countered with a sweeping strike of his hand. Encrid deflected it with a shake of his arm and thrust his fist forward, which Auden caught in his palm. Encrid didn't stop there. He shifted his footing constantly, aiming for advantageous positions mid-exchange. Was fighting just about raw strength? If it were, giants would reign as the strongest on the continent. But battles weren't like that. Combat involved numerous elements working together, like how understanding accuracy and leverage was far more effective than relying on brute force. The Valor martial arts style had originated as a means for the weak to subdue the strong. Auden had added his own insights to it, making mastery of leverage and technique essential. Was Encrid naturally skilled at this? Not really. He had been far below average. Yet now, not only did he grasp the essence of technique, but he also adapted and applied it creatively. He used his fists to distract, shifted to secure a superior position, and subtly twisted Auden's forearm, attempting to disable him. Instead of overpowering him, Auden pushed off the ground and flipped in mid-air, performing a somersault. Though his massive frame resembled a bear or a giant, his agility was more like that of a squirrel. As Auden descended, Encrid lashed out with a whip-like kick aimed at his shin. Bande ga. This time, Auden couldn't deflect it and had to endure it head-on. His solid muscles were like armor that couldn't be breached by a single kick. Still, what amazed him was how Encrid had developed to this point. His understanding of leverage, his strategic instincts, and his ability to dive deep into the core of techniques. "Are you enjoying this?" Auden asked, noting Encrid's broad grin as he lunged forward. "Yes," Encrid replied with a nod. A bead of sweat dripped from his brow, landing on his chin. Auden chuckled and stepped back. If he fully committed to grappling techniques, he could still hold his own. But in terms of striking, dominating in a short time had become difficult. What if Encrid picked up a sword? What if he fought with everything on the line? "I'd lose." Auden admitted this to himself without resistance. Of course, in a life-or-death battle, outcomes could vary. Everyone here understood that much. But as far as their current abilities were concerned, it was undeniable that Encrid had surpassed him. Auden found this both astonishing and satisfying. Not far away, Rem persistently teased Jackson, while Luagan trained with a whip and a sword. Teresa, spinning her shield idly, observed the sparring session with interest. Her turn was next. "I've learned a lot from Brother Auden," Teresa said, holding her shield. Encrid exhaled deeply and nodded. I've improved a bit too. A bit wasn't accurate. He'd improved immensely. They fought, rested, and fought again. Rupert stood off to the side, marveling at the sight. Meanwhile, Fell, who had been watching from the corner of the training grounds, was shaken to his core. What is this? Never before had Fell been disheartened by another's skill. He had always believed himself to be the most talented. He prided himself on his ability to assess not just the present but the potential of the future. With time, he thought, he could surpass anyone here. I'll start with a leader. He even devised a plan, deciding to target the gray-haired one next. Seeing Ragnar become a knight had almost broken him, but he had overcome it, advancing to the next level. Fell thought he had escaped the mire of despair. He believed he could do it too. Yet here he was, staring at Encrid, feeling his confidence crumble. To predict defeat from the outset of a duel, what did that mean? Fell's keen eyes assessed Encrid's overwhelming skill. The power in his strikes, his tactical acumen, and his swift reflexes. Could it be that my talent is worthless? Crack formed in Fell's self-belief. It had started with Ragnar, and was now splitting further. His face grew rigid, unknowingly, to the point where even the funniest jokes couldn't make him smile. Fiancé, are you going to spar with me too? Sina now stood before Encrid, her emerald eyes and golden hair shimmering. Even Fell noticed the exquisite beauty of her inhuman features as she tied her hair back. The golden strands cascaded like a silken waterfall, captivating everyone's gaze. Encrid turned to her with a smile, but couldn't help glancing at the despondent Fell, who sat in a pit of his own despair. If you're a shepherd of the wilderness, aren't you someone who takes on tough challenges by nature? Is that all you got? Though his instincts didn't activate, tracing the flow of events often revealed the bigger picture. Encrid's eyes gleamed with clarity. Going forward, you might want to avoid calling me your fiancé. Though he had become a general and occasionally spoke informally in urgent moments, he still preferred to maintain formality with Shinar. Shinar, tying her hair mid-motion, tilted her head in curiosity. Why? It's just better that way. What if I don't want to? Well, there's nothing I can do about that. If she didn't want to comply, what could he do? Forcing her through brute strength wouldn't change her mind. Shinar's stubbornness might be unrivaled among the people he knew, perhaps even more so than Rem, who endlessly sent Jackson challenges for duels. You should visit a temple, remarked Jackson, glancing at Encrid knowingly, as if understanding his peculiar statement. There he goes, missing the mark again. Jackson's gaze flickered between Encrid and Fell, accompanied by a faint grunt. Someone sheds tears over even a single word, Encrid commented to Shinar again, showing he cared in his own way. Even during training, he could spare this much attention. Fell, meanwhile, stared blankly into space, mumbling incoherent words. Shop, inn, mercenary, trading company, like a broken record. Brother, why don't we spar instead? Auden proposed cheerfully. Encrid agreed. This was as far as he could intervene. Silently, he rooted for Fell. After all, Encrid had always respected those who dared to dream. Hang in there, Fell. To him, nothing in the world was truly impossible. Auden and Jackson had a fair idea of Fell's state. He was overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy, unable to measure up to someone superior. Among those present, no one understood that feeling better. They had witnessed such breakdowns countless times. Back in the West, Rem had seen several individuals fall apart in similar ways. He had tried consoling them at first, but eventually gave up. Some managed to overcome it. Others disappeared entirely or gave up their lives as warriors or shamans. Jackson had faced countless challengers aiming to prove themselves by killing him, only for them to meet their end. As a result, no one dared linger near him for long. Auden had attempted to mentor everyone he could, but his efforts often ended the same way as Rem's. Anyone could fall, but there were two kinds of people, those who stood up again and those who didn't. That was all there was to it. And none of the three believed Fel would crumble. Feeling defeated by Encrid? That might be the initial reaction. But after a week, a month, Encrid wasn't someone you could wallow in comparison with. He was insane, obsessed with swords and relentless in training. Observing Encrid would naturally inspire Fel to rise again. Yet there was a possibility, given Fel's snake-like mindset. His envy might consume him, leaving him unable to recover. Not that it mattered to the trio, it wasn't their concern. Reem, however, had an amusing thought about Fel. Surprising, he mused. I thought shepherds from the wilderness would tough it out, but here he is, floundering without much resistance. It was like watching someone drown in a shallow puddle. In contrast, Rapport, who seemed delicately raised, showed a different side. Teach me, please, Rapport shouted eagerly. Even now he pushed himself forward, relentless. When Ragnar had been around, Rapport had charged in recklessly, yet survived. Not only that, but his skills had improved, and his determination to grow hadn't waned. The difference between the two? Rem neither knew nor cared. It was their personal struggle. Instead, he turned his attention to Shinar and Encrid's sparring match. Shinar had recently ventured into the forest, returning with energy brimming in her veins. No one knew the details, but it had been a life-risking endeavor. If you don't like fiancé, how about betrothed instead? Shinar teased. Have you improved your skills? Encrid replied habitually. That single phrase brought a faint smile to Shinar's face, as if enchanted by its magic. Be cautious with your smiles, too. Why he suddenly said that she didn't know, but she didn't care. Picking up her sword, she prepared herself. It was time for action, not words. The elven sword, shaped like leaves, partially obscured her face. Everyone, including Jackson, was well aware Shinar had ascended to the rank of knight. She was now an elven knight. The duel ended in Encrid's defeat, yet his expression was brighter than ever. He had learned something valuable. He had blocked the energy sword he couldn't before, and exploited gaps to apply wrestling techniques. In close combat, Shinar moved faster than ever. The greatest strength of an elf was their light, agile body. Shinar proved this beyond doubt. As she circled Encrid with swift footwork, her movements left behind after images. For a moment, there seemed to be 12 Shinars. From the sidelines, Lua the frog puffed her cheeks indignantly. Coincidentally, Shinar's sword struck Encrid at the same time, leaving no room for error. Among the 12 sword leaves, none were fake. Only those at a knight's level could discern subtle differences in timing. Encrid could see one step ahead now, but he couldn't block it. He saw it, but his body couldn't keep up. You've unlocked foresight, Shinar observed. Jackson and Odin exchanged surprised glances, then looked at Rem. Bet you knew this from your time in the West. Their gazes implied. Damn, he's improving so fast now, Rem muttered, equally astonished. It meant even Rem had not known either. Everyone present, except for Fel, knew they were witnessing Encrid breaking through to a new level. Encrid was evolving by the day. Captain! At that moment, Cray returned, as expected. You're late, remarked Encrid, seated calmly. Chryse, wearing a cloak and hood, smiled broadly. Behind him were Nurat and 8 armed escorts, each of them elite warriors. One even seemed like a squire knight. But what stood out the most was the change in Nurat. It's been a while, she greeted, bowing slightly. Her presence was markedly different from before. Chapter 503. Shall we head to the training ground? Are you really that good at fighting? Follow me to the training ground. Nurat had once been the deputy to the commander of the Green Pearl. What was that commander's name again? Encrid tried to recall but couldn't remember. All that came to mind was that the man was good at composing poems and singing songs. Some things inevitably faded from memory over the repetitive cycles of his days. No matter how strong his memory, perfection was unattainable. Still, Nurat stood out in his recollections. A dark-skinned woman with a broad heart, springy muscles, and Kray's lover. These overlapping memories had built a clear impression over time. It dawned on Encrid anew that even the talent-assessing gaze of frogs wasn't infallible. No matter how discerning their eye, it couldn't always be correct. Yet, as he watched Nurat's posture and gait, it was clear she had reached a certain level. Unless she'd picked up some exaggerated mercenary swordsmanship, like the boasting swagger of Valen's style, Nurat seemed to have surpassed a barrier. "You've improved," Encrid remarked nonchalantly. "Me? Well, I have been training hard. Do I look a bit better now?" Kreis flexed his biceps as he spoke, but Encrid didn't even glance in his direction. Instead, his attention remained on Nurat, who planted her left foot with precision, pressing the sole firmly against the ground. More than that, she was evenly distributing her weight, ready to react in any direction. Such a stance allowed for quick responses, whether left or right. Even Rem muttered a small "oh" of admiration, and Luagan rolled her large eyes in wonder. Even Luagan, with her sharp intuition, recognized Nurat's exceptional talent. Her body was naturally different from the start, elastic muscles and a physique that would rival any beastskin. On top of that, hard work and relentless training had built a peak structure, brick by brick. Encrid stood up and dusted off his pants. The overcast sky hung low, and it was one of those days when rain came and went. "Nurat is my lover, you know," Kray interjected, noticing Encrid's gaze fixed on Nurat. Ignoring the nonsense, Encrid spoke again. "Not bad." Though his words could easily have been misunderstood, Nurat didn't take it that way. Kreis, knowing better, had only been teasing after seeing Nurat again for the first time in a while. Nurat gave a slight bow, a simple military salute. Both Rem and Luagarn understood the situation. They weren't just impressed by Nurat's sudden improvement, but had an inkling of what had driven her to grow. In the end, it was likely the influence of a certain monster whose presence inspired everyone around him. Encrid himself might not realize it, but his existence was a powerful motivator. His dedication to training had elevated not just Nurat, but the skill level of the entire unit. Some people simply had that effect. Their actions and words made others question if they were doing enough with their own lives, stirring a drive to push themselves further. Encrid, through his attitude and life choices, naturally spurred others to find their motivation. "Come to think of it, I've worked pretty hard myself." Rem thought this to himself. His recent intense training and discipline, though partly fueled by a desire to smack some sense into his subordinates, were ultimately inspired by watching Encrid toil day after day. This effect wasn't unique to Rem. It was a ripple effect. The very reason night orders were established was similar, to provide a role model, a beacon for others to follow. Of course, knights often became symbols of despair or disillusionment due to their overwhelming talent. Few among them, however, were as utterly obsessed with swordsmanship as Encrid. "Anyway, welcome back," Kray said with a smile. "Let's grab breakfast," Encrid replied. He was hungry, after all that activity. As they wrapped up training and dispersed, they made their way to the dining area attached to the barracks. The spacious dining hall had a private room where staff bustled to serve meals. The centerpiece was a well-roasted whole pig barbecue, sliced into pieces and drizzled with lime juice. Rem and Jackson squabbled with their forks over the meal, prompting Encrid to sit between them. Watching their antics was nothing new. While Encrid and Luagarn remained unfazed, Shinar showed no interest from the start. However, the escort unit that had followed Kray was visibly on edge, seated stiffly at the adjacent table. "Who are they?" Encrid finally asked, noticing their tense demeanor. One of the escort soldiers immediately stood up from his seat. "Sir, my name is Ilan Bates from the Luabang region. It wasn't a name or style Encrid had heard often. Ellen Bates had fair skin that seemed to have tanned from exposure to the sun. Standing straight, he looked at Encrid with shining eyes and added, "I respect you greatly, sir." Half of the escort unit seemed to consist of people like Ilan, drawn to Encrid's reputation. The other half appeared to be mercenaries there just to do their job, but even they showed respect. "Where do you find people like this?" Rem asked. Cry, chewing a piece of barbecue, answered casually, "You keep getting challenged, and this happens." "What kind of challenges?" Though Rem appeared straightforward, his sharp mind was always at work. Considering the city's size and the king's favor, there wasn't anyone who would dare provoke Craze. This was someone who even had the city's criminal guilds under his control. Had he lost that power somehow? It's nothing serious. Just some nearby nobles upset about how much the king favors border guard lands. Governance required maintaining harmony among people, soothing their grievances instead of suppressing them with brute force. Even with Krang's efforts to stabilize the kingdom post-Civil War, some rebellious nobles continued to emerge. Encrid understood the situation well. Just one more fool picking a fight. As Encrid chewed his food, pondering the politics, the juicy meat distracted him momentarily. Meanwhile, Cray, ever the strategist, had grand plans of his own. "City growth comes with its challenges," Cray remarked, drawing lines on the tablecloth to illustrate a new network of roads connecting Border Guard to the capital and beyond. Ending it as just a city of pleasures would be a waste, Crace thought. With grand salons established across cities, connected by safe routes, the dream was to build a network of convenience, trade, and leisure. The name, Christ's Happy Bathhouse, a bold vision for a prosperous future adopting a defensive posture, would still be seen as an offensive act by Aspen. In truth, Aspen was careful not to provide any excuses for conflict. They were gradually extending their borders, keeping the walls at moderate heights while avoiding unnecessary provocation. Listening to all the stories shared, it was clear that Craze had endured significant hardships. Yet Craze himself didn't see it as suffering. He mentioned that he had a full purse now and had enjoyed the experience. Although having an escort was somewhat inconvenient, he admitted it was necessary due to the frequent troublemakers he encountered while moving from city to city. "As long as I move in a group like this, most people don't dare to start anything. So, there's that." For the most part, Nurat handled minor confrontations. However, Craze found dragging out unnecessary battles a waste of time, so he opted to travel with a large entourage instead. Amid these challenges, including frequent conflicts and troublesome issues, he had even established a new military division. In every sense of the word, Cray was a genius. What he created was a cavalry unit called the Recon Interception Squad. Training cavalry was no easy feat. The mere process of raising war horses was extremely arduous. A horse capable of charging onto a battlefield wasn't simply born to run. It required careful nurturing to overcome fear and develop resilience. Craze managed to start horse training by recruiting skilled horse breeders, but what about the cavalry itself? Cavalry soldiers needed to handle their mounts as extensions of their own bodies. Assembling a proper cavalry unit within a short time frame was an impossible task. It wasn't something achievable in just a few months. Did Craze give up? Of course not. Instead, he thought outside the box. He began by selecting individuals who were skilled riders from all the divisions and brought them together. After rigorous training to enhance their combat capabilities, some dropped out along the way, while others, who seemed more suited for banditry, were dismissed. The remaining group was small. As a result, they were not a traditional cavalry unit, but rather specialized for interception. This unit, now led by Nurat, was known as the Green Pearl Cavalry Recon Squad. The name was an alias, according to Craze. Hearing this, Encrid was reminded of Unrai, a friend he'd met in the West who had transitioned from hunter to merchant. There were resources that Unri might bring with him. Though the journey's original purpose was to use the safe trade routes established by the border guard, some items could potentially be purchased here. Wasn't there an obsidian spear among the items from the west? Obsidian spears weren't common tools on the continent. The brittle nature of obsidian made it effective as a throwing spearhead, but too fragile for melee combat. However, the border guard's cavalry relied on bows and throwing spears as their primary weapons. This cavalry wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, but facing them would undoubtedly be troublesome. Riding across the battlefield, striking here and there, would be immensely irritating. That would be annoying. Even so, the recon interception squad held sufficient value just as they were. Let's call them the Black Spear Cavalry. Pardon? The name? Because the spear shafts are blackened? Craze guessed at the intent behind the name, looking for its significance. Names carried power. A well-chosen name could inspire fear or boost morale before a battle even began. Aspen's grey dogs had earned their nickname, Relentless Lovers, because of their deadly reputation. They would stop at nothing to kill their targets. The Black Spear Cavalry wasn't a bad name. As Cray muttered over it, Encrid mentioned a few items expected to arrive from the west. That sounds promising. Thus began the cavalry unit, armed with obsidian-tipped throwing spears. It was a combination of resources from the west, horses born on the Green Pearl Plains, Cray's ingenuity, and soldiers who had endured grueling training. Despite all this, the unit remained merely a recon interception squad. What about the other reconnaissance units? Finn leads them. She's aiming to turn all her soldiers into rangers, Craze replied. The specialization of troops was part of Cray's extensive reorganization plan for the military, which Encrid had approved. Equipment was standardized, and units were divided into swordsmen, spearmen, archers, shield-bearers, cavalry, and mounted archers. Even in his absence, everything was proceeding smoothly. As they left the dining hall after their conversation, a wild horse with mismatched eye colors snorted and attempted to charge at Encrid. Placing his palm on the horse's head, Encrid absorbed the force with ease. It was clearly a playful act, a gesture akin to greeting an old friend. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Encrid greeted the beast, a friend who also carried the blood of monsters. Grasping its mane and shaking it, the horse whinnied excitedly. The city felt too small and confining for the creature, so it often roamed outside. It had encountered someone that accompanied its friend and had brought them back to this place. As Encrid patted its mane, he noticed a shadow blocking the sunlight. Behind him stood a man, carrying a black sword over his shoulder. He had blonde hair, red eyes, and wore a thin leather outfit speckled with blood. He hadn't even donned armor. "When did you arrive?" The man greeted him casually, as if they'd seen each other just yesterday. Encrid smirked and replied, "It's been a while. Must have come while I was out for a quick walk," the man muttered. Judging by the blood on his clothes, he hadn't just wandered aimlessly. He'd been in a fight somewhere. He looked disheveled, as if he hadn't eaten or bathed for days. But that was typical for him. "Let's fight, you barbarian northern swordsman who can't even find his way around," Encrid teased. "Why are you calling me that?" "Save it for savages," Ragnar replied, stiffening momentarily before responding. The provocation, though playful, unsettled him slightly. "Are you really that skilled in fighting? Follow me to the training grounds." Ignoring his reaction, Encrid finished with a smirk. Chapter 504. Is that it? Ragnar arrived, having wandered aimlessly without eating or washing, but Encrid, despite giving everything he had, couldn't bring him down. The lazy man's sword, now heavier and swifter than before, moved in arcs too daunting to counter. Watching the massive blade curve as if bending itself, Encrid couldn't muster the courage to block it directly. Yet he managed to defend against Ragnar's sword 9 times, blocking, parrying, and deflecting it, while slipping in what could be called the Night Strike, a piercing thrust. Ragnar merely twisted his body and evaded it. From Ragnar's seamless movements, Encrid recalled one of the knightly principles Luagaran had spoken of. Time. Wasn't it said that they exist on different timelines? In the time it took Encrid to swing his sword once, Ragnar had already twisted his body and extended his blade. Such movements and timing were only possible because Ragnar's reflexes, athletic ability, and strength far surpassed normal limits. Yet his skills weren't lacking either. Ragnar was no mere chimera knight. He was a true knight. How could a knight cut down 1,000 enemies? The answer lay right here. If a soldier can thrust a spear once, but a knight can thrust it 10 times in the same span, such feats become possible, Luagaran had explained, and once again, Encrid felt the truth of those words. The fact that Encrid even recognized this was impressive. It was thanks to his predictive ability, the so-called eyes that see a step ahead. Not that he was satisfied with his current level, far from it. A relentless desire and ambition burned within Encrid's piercing blue eyes, urging him to go further. Seeing those mad eyes again after so long, Ragnar couldn't help but feel entertained, even though he hadn't eaten properly or slept for days. That all you've got? Thus, Ragnar repaid him for earlier, towering over the fallen Encrid and delivering a single taunt. Encrid didn't get angry, he simply chuckled. For some reason, the stronger his subordinates became, the sharper their tongues seemed to grow. Cut in line! Obviously, it's my turn first, right? Huh? Furious that Encrid had faced Ragnar first, erupted in anger. When Encrid, stepping forward, declared it was his right to go first, he nearly hurled his axe at him. But to his credit, he didn't interrupt their duel or attack him from behind. His pride wouldn't allow it. Ragnar, meanwhile, quietly observed the returning commander. From a single duel, he could tell that Encrid had overcome a wall and reached a certain level. For Ragnar, concepts like junior knights, or squires didn't exist. Why? There was no reason. They simply didn't matter to him. In truth, his genius prevented him from setting such standards. Setting standards meant creating limitations, and limitations constrained combat. In battle, anything could happen. A moment of complacency could lead to being killed by the awl in a child's grasp. Of course, if it were Ragnar, even if an assassin disguised as a child thrust an awl at his heart, he'd react the moment it grazed his skin. Such feats were within the realm of possibility for a knight. Now, Encrid seemed capable of something similar, able to dodge attacks, even if it meant letting them graze him. Compared to before, his improvement was staggering. Even so, some areas still lacked refinement. Reaction time, decision-making speed, and physical limits. These shortcomings stemmed from his incomplete mastery of will. Ragnar instinctively recognized this. Yet, he offered no guidance. Words meant to help could instead create constraints and traps. Thus, Ragnar simply watched in silence. Jackson, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished. The commanding presence Encrid displayed while facing Ragnar stood out starkly. Pressure. It was the natural aura of intimidation that came from someone at a knight's level. The wandering swordsman overwhelmed the commander with sheer presence, but instead of succumbing, Encrid responded with his own force, effortlessly repelling it, not with the will of rejection, but through sheer, natural resolve. It was a striking realization. Encrid was no longer the man he once. Unable to hold back any longer, Rem launched himself at Ragnar, who hadn't had proper rest. Their fight was fierce, but oddly anticlimactic, a battle of equals running parallel courses. At some point, Encrid saw their weapons collide at speeds beyond his perception, sparks flying as the heat from their blows radiated outward. Yet, neither was truly serious. As raindrops began to fall, the heavens unleashed a sudden downpour. I went easy on you, lazy wanderer, and I see you've picked up some tricks on how to flail about. Though they continued to snarl at each other, their weapons lowered. The rain made further fighting pointless. "Let's wash up," Encrid suggested. Before long, even Cray had joined them, and they all found themselves in the bathhouse. The place hadn't changed much. Steam thickened the air, and the exuberance of the middle-aged caretaker remained unmatched. "Come on in!" Her greeting was as sharp and refreshing as a knight's strike. With unwavering confidence, she ushered the mud-covered group toward the bath. "Strip down and get in. Give me something to admire for once." Though her words suggested interest, it was clear she cared little for the sight of men's bodies. Stripping down Encrid, Rem, Ragnar, Jackson, Odin, and Craze entered the bath. Only Luagarn and Teresa opted out. Though much was the same, the bath had its changes, the most notable being a massive stone tub. A skilled stonemason must have carved and polished the large slab into a communal bath. "A gift from Lord Graham," Craze explained as they sank into the warm waters, their muscles relaxing. Bathing was a cultural export from the Empire, now widespread across the continent, including Norillia. Though absent in the West, Riem found himself quite fond of it. The soothing warmth eased his restless mind. "I let you off easy, Wanderer. Say your prayers tonight. You're lucky to still be alive. Oh, brothers, let us not quarrel. The gods are always watching. Idiots." As they bantered, the bath seemed to grow hotter, though their words were only half serious. This was their way of expressing camaraderie. Compared to their first meeting, when hostility had nearly led to bloodshed, their relationship had improved immensely. Satisfied, Rem seemed content. Not because he had avoided a beating, but perhaps because he liked the bath's temperature. "Where's the beastkin's sister?" Odin asked. Encrid glanced at him, thinking the question came surprisingly quickly. "She's visiting the East. I see." And that was the end of it. Respecting another's decision, a trait they once lacked, had become second nature under Encrid's leadership. "I heard you gave gifts to Commander Shinar and Esther. What about us?" Craze asked, his body submerged up to his chin. Encrid had something for them, though it wasn't a gift per se. "It's in my pack back at camp. I forgot." Had they been present when he arrived, he would have handed it out naturally, but the group had been scattered. Without a central figure, they had naturally drifted apart. Cray alone sensed this shift. Still, this is better than the old days where they fought like madmen, he thought. Even scattered, the group lingered nearby, held together by an invisible thread of loyalty. It reminded Craze of celestial bodies, something he'd once learned from an astronomer. The world wasn't centered around this land, but revolved around the sun. After getting cooked, Encrid began rummaging through his backpack, pulling out items one by one. "Picked this up along the way," he said. First was the Carmen collection, a jeweled dagger encased in an ornate scabbard. Whoever the previous owner had been, they certainly had a taste for embellishment. Encrid tossed it to Jackson, who caught the handle mid-air. "Shing!" Jackson partially unsheathed the blade. Though the sound rang clear, the blade itself was invisible. His eyes, rare to widen, did just that. "The Carmen collection?" he muttered to himself, running his fingertips along the invisible blade. Its presence was unmistakable to the touch, though unseen. Its form and sharpness were evident. Was the road littered with treasure? How do you come back with something like that? Craze blinked his large eyes, posing the question. "Well, you're not wrong," Luagarn interjected, nodding. She explained briefly, apparently, a deserter had carried it, and Encrid had taken it from him. "That's a rare weapon, isn't it? Maybe luck was on your side." "Perhaps so," Craze thought, though he didn't get the chance to finish his musings. "This seems like it's for you," Jackson said, tossing the jeweled scabbard to Craze. Catching it, Craze appraised the scabbard quickly. "Not top grade, but not bad either," he concluded. While the jewels weren't particularly valuable, the weapon itself was far better than most dungeon relics. Plus, it could fetch a good price if needed. A useful addition to their spoils. I'll use it well, Cray said, acknowledging the gift. Jackson seemed genuinely pleased, even nodding his thanks to Encrid. But that wasn't all. There had been several assassination attempts, Jackson said nonchalantly. On the Lord, and a few on Big Eyes, too. Craze blinked in surprise. When? I didn't notice anything. Of course he wouldn't have. While Encrid was away, Jackson had taken charge, punishing disobedience and reshaping the remnants of Georg's assassins into a force that suited his needs. They weren't perfect, but they'd become capable enough to establish a foothold in the city. Jackson's men had set traps across the city, catching skilled assassins as they entered. While a few might slip past their nets, none so far had been noteworthy. Most were low-grade, mercenaries working for mere coins. Crace blinked a few more times, piecing it together. Considering himself and Graham, they were prime targets, and there was no shortage of people who'd want to kill them. Jealous rivals, scheming nobles, and even Aspen's agitators, hoping for the border guard's collapse. Ha! That's just too much, Cray grumbled. If someone poisoned their food, they could be taken out in an instant. That's why he always carried a silver needle and used silver utensils. Silver being the best material to detect poison. As for valuable gifts, the invisible blade was the highlight so far. Next, Encrid produced a tainted holy relic. Auden instantly recognized it. Sinner, you shall pay for your blasphemy. Father, do not forgive them, Auden declared, stepping forward dramatically. He reached out his large hand for the relic. An item to be handled with the utmost reverence. Hand it over, he demanded. Well, he seemed capable enough, so Encrid handed it over without protest. Despite the relic's strange aura, none of those present were tempted by it. Jinn, isn't it? Crace remarked. Correct, Brother Big Eyes, Auden affirmed, securing the relic in a small pouch at his waist. The sacred church had once stolen holy relics indiscriminately, even sacrificing lives to acquire them. Those stolen relics caused disasters wherever they were taken, such as the endless undead uprising that once required intervention from the holy knights. The relic Auden now carried was one of those infamous items. Purifying it was a mission of great importance to him. If Jackson's invisible blade was a material gain, Auden felt as though he'd regained something invaluable. As he prayed over the relic, Teresa joined him. Now a devout follower of the god of war, she understood its significance. There was no greater mission than restoring such an object to its rightful state. As the two immersed themselves in their prayers, a snorting sound came from outside the tent. It was Cross-Eye. Encrid casually pulled out the lucky fish he'd carried and tossed it through the open door. Cross-Eye extended his head, caught it mid-air, and began chewing. After a few bites, he looked at Encrid and gave a nod, apparently satisfied. With his bag nearly empty, Encrid dusted off his hands. At that moment, Ragnar, who had just finished devouring 2 sandwiches, spoke up. Is that it? Chapter 505. A rainy night rain fell deep into the night. Encrid nodded. Though he hadn't intended for there to be gifts, somehow there was nothing left to give to Ragnar. Crace believed the jeweled scabbard and the upcoming merchant guild themselves were gifts enough. Sitting near the side like a painting, Esther held one of the items Encrid had given, a beast's fang. I received it, she said, though no one had asked, just as Shinar entered the tent. That dagger you gave me, can I consider it an engagement gift? She joked in the fairy tongue. Rupert and Fell hadn't received anything either, so Ragnar didn't feel particularly slighted. Come out, savage. I'll tear your head off. Ragnar simply thought that some barbarian must have pulled a stunt in the middle. Whether he became a knight or not, bad feelings were bad feelings. Swordsmanship didn't turn a man into a sage or a saint. Fine. Come at me, you directionally dysfunctional bastard. Neither of them actually left. It was just their usual bickering. So, where were you? Encrid asked, steering the conversation. Ragnar shifted his gaze from Rem and answered without much care. He wasn't truly upset. I went for some air. On the way, I saw a lost weird-eyed horse and brought him along. Who's brought who along? Rem scoffed from the side, and Luagarn nodded in agreement. Rem was right. Jackson stayed silent, and Auden was still deep in prayer. Cress yawned, as if growing lethargic. It was peaceful, amidst the sound of the seasonal rain pouring down. Encrid posed a question he'd been holding on to for when everyone was gathered. If you were dropped in a desert, how would you get out? This wasn't just a casual question. As knights, what would they do if their physical capabilities changed? Encrid had escaped the desert, but he believed luck played a role. Without luck, how would one escape? The first to respond was Ragnar, whose skill at navigation was well known. By finding my way using the stars, he said, lying blatantly but not entirely wrong. What you have is a sickness, you idiot. Also, you wouldn't see them. The skies there are blocked, Rem retorted, and Encrid nodded. Ragnar calmly added, then I'd rely on my instincts. It was madness. Encrid had no expectations of Ragnar to begin with. Rem muttered something about a crazy man with no sense of direction before sharing his own thoughts. Pick a direction and keep walking. No matter where you are, there's always an end. Rem's words reflected an understanding of deserts. Unlike legendary labyrinths, deserts weren't mazes, they were just land. So walking persistently was enough. If things got desperate, he planned to summon the guiding bird of wishes to find Encrid. I could go a month without eating or drinking, but there's no need. I'd just run. His solution was viable due to his shamanic abilities. Rem's words implied that by invoking the spirit of Belopter, he could run for days. Next was Auden. I would ask God and listen for his guidance. With divine power, Auden could perform miracles, healing the sick and injured. To him, asking God and receiving answers wasn't absurd, it was his reality. If such a situation arose, divine revelation would guide him. Encrid knew Auden spoke with complete sincerity. Jackson, instead of answering, posed a counter-question. You said there's no way to orient oneself. Was that really the case, no matter what you tried? It's impossible to change the past, but reflecting on it can prevent repeated mistakes. Encrid had asked with that in mind, along with a desire to gauge their thoughts. Jackson's question pointed out a critical detail. Was there truly nothing he could have relied on to guide him? Did you hear any sounds? Wind? How was the western wind? Rem thought Jackson's question fit him perfectly, like a sly desert cat. Rare though they were, some guides existed even in the western deserts. While they couldn't necessarily locate people, they spoke of following the wind. Only those with extraordinary senses could do so. Wind direction sent, everything becomes a trail or a clue. You can't get lost. Jackson could even navigate labyrinths. His sense, born from will, was one of the tools that elevated him to his current position. He didn't earn titles like Master of the Dagger of Geogre or the Dawn Dew owner over card games. An interesting topic, Shinar chimed in. She understood deserts, a world opposite of forests. But that didn't mean deserts lacked vitality. To see vitality was to see spirits. Shinar had a natural affinity for such energy. Even in the desert, spirits or traces of their presence would exist. Deserts aren't devoid of energy. I'd follow the paths of vitality, she said. But do we really need to get lost in a desert to begin with? It feels like a situation I'd avoid altogether, Fell remarked. Don't say something stupid. This was hypothetical from the start, Rupert interjected immediately. Fell countered, and Rupert responded with a sharp smile that seemed stiff. I'm saying I'd avoid it entirely. That's why your premise is flawed. Shepherds don't get lost. They find their way out. And I always carry a few days' worth of provisions. So don't go in the first. This time, Rupert wasn't smiling. That's a stupid argument. Fell crossed his arms. You want to get punched? The Idol Slayer doesn't discriminate. You know that, right? Easy? When had it started? It might have started when the crack formed between Fell and Rupert. Their relationship was strained, reminiscent of the chaotic past of the Madmen unit. Perhaps it was because their ideals diverged. Ropard emphasized calculation and strategy, while Fell believed in the importance of split-second decisions. Their differing perspectives on swordsmanship turned their skills into the ultimate argument for their beliefs. Additionally, Shepherd Fell had no tact in choosing his words, and Ropard, a knight under the order, lacked the experience to handle someone so blatantly disrespectful. For various reasons, their animosity grew intense. Encrid, watching them quietly, eventually spoke. Enough. That single word sufficed. Both men immediately suppressed their tempers and ceased glaring at each other. In this regard, they were oddly similar. They didn't waste energy on unnecessary things. Fell stifled the bubbling frustration inside. The cracks in his heart could crumble as they would, but he still wanted to bash in the head of that prim and proper swordsman, Ropard. There was no reason it couldn't be done. Catching up to someone who had been lucky enough to get ahead wasn't impossible. Ropard had similar thoughts. That Shepherd had no manners and lacked respect for others. He needed a lesson. To win against someone like Fell, one only needed to live daily like Encrid did. With Ragnar back, there were more opportunities to spar and hone his swordsmanship. Somehow, Ropard had already forgotten his original intention to return to the Order. Encrid observed the two and thought how nice it would be if Ragnar, Auden, and Jackson could follow orders this well. Not a chance. He asked questions and got answers, understanding that everyone had a different way of thinking. Some would push forward with raw determination, while others would rely on their unique abilities. Could I also sense the wind's scent? Jackson had once told him to rely on scent if he couldn't hear. While he couldn't see the energy or spirits like Shannara, had his instincts truly detected nothing? He wasn't sure. Perhaps there had been something. If I had studied and known beforehand, it might have helped, he murmured to himself, recalling Loagarn's earlier comment. Knowledge was power, and every piece of insight they shared had proven useful. Thinking back, he remembered the soldier who had charged at him in the camp. That soldier, Marco, had wielded will. What method had he used? The soldier bolstered his mental strength by refusing to retreat. He fortified his resolve by warning his opponent and established a psychological edge with a decisive first strike. Even if he didn't win with a single thrust, he could leave a lasting impression of his spear's lethality. Every stance, movement, and strike had been part of a strategy. Encrid reflected on this, understanding that each person had their tactics, and there was always something to learn and internalize. There's not just one way. He spoke softly to himself. With an abundance of will, even physical stamina changes, Ragnar had once said. It was true. Since taking that final step in the desert, every step he'd taken had been imbued with will. Encrid carefully organized his thoughts and carved the lessons he'd gained into his mind. The Eastern mercenary king Anu had always said to experience as much as possible. Why? Because Encrid saw differences in everything he observed and experienced. And not just differences, he saw commonalities too. Emerging from the desert, what he had learned, what he now understood, and what he had gained from asking questions were all connected. It was like moonlight, visible but intangible, as if a missing piece was still needed. There was no rush, for clarity wouldn't come just by pondering. Since we're all gathered here, let's hear your story, fiancé. Shannara, sitting with one knee pulled up on her chair, spoke casually. Her words made Encrid look up. What did you do to earn titles like the savior of the city or the pioneer of the West? Her question came again, her expression more relaxed than usual, or so it seemed to Encrid. Unbeknownst to him, the deeds he had accomplished had earned him several nicknames. Since there was no reason not to share, he began his tale, from slaying demons to becoming a savior and pioneer. He spoke well, and before long, everyone was utterly absorbed, swallowing nervously as they listened. You should have been a bard instead of a knight, Craze quipped, his tone playful. Not a bad idea, Luagarn added, puffing her cheeks slightly. Though she had experienced those events herself, hearing them from Encrid's lips made them even more fascinating. Not that he was the continent's greatest bard. Apart from Craze, his companion's storytelling skills were generally terrible. However, Craze's well-placed interjections enriched the tale further. The most shocking revelation was about Rem's wife and child. Trash! Craze spat in disgust, his tone biting. Many children had been abandoned by their parents in their youth, Craze included. He despised parents who abandoned their children. Want to die? To leave your wife and child behind. Ayul is a strong woman. She also knows what she wants, Rem replied. In truth, Ayul had urged Rem to leave. She was a remarkable woman who supported her partner's big dreams. Marriage? Did you threaten her? Ragnar asked. Rem's answer was a silent swing of his axe. Jackson scratched his ears repeatedly, as if he'd misheard. When an axe came flying his way, he dodged effortlessly. Auden offered a prayer of blessing. As they say, even a bat without wings finds its mate. Surely this union is divinely blessed, though it sounded more like personal opinion than a proper blessing. Damn it. How is that a blessing? Rem grumbled. They talked until dawn. Shannara uncharacteristically shared tales of the forest of energy. Her story ended with a demonic domain. If you fall into it, you die. Every single one did. It had started as a peaceful tale about the forest, but her storytelling skills were evidently lacking. Auden recounted Teresa's journey of faith. Teresa couldn't forget her past, but she had learned to look to the future instead of dwelling on yesterday. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Encrid, filled with warmth and determination. It was not affection, but gratitude, and the competitive spirit of a student toward his teacher. Cultists should be killed on sight, Luagarn declared. Even Ropard and Fell joined in the conversation eventually. Fell shared tales of shepherding, and Ropard spoke about the rarity of true knights even within the Order. He looked around the group, noting there were 3 people here capable of fighting at a knight's level. Jackson's story, related to the Carmen collection, sent chills down their spines despite the lingering summer heat. It was a harrowing tale of a person's relentless revenge. Surprisingly, Jackson spoke eloquently despite his usual reticence, proving himself capable when the occasion called for it. Met a few who were decent with a sword while out for a walk. Ragnar summed up getting lost in that one line. Beyond that, his days had been filled with training, sleeping, and lazing about, leaving him with little else to say. The very reason he'd gone out on that walk was because Encrid wasn't around. Feeling his drive dimming and slipping away, he'd forced himself to go out in search of some stimulation. Are you out of your damn mind? Rem chimed in, earning himself a punch from Ragnar this time. Naturally, Rem dodged it, tilting his head aside. From his seat, he then threw a punch of his own. Caught between the two, Auden intervened from his seated position, physically stopping them. As expected of a master in close combat, regardless of rank or title, he handled them with ease. Between laughter and conversation, a few soldiers brought over bottles of alcohol and food. It was on Craze's orders, and everyone partook, eating and drinking together. It was an impromptu feast. For Encrid, this finally felt like truly coming home. Unimportant jokes, stories, and each person speaking their mind. They talked and bantered, letting the night deepen. Eventually, the scuffling stopped, and only real conversations remained. A Beelrog, huh? A troublesome foe. Ragnar said this midway, after hearing Aura's tale. It was naturally assumed that Encrid was going to kill the Beelrog. Not a single person suggested giving up or voiced concerns about the danger. If it was something that needed to be done, they would do it. That was what all of them believed. Not right now. Encrid responded in kind. Crace let out a sigh in the middle of it. Would you guys at least try to stop him? A Beelrog, seriously? To the average person, a Beelrog was the kind of creature they might never even hear of in their lifetime. What? It wields a flaming whip and a sword wreathed in fire, a hidden deity of the knoll within the demon realm. Stories passed around. Tales of the demon realm, holy church, childhood memories, the time in the West meeting Jeba and her mother, the man who loved her. Fragments of what Owara had left behind made their way into the conversation. The night wore on. Rain fell. Drinks circled among them. The crackling fire drove away the dampness just enough. Chapter 506, Greetings traveling from Martai to the east, was not as arduous as Dunbakel had expected. While it was inevitable to encounter magical beasts, their numbers were noticeably fewer than before. This wasn't surprising. Guard posts had been erected from border guard all the way to Martai, with soldiers rotating shifts to both kill magical creatures and defend the posts. Interestingly, there was no rise in banditry, a common phenomenon elsewhere on the continent when magical creatures retreat. As travel increased due to the safer routes, bandits typically filled the void. However, this region was different. If you're caught stealing, you lose a hand. If you're caught robbing, you lose your head. The border guard commander, now the Lord of Martai, ruled with the same harsh measures as before. This ensured that criminal guilds couldn't gain a foothold in the region. Occasionally Mielin, a frog, would visit for entertainment, taking pleasure in brutally thrashing mercenaries and swordsmen causing trouble. Mielin's new hobby of venturing to Martai for a stroll stemmed from the increasing number of strong warriors in the border guard. It was even rumored that those who foolishly took up his challenge were forced into grueling training by the muscle-bound warrior. Dunbakel had heard similar stories along the way and nodded in agreement. They sounded credible. As the border guard trained strong soldiers and invested heavily in arms, Martai followed suit. Shall we let the reputation of the border guard falter? Torres relentlessly drilled his troops. He refused to allow the famed border guard to lose its standing under his command. As part of their training, Torres assigned units to man the posts, and, as Craze envisioned, Martai began constructing its own outposts. With safe roads connecting the border guard to Martai, merchant caravans frequented the path, transforming it into a bustling trade route. Martai, already a gateway city for rare relics from the east, flourished. The goods and artifacts from the east were valuable, and while the Rock-Free Trading Guild could have monopolized this trade, they wisely refrained, taking only what they needed and leaving the rest. By not meddling with eastern relics or peddlers, they created an environment where merchants could travel freely as long as they paid tolls. As a result, merchant guilds across the continent saw border guard as the essential trading hub, creating a boom in commerce. Although Martai lacked distinct specialties and Green Pearl's fertile lands were still under development, the thriving trade naturally bolstered the flow of krona. This newfound prosperity explained the city's bustling activity. Dunbakel found Torres as instructed by Encrid and secured the necessary supplies. "You're heading east? Dangerous. But you're with Encrid, right?" "Do as you please," Torres remarked, adding, "Should I have a bath drawn for you?" Dunbakel's disheveled appearance made it clear she hadn't bathed in days. "No need. I'm leaving right away." Still grimy, she departed Martai, heading eastward. The vast wasteland greeted her initially, and soon she left behind the areas devoid of magical creatures and bandits. New magical beasts appeared, such as a two-headed lizard, with one head creating sparks by snapping its teeth, while the other exhaled gas. Together, the heads produced bursts of flame. These creatures, remnants of the legendary fire-breathing salamanders that once descended upon the continent, were considered a subspecies, aptly named flame lizards, or, more crudely, double-headed lizards in some regions. They weren't common sights. Killing magical beasts as she traveled, Dunbakel pressed on. The journey to the east was long, and as boredom set in, her thoughts began to wander. The chronicles of Dunbakel's journey to the east. Perhaps she could craft a tale of her exploits. A subtitle like The Tales of Bees Drunk on Flowers came to mind. Everyone, including Encrid, would inevitably fall for her charms. Should I leave Rem out of it? He was married, and Ayul was a kind soul who had once taken care of her during her stay in the West. On the way to the eastern frontier city, Dun Bakal narrowly escaped death twice, a long yet short tale in itself. When she finally met the ruler of the East, mercenary King Anu, his first words were, "Hey, is that bastard missing his fingers? Why hasn't he replied to my letters?" Anu was complaining about Encrid's lack of response to his letters. Warm greetings were absent, but that hardly mattered. Had she ever been welcomed warmly? "Not my problem," Dun Bakal replied indifferently. The king eyed her. "Why are you here?" "To relax." Her casual remark made the king's attendants tense. Was this half-witted beastkin mocking them? Dun Bakal, undeterred, declared confidently, "Take care of me." Meanwhile, Krang was fed up with politics. "Look at the current situation. It seems there are many eyes on Encrid," someone said. "Why? Are they worried I'll take their land and give it to Enki if we get along?" The Marquis of Octo chuckled. "What can you do? Strengthening the monarchy makes nobles uneasy." Krang drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Why did leeches always resurface, no matter how many he eradicated? Like summer mosquitoes, these pests kept appearing. Some landed nobles from the frontier grumbled about Encrid's territory being too large, with a few even threatening to seize parts of it by force. Are they mad? If they wanted to die trying, so be it. Krang dismissed their complaints, warning that any damage from armed conflicts would be their responsibility. Some nobles, perhaps driven by a suicidal urge, agreed. Of course, meddling from neighboring nations also played a role in stoking these flames. But what more could be said to those hell-bent on their doom? Well, it can't be helped. Aspen seems restless, don't they? As autumn began with seasonal rains, Krang looked out at the leaves slowly turning red. "We're monitoring all routes and gathering information. My judgment is that, yes, they're preparing for war," replied the Marquis of Bazar, seated beside the Marquis of Octo. Across the table, Marcus Bazar ate quiet. It was both a breakfast meeting and a feast, albeit a modest one with steak, roasted broccoli, and mashed potatoes. Krang despised waste, a sentiment born from his childhood, witnessing people starve to death across the continent. He believed that reducing the royal table's extravagance could save dozens, even hundreds, of lives. While some nobles disliked this approach, seeing it as an encroachment on their privileges, Krang didn't punish them outright. Instead, the royal family led by example, fostering a culture of responsibility and care for the people. Still, dissent persisted. Complaints about his favoritism toward Encrid, inadequate night training, and so on. And now, Aspen was making its move. Should they pull knights from the southern border to fight? Could they afford to divert troops from Aurora? Knights would be critical in the upcoming war, which would undoubtedly escalate beyond skirmishes. Aspen would stop at nothing to claim Green Pearl. But what gave them such confidence? If Krang were Aspen's king, he would bow his head and bide his time. Yet their actions suggested they had something to rely on. Perhaps, like Encrid, they saw failure not as an end, but as an opportunity to try again. Are you saying that if Aspen crosses the line, Encrid should stop them using only the forces of the border guard? Some nobles were stirring up trouble, trying to undermine General Encrid's authority. They were spreading rumors that he should fulfill his duty as the lord of a city built to guard against Aspen and as the overseer of the region. It seemed these people had no conscience left. Had they forgotten that he was hailed as the hero of the Civil War and the demon slayer? Well, perhaps the provincial nobles hadn't fully grasped Encrid's achievements. Even now, their unified voice was largely driven by these local lords. Among them were those displeased with Count Mulsan's territory being practically managed as a royal domain. Some of these fools believed that parts of the Count's land would become theirs once Mulsan passed away. Krang asked, and Marquis Bezar nodded. At most, they'll only need to hold out for a month before the royal forces can provide reinforcements. These reinforcements might include knights. Just a month. It would suffice to make it look like they were putting up a fight. A facade, yes, but enough to show that the border guard was fulfilling its role and that Encrid deserved his position. Just in case I'm considering sending Viscount Andrew's troops, he should be of sufficient help. Marcus gulped down a piece of meat and spoke. Andrew was the lord of a city near the capital, one whose forces were rapidly growing stronger with royal support. As Marcus suggested, he would indeed be useful. Krang nodded, realizing it was time to personally write another letter. Is that guy busy or what? Why hasn't he replied? Krang himself had sent over 10 letters, yet there was no response from Encrid. If he had returned, shouldn't he reply? Surely some time had passed since his return from the west. Does he not think at all? Or perhaps, despite being a skilled fighter, he was just not very bright. Encrid thought this as he read the mercenary king's letter. It urged him to send a reply, though the content wasn't particularly important. Why was he so insistent on a response? The mercenary king might have been able to send letters through his own men, but for Encrid to send a response from border guard, it would require at least a squad of soldiers. Up to now, he had left replies with Martai, relying on eastern messengers to deliver them back. Timing had to align for any correspondence to succeed. Encrid had been preoccupied moving between the city of Aura and the west. Yet this man grumbled about not receiving a reply. Even if he didn't know the circumstances, it didn't seem like a matter that warranted urgent letters. Encrid meticulously sorted through the pile of correspondence that had accumulated in his absence. Most were from the mercenary king Anu and Krang, though a few were entirely frivolous. There were letters professing love, some claiming to have fallen for him at first sight, and even ones from nobles suggesting meetings with their daughters. Excluding letters from 2 kings, half were marriage proposals, a quarter questioned whether his reputation was deserved, and the remaining quarter were from merchants and organizations seeking his favor. Bribes seemed to come pouring in too, huh? As Encrid skimmed through the letters and penned brief replies, he asked Crace. Yes, quite a bit. Would you like some? No. He didn't need anything. While he planned to buy a new set of armor, he could easily tap into Crace's funds if necessary. In fact, custom gear, including gambesons, chainmail, and plate armor, had already been prepared for him. Among them, one gambeson was dyed a deep navy blue with a golden sword embroidered on it. Whoever had designed it seemed to have left their sense of aesthetics in some abyss. But it was sturdy, lined with the fur of a wolf-turned monster and stuffed with owlbear feathers. A bit heavy, but not unmanageable. After drafting and organizing responses, Encrid donned his armor, strapped the sword Akka to his side, and secured 3 throwing knives to his chest. He stepped out of his modest office, and Cray asked, "Where are you headed?" "To pay a visit." "To whom?" "A noble." Crace immediately understood what Encrid intended. There was a noble who had sent clumsy assassins after him, and frequently caused trouble. This noble's domain lay between the border guard and Count Mulsanne's territory. It wasn't a small estate, but neither was it especially powerful. Recently, the noble had adopted a son, claiming the boy had been trained by a martial arts master, who now resided in the estate. Ever since, the lord had grown increasingly audacious, speaking as if parts of Count Mulsanne's lands rightfully belonged to him, and dismissing Encrid as a mere lucky swordsman. "Are you going alone?" Cray stood, prepared to follow. He'd been armed and ready at his desk, clearly planning to leave. Was there any need to bring more people? Encrid thought not. This was no different from a casual outing. Encrid set off for the noble's estate. Finding it boring to go alone, Rem decided to tag along. "Let's go together. I'm bored." Ragnar dismissed the idea and went back to sleep, while Luagarn had been focused on training since returning from the west. Fell remained somewhat down in the rain, while Ropard was his usual energetic self. Deep nights of seasonal rain, conversations during downtime, and relentless training routines marked their days. After several days of rain, clear skies and cooler temperatures finally arrived, ideal for walking and moving around. "Are you planning to kill him?" Rem asked on their way out. "Don't cut off his head straight away," Encrid replied, as they began their journey at a leisurely pace. The estate was too far to walk directly, and a carriage was offered, but Encrid declined. He wanted to walk, to clear his mind of the faint yet elusive clues about the path ahead, as well as any idle thoughts. For about 10 days, they took their time walking, training, and hunting along the way. Eventually, they reached the noble's domain. As luck would have it, the noble had just gone out on a monster hunt. At the border of the estate, Encrid encountered the noble, accompanied by his son and 20 retainers. Encrid stood there with only Rem by his side. Chapter 507. The Black Witch and the Golden Flower, take my disciple as your adopted son. Baron Philip was the lord governing this region, yet he lacked remarkable qualities. However, he wasn't entirely devoid of ambition. Someday, he dreamed of becoming a lord with a vast territory. But this ambition bordered on delusion. Things changed after a man named Lorenzo, who claimed to be a swordsmanship master, appeared. Lorenzo suggested that Philip adopt his disciple, and Philip agreed. To outsiders, it seemed the adopted son had been assigned a swordsmanship instructor. But the truth was different. The disciple was a genius spearman. Wielding a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, he could annihilate over a dozen ghouls in an instant. Remarkable. The words escaped Philip's lips as he watched. He had never witnessed such a skilled individual before. Not a single soldier under his command, no matter how capable, could compare. Lorenzo, the mentor, was even more skilled than his disciple and adoptive son, Caven. Both pledged their allegiance to Philip. "I've admired your benevolence and righteousness from afar. I saw your domain as a suitable haven for a wanderer without a home. If you wish us to leave, we will comply." These were the words Lorenzo spoke when he first approached Philip. With civil war raging and turmoil spreading throughout Norilia, rumors abounded of skilled individuals seeking masters to serve. Philip considered this his opportunity. Why not me? Philip believed he was no less capable than the famed Encrid, who had made his name during the chaos. Encrid wasn't even of noble birth, just a lucky mercenary who seized an opportunity. A mere wandering swordsman, Encrid had risen to fame by exploiting the civil war, and Philip envied him. Yes, he envied him deeply, but envy could be dealt with by taking that fame for himself. He subtly gathered nearby nobles, made threats, and eyed the rich spoils of the border guard, salivating at the prospect. Philip took action. The result was this encounter. "He smells of nobility," said Rem, once notorious as a noble hunter. His nostrils flared as if imitating Dunbakel. While it was unlikely he could literally smell nobility, the man's feathered hat, puffed-up shirt, and leather boots were unmistakable. Rem's comment was clearly meant to mock. "Who are you?" "This is the domain of Baron Philip." 3 of the newcomers sat on horseback, towering over the others. Encrid, standing below, tilted his head upward to respond. Encrid of Border Guard. The introduction needed no embellishment. Baron Philip blinked several times. Who? Whether admired or despised, there was no one in the region unfamiliar with the name Encrid. Even those who sought to belittle his achievements couldn't deny their significance. An impostor, perhaps? The Baron's suspicion was voiced, but Encrid ignored him and spoke again. "Are you picking a fight?" "What? Did that man just ask if he was picking a fight?" "I asked if you were picking a fight. Even a noble deserved respect, only to a point." Encrid was well aware of his intangible power. "Noble? Baron? No. Ridiculous." He was already recognized as the hero of the Civil War. granted lands surrounding the nearby territories, and held rank surpassing that of a general. A noble's name could be challenged with a single letter. Any issues that arose would end with Marcus. Moreover, Krang's letter had hinted that it wouldn't hurt to deal with a few troublemakers. It was almost as if he wanted him to. "You insolent!" The Baron erupted in fury, his trembling finger pointing at Encrid as he roared atop his horse. "Kevin!" Lorenzo's shout signaled his adoptive son, who dismounted. Kevin squinted, gripping his spear and shield, his ever-present weapons. Scanning his opponents, he didn't think them easy prey, but neither did he believe he would lose. He was determined to kill. This was his purpose from the beginning, exploiting the chaos within Aurelia. But he had chosen the wrong target. As soon as Kevin's killing intent surged, Rem reacted. "Tss, what a nuisance," Rem muttered, his foot shifting slightly. The ball of his foot pressed down, while the rest lifted off the ground. Then he vanished from Kevin's sight. It was less a fight and more an execution. Before Kevin could thrust his spear or lift his shield, Rem closed the distance and swung his axe. The speed was beyond Kevin's perception. Kevin attempted to raise his shield, and Rem's axe cleaved his skull before he could react. Thud! Thud! Kevin's head cracked open. "Kevin!" Lorenzo's belated shout came as he leaped from his horse. But by then, Rem had already reached him, grabbing him by the throat and slamming him into the ground with monstrous strength. Lorenzo's head struck a protruding rock with a sickening crack. The human skull was no match for stone. Blood and brain matter oozed out as Rem tossed the lifeless body aside and dusted his hands. Neither had warranted the use of his axe. "Good thing I brought this hand axe from the forge," thought Rem. Using his heirloom weapon on such fools would have been a disgrace. The Baron's jaw dropped. To Baron Philip, Kevin and Lorenzo had seemed like formidable warriors, nearly unmatched outside the knightly ranks. He didn't realize there was a higher realm he couldn't comprehend. His petty ambitions, too feeble even to be called dreams, crumbled like a collapsed stage. "Did you pick a fight? Or hire assassins?" Encrid asked again. None of the Baron's soldiers dared to move. They were frozen, as if winter had come early. Pardon? The ambition and delusions in Baron Philip's heart vanished, replaced by raw survival instincts. Thoughts of his noble status fled. He faced the demon slayer. "Let's just chop his head off." "It'd be quicker," the hulking barbarian beside Encrid suggested. "No need to. I'm not a murderer. If I kill every troublemaker, they'll call me the Demon General. Spare me." The Baron begged, mustering every ounce of courage. He didn't trust the soldiers behind him. A wise choice, as they had already discarded their weapons and knelt. They had no fault in this. "From now on, you'll till the fields yourself," Encrid declared. Judging by the soldiers' appearances, they weren't doing this because they were well-fed and idle. The Baron's lands were neither destitute nor abundant. This whole scheme had rested on Lorenzo and Kevin. The Baron nodded. After all, his domain had begun with him tilling the land. Just looking at Encrid was enough to make one's legs tremble. It was natural. Fear would inevitably seep into anyone who opposed him. Even though Encrid moderated it, the presence of his will subtly influenced his surroundings. For those who confronted him, it could feel as though they were teetering on the edge of a cliff. "Thank you." Baron Philip bowed his head. Becoming a subordinate territory under a powerful lord wasn't something to be mocked. There were a few more, weren't there? Encrid casually asked, ignoring Philip's reaction. "Are you going to visit all of them?" "While I'm at it." The exchange between Encrid and Rem took place in front of Philip. The nobles who had picked a fight with Cray weren't limited to Philip. Encrid decided to meet them all as if embarking on a tour. Some nobles had accomplices like Lorenzo, while others had simply followed the trends, aligning themselves with influential peers. No one had expected Encrid to intervene directly, but those who knew him might have seen it coming. Chryse, at least, had a rough idea. Thus, Encrid went through the ranks of the nobles, weeding out the irredeemable ones, those who stole wives or daughters of their subjects, giving Rem a justified reason to sever their heads while incorporating the rest. Even though the nobles had challenged him, and Krang had approved, cutting off their heads indiscriminately would have caused a massive uproar. But plausible pretexts weren't hard to come by. "You dare insult my honor." Local nobles, when confronted, always spoke aggressively at first, often lashing out in near-desperate outbursts. Hearing such claims, Rem would pick up an old discarded glove and throw it in the noble's face. Throwing a glove was a traditional gesture, symbolizing a challenge to a duel. "Yes, I've insulted you." Whack. Aye. Some nobles ended up with a bloody nose from the soaked leather glove, while others erupted in a stream of curses. "Your mother is a ghoul." Remarks like these flew, but Rem didn't care. What good was arguing with the dead? "Fight in my stead." Then the noble would call forth a champion. "If your champion loses, your life is forfeit. I'll wager our commander's head in return." Naturally, the commander in question was Encrid. Whether he revealed his identity or not, the process largely followed the same pattern. Without such excuses, Encrid couldn't simply go around decapitating nobles. The kingdom had its own structure and laws, after all. What Encrid and Rem were doing was essentially taking advantage of the informal combat tribunal system within those laws. This was just a brief outing. The main result was that Rem's reputation as a noble killer, which had been fading, rose to prominence once more. Not that it mattered to Rem, he paid no mind to it. Back at Border Guard, Encrid resumed his usual routine. Some days he played with the Viridies. Other times he roamed the city or sought out his unit members to ask questions. With certain troublesome nobles removed, the Border Guard's reputation had soared. This brought new challenges, particularly from women of noble rank. A group of well-dressed ladies, known locally for their beauty, launched an unrelenting campaign to court Encrid, their big catch. "Once he meets me, he'll be captivated. Do you think any man can resist my face? If anyone can succeed, it's you, Rowan. If he doesn't fall for you, he's no man at all." Encouraged by parents and relatives, the ladies faced two unexpected barriers. The first was Esther, a black-haired, blue-eyed beauty currently delving into human understanding through observation. Her elegance left some ladies blushing. "Black Flower Esther," someone had whispered, a nickname that quickly spread. "I'm giving up. I'm going home." While some retreated, others persisted, believing they might have some advantage over Esther. What awaited them next was Shannara, the golden-haired fairy knight. "The golden flower," they murmured. Her ethereal beauty silenced any claims of superiority. Why was a fairy even here? Unbeknownst to Encrid, these events transpired, leading to rumors that the Border Guard commander had a witch on one side and a flower on the other. As a result, the influx of love letters noticeably diminished. Encrid was indifferent to such trivialities. What mattered was far more significant. He reflected on his actions, ensuring those who dared provoke or harm his people were thoroughly warned. The deed was done, bringing him a sense of peace. "Leaving now," Craze announced. "All right," Encrid replied, remaining seated and returning to his meditation. He was pondering the words of his subordinates. "How do I use sorcery?" The first to ask had been Rem. "It's not complicated, just use it. If there's anything different about my method, it's this. Invocation usually means letting a spirit's energy reside in your body. For example, a bear's strength or a wolf's agility. Most people draw on it when needed, but in my case, the spirits are always present within me." Encrid recalled Rem's smile as he spoke. After returning from the west and battling Ragna, Rem had ascended to a new level of understanding, Jackson avoided clashing with him, while Auden admitted defeat. Fighting now would be meaningless, brother. I would lose, Auden had said, emphasizing the word now, which made it sound less like an admission of defeat and more like a challenge for the future. Encrid had asked Shinar something similar and received her explanation. There's a flow to the world. Align yourself with it, and let part of your body follow. This was how she became a fairy knight. It just happens. Ragnar's explanation, though chaotic, was also helpful. The mercenary king of the East had spoken of diverse experiences, which could mean finding both differences and commonalities. When knights used their will to intimidate, Rem used something akin to it, a shamanic art called fear infusion. Were they different? Yes, but also the same, as the effects were indistinguishable. Both crushed their opponent with pressure. Thoughts scattered, coalesced, and grew firm again. Ora had mentioned that there was no need for special techniques. Simply swinging the blade would suffice. How was that possible? If will infused the intent, then even a swing could become an unstoppable strike. Muscles trained through discipline, techniques sharpened, a steady heart, and unwavering focus. Such things flitted through Encrid's mind. What made a knight's will different? Seated on a tree stump, Encrid felt the breeze, listened to the chirping of birds, and the distant shouts of soldiers at drill, all while fixating on a single thought. Not something to summon when needed, but always in an open state. It was like a door normally opened only when required. Strong winds outside made it so. After all, it wasn't a door that could stay open without being held by hand. So how to keep that door perpetually open? A method surfaced in his mind. Encrid opened his eyes. Luagarn was staring at him, absent-mindedly. The two eyes that opened were calmer than before, as though something had fallen into place. I'm headed to the dining hall. Wanna come? Rising lightly to his feet, Encrid posed the question. Luagarn shook her head. Not in the mood. Encrid made his way to the dining hall. It was time to eat. Chapter 508. Unwavering voice meat. How much would you like? A lot. Encrid single-handedly devoured enough food to feed 20 people in one sitting, while he was known to eat quite a bit. This time, it was excessive by any standard. His focus was on calorie-dense foods, beans, meat, thick sauces. Several soldiers watched with wide eyes as he ate. Is this some kind of translate? Should we try it too? Don't bother. Vel, now their commander, casually thumped one of his subordinates on the head as he spoke. Imitating Encrid would only lead to an early death, and Vel knew that all too well. When did he first realize that? Was it the time Encrid saved vengeance? Vel had always known Encrid wasn't ordinary, but from that moment on, he started to see him as truly remarkable. Saving someone in the heat of battle might happen by chance, but rushing into a burning barracks to save a comrade, knowing full well he might die. And a comrade who disliked him at that? That was beyond Vel's capabilities. Unperturbed by the murmurs around him, Encrid ate just as heartily for dinner, and the next day as well. His meal portions were absurd. Sitting nearby, Rem shot him a bewildered glance and asked, "What's with this? Trying to out-eat an ogre or a giant?" Ogres were notorious for their voracious appetites and cannibalistic tendencies, while giants were simply known for consuming vast quantities of food to sustain their massive bodies. But Encrid was neither, so the remark was understandable. Just feel like eating heartily, going somewhere. No. What's he up to now? Rem gave him a suspicious look, but let it go. If he wanted to eat, who was Rem to stop him? Encrid continued like this for 4 more days, eating well, relieving himself, sleeping soundly, and keeping his body meticulously clean. Every morning and evening. You don't have a fever, Shinar remarked at one point, placing her hand on his forehead. Her observation stemmed from the fact that he wasn't sparring or engaging in intense activity, but instead focused on eating, resting, and light training. Of course, what he considered light training seemed grueling to the average soldier. Compared to his usual routines, which no one dared to imitate, this regimen looked relatively mild. It seemed like Encrid was preparing for some kind of ritual, eating and resting, as though bracing for a monumental challenge. He looked like a lone warrior, readying himself for battle. During that week, autumn winds began to blow, sweeping away the lingering summer heat. Encrid sat on a tree stump, waiting for dinner, and let his mind wander to the west, specifically to the practice of shamanism he'd encountered there. Shamanism is founded on prayers. However, he wasn't preparing for shamanic rituals or invocations now. He simply found that cleansing his body and mind before a task helped him focus, never hindered. This was more about settling his resolve than anything else. There were many watchful eyes on Encrid. Rem thought the man had finally gone mad, but couldn't help being curious about what he planned to do. He seemed on the verge of something monumental. Meanwhile, Ram hummed a tune, sharpening his axe with a top-grade whetstone he had somehow procured. The whetstone, more expensive than most Valerian steel, didn't faze him in the slightest as he used it. Ragnar observed Encrid and felt something akin to solemnity. While Encrid appeared to be enjoying a simple daily routine, he also seemed like a swordsman about to practice a solitary dance with his blade. If he suddenly drew his weapon and charged, it wouldn't feel out of place. Audin, meanwhile, offered a silent prayer. Father above, bless the actions of my small brother. He didn't know what Encrid was planning, but it was clear he was preparing for something. Audin prayed with all his heart, yet he couldn't shake a faint sense of unease. Why? I don't know, Audin thought. Yet it felt as though the Father above was warning him that his small brother was about to do something reckless. Father above, my brother has always been like this. There had never been a moment in Encrid's life that wasn't fraught with boldness. If a god of battle and conflict descended to deliver a revelation, they might very well scream in exasperation. Though no divine intervention came, Audin simply continued his prayer, pouring his support into it. Guide him. A sense of calm washed over Audin. His father would help. He concluded his prayer with a blessing. Nearby, Jackson leaned against a tree, holding a dagger in his right hand and a book in his left. His posture was so casual that no one would suspect he was armed. The dagger, the same one he'd carried on his first mission, held no extraordinary magic but brought him comfort. While the mission had ended with a single upward kick rather than the use of the dagger, it remained a meaningful keepsake. Death. Jackson's instincts, honed by countless encounters with mortality, told him that whatever Encrid was doing carried significant risk. Why? Even Jackson questioned his own intuition. From the outside, Encrid seemed to be leading an unremarkable routine. Yet, the unsettling feeling persisted, compelling Jackson to keep a close eye on him, even at the expense of other tasks. Encrid's actions, eating, drinking, resting and cleaning himself, seemed ordinary, but the intensity with which he approached these activities made it look like he was fighting for his life. Shinar sat a few steps away, observing Encrid with her sculpted, composed expression. To an outsider, it might look as though she were admiring him. "Fiancé, come back soon," Shinar said suddenly. It was a comment reminiscent of her own inner journey when she communed with the forest spirit. It was a dangerous journey with low survival odds, but she had believed in her success. Perhaps it was her way of acknowledging that Encrid seemed to be embarking on a similar venture. If he brushed it off as a joke, so be it. Encrid smiled at her in response, his eyes soft and his lips curling upward. Was Shinar's smile rare to him? It was the same for her. This gentle smile of his felt like a first. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere," he replied. As the sun began to set, the Black Witch Esther approached. Her nickname as a witch seemed more fitting than ever, though she didn't mind the strange moniker. Life in the world came with its quirks, and she wasn't one to waste time on trivialities. She knew her priorities, and focused on what mattered. Watching Encrid was not a duty, but something she wanted to do. "What are you waiting for?" Esther asked, gazing at him. Though whatever he was preparing for seemed irrelevant, his demeanor suggested he was waiting for something. "The sunset," Encrid replied. "Why?" "Because I want to see it." "Fair enough." Esther nodded. From behind her, Weird Eye approached. Without standing, Encrid reached out and stroked the beast's mane. Weird Eye lowered his head to meet the hand, circled Encrid once, and then quietly sat nearby. From a distance, Teresa began singing, her voice a mix of roughness and clarity. The hymn she had recently learned resonated, transcending mere melody, and delivering something deeply stirring to the heart. Teresa's song worked a magic akin to that of instruments, wielded effortlessly by her voice. Luagarn, refraining even from the urge to puff out her cheeks, didn't blink an eye. Rupert swallowed hard, sensing the weight of the atmosphere. Fell felt a crushing sense of defeat at everything about this moment, and wondered why he was even there. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Encrid. As the sun dipped below the western horizon, the world began to bathe in hues of orange. From the cloudless sky to the earth, the twilight painted everything. The glow reached Encrid's face. He drew a long, steady breath, exhaled slowly, and began to move. Something was about to happen. Everyone reached the same conclusion. A brief moment passed. The rhythmic sound of Rem sharpening his axe came to a sudden halt. The precious whetstone, brought all the way from the southern region, fell to the ground with a soft thud. "What?" Rem muttered, breaking the silence as Ragnar rose to his feet. Odin's pupils dilated as he stared at Encrid, while Jackson quietly moved to stand beside him. Encrid, who had been taking slow, deep breaths, now appeared utterly still. Jackson's hand moved to his upper lip. He had already sensed something had happened within Encrid, though he hadn't foreseen it ending like this. "He's dead." Jackson's words broke the spell. A death that defied reason. Sudden, without explanation. And thus, the day came to an end. Just before everything began, after completing his preparations, Encrid waited for the sunset. It was his favorite time of the day. The sun tilted westward, turning the world into shades of orange. Surrendering himself to the breeze, Encrid sat on the stump beside the barracks. Nearby, Rem was sharpening his axe, Jackson was reading a book, and Ragnar sat slouched in a half-dazed manner. Shinar watched him from a short distance away, while Weird Eyes gazed at the sunset alongside him. Esther nonchalantly glanced over before settling herself on the ground in a casual sprawl, reminiscent of a countrywoman resting by the roadside. Though her appearance was akin to that of a duchess, her demeanor was far more grounded. Odin offered prayers, and Teresa sang a hymn. Her voice was as mesmerizing as any finely tuned instrument. "Lord, Lord, my father does not retreat in battle, but aids in judgment. Lord, Lord, my father does not bear injustice, but aids in judgment." Listening to Teresa's voice, Encrid summoned his will, channeling it down to his toes. Ragnar, Shinar, and Jackson had all risen to the level of knights. It was only natural to question whether growth could come so easily. Their progression was a complex mix of environment, natural talent, and the inspiration drawn from watching Encrid, a catalyst for their efforts. However, this intricate interplay wasn't something Encrid could fully grasp, nor did he care to. He only sought answers to the question, how? Rem credited his innate constitution, saying he had sensed its difference from a young age, and expanded his abilities in handling sorcery as a result. "It just came to me," Ragnar said simply. Shinar mentioned a short journey during which he came to understand energy and spirits. It wasn't a physical voyage but a mental one, a state of disconnection from the world while maintaining his sense of self. And Auden, though he had not yet reached the level of a knight, he seemed to understand now. Your vessel is different, he thought. A vessel already complete. He too harbored secrets, ones that, if revealed, would allow him to fight like a knight. When pressed, Auden only answered, I merely followed the revelations given by my father. Even with such answers, the methods often seemed incomprehensible. As for Oara, who might have held a clue, she was no longer of this world. Mercenary king? The Knights of Aspen? Each would have their own ways, likely supported by innate talent. It simply comes to them. One must be born with it to tread such paths, to progress along them. To be born with it, that is talent. Encrid knew he lacked it. At least, he wasn't made to become a knight. He was acutely aware of this fact. So, would he give up? Succumb to despair and stop here? Accept a patched-up dream, frayed and weathered by reality? I know. He knew better than anyone that he lacked talent. He had long understood that the words spoken by his first sword instructor, a lame mercenary in his youth, were far from truth. Perhaps he had already sensed it back then, but the harsh truth had been too much to face. Still, he had never believed the path to knighthood would be easy. From the beginning, his road had always been blocked. If he were to stop at every dead end, he would have given up long ago. Yet Encrid had not stopped. All the time and effort he had endured had forged within him a resolve. If I lack talent, is there no other way? He considered alternative paths, becoming a chimera knight, or relying on sorcery. Those options existed but felt wrong to him. Instead, he sought another solution. His method was simple. If one cannot naturally open the gate to will, then force it. And so he did. Drawing will from his toes piece by piece, he made it dwell within his body. Through practice and accumulated experience, he learned the lessons of a knight's strike and applied them. Every thrust, every repetition had brought him here. As will filled his body, an unseen force gripped his heart and brought it to a halt. It was a quiet death, a death unmarked by great pain, yet one that revealed the insurmountable wall of talent. That death spoke to Encrid. You've built this wall yourself, yet it is one you cannot overcome. When he opened his eyes, he saw the ferryman. The ferryman repeated the death's words. Is that so? And as always, Encrid replied without hesitation. His voice was unwavering. Chapter 509. Reflection of the Ferryman. This is the wrong path. In the end, this is where you'll stop. The ferryman spoke. It was as usual. Encrid looked at him, thoughts swirling. The ferryman had gray, cracked skin, eyes devoid of pupils, and a mouth like a bottomless abyss of darkness. Every time he spoke, it seemed as though shadows leaked from his mouth, whispering despair, urging surrender, begging for defeat. It was irritating, like a child throwing a tantrum. Even a 4-year-old wouldn't whine this much. Such irreverent thoughts, the ferryman remarked, just as perceptive as Riemannian. Encrid remained the same, whether inside or outside of dreams. No, I'm not, he replied bluntly, denying everything with confidence. Yeah. Oh, to end up here, before a wall you built yourself. How ironic. Here he goes again, whining. Again with the irreverence the ferryman accused. Not true. Just because it was a dream, did the essence of things change? No, it didn't. Encrid's skill at feigning ignorance shone even here. The ferryman almost lost his composure, but suppressed it, his deep discipline honed over countless years holding firm. Be careful. Yes. The immediate compliance made Encrid even more infuriating. The ferryman missed his old body, longing for the days when he had physical hands and feet, tools to act upon such insolence. What do you feel? facing an insurmountable woe. One you've built yourself, no less. Encrid tilted his head in response. A single day had passed. Wasn't it too soon to reflect on feelings? That's what crossed his mind. Irreverence, yes. Caution, yes. Just stop responding entirely. Encrid opened his mouth halfway, then closed it. Go. Get lost. I'm here. Placing his index finger and thumb against his lips, Encrid mimed sewing them shut, nodding solemnly. It was his way of showing respect for the ferryman's wishes. As he retreated from the dream, the turbulent river and the small ferry faded. The violet glow of the lantern on board flickered as the ferryman's arm trembled. The ferryman murmured in a detached tone, gazing at the spot Encrid had occupied. It was inevitable, he knew. Someday, this would end. No one could endure the repetition of today. Even Encrid would eventually succumb, his journey ending upon the river. And yet, the ferryman found it fascinating, delightful even. Though many of the days were already known to him, some defied even his foresight. New days were born, not by altering the known ones, but by creating those that never existed. This was one of those moments. For countless years, the ferryman had tended to the ferry. Retracing that time, he realized there had never been a case like this. So it was fascinating. So it rekindled forgotten excitement. Despite the irritation Encrid provoked, the ferryman couldn't deny a certain sympathy. That, too, was curious, a divergence of intentions he had never felt since becoming the ferryman. A part of him sympathized with Encrid. Another despised him. Another sought to obstruct him. And yet another, albeit faint, wondered what would happen if the man truly escaped the endless repetition. It was a pointless question. No matter what happened, the end was already determined. Experience had taught the ferryman that much. Still, what if, by some miracle, if he defied all causality and moved forward? Could such a thing even be possible, driven solely by human will? And if it were, what then? Yeah. Encrid accepted his failure without questioning the cause. He hadn't expected success on the first attempt anyway. Instead, he sought to relax the tension unknowingly wound tight within him. He chose dusk for the daily opening of his will, his favorite time of day. It was his method of unwinding. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, and continued pondering his earlier thoughts. Rising, he stretched with the isolation technique, ate voraciously, relieved himself, rested, and awaited the sunset, day after day. A knight's life was an examination of such matters. How to slay 1,000 men. Was it even possible? He thought of the unique methods knights employed to achieve such feats. As usual, he ate well, filling his stomach with enormous quantities of food. Preparation was key, and eating when one could was an ingrained habit. Something upset your stomach? Rem quipped idly in the dining hall. Well-fed strength is part of training, Auden commented, but Encrid paid him no mind. Why not spar then? Ragnar suggested on the way out. Was he that visibly tense today? Perhaps. After repeating this strange new day, Encrid had resolved to loosen up. Instinctively his muscles had tensed, his nerves sharpened. Acknowledging this, he resisted the fleeting anxiety that had surfaced earlier. Sparring would have been an easy way to ease his mind, but instead, he dismissed it all. Tomorrow, he said, postponing their match to a day that might never come. Did you get hurt? Lua asked, her concern evident. I'm fine, Encrid replied with a smile, continuing his familiar routine. In the midst of it, he resumed his earlier contemplation. The art of slaying 1,000 men. Each knight, he reasoned, had their own extraordinary means. Take Oara, for instance. She would wield a seamless, flowing blade, cutting through one, then two, then three, and more without pause. Her blade would only stop when an unforeseen force intervened. And Ragnar? His speed might lag compared to ours, But against a tightly packed formation, the story changed. Encrid imagined Ragnar cleaving through a shield wall, a disastrous mistake for any enemy. While Oara's blade was relentless but could falter momentarily before a wall, Ragnar's sword would smash through any feeble barrier. Which was superior? It didn't matter. The outcome would be decided in battle, for death by steel was impartial to all. How would the others fare against 1,000 foes? With her leaping strikes and wild axe swings, would likely finish fastest among them. And Jackson? Encrid struggled to envision him cutting down 1,000. If asked, Jackson might reply, "Must I kill all 1,000? Wouldn't targeting the commander suffice?" Such would be his pragmatic gaze, questioning the necessity of the task. It seemed inevitable. As he thought this far, a faint chuckle escaped his lips. "Did you think of something amusing? You can share it with me if you'd like." The voice belonged to Esther. Encrid opened his lightly closed eyes and gazed at the black-haired, blue-eyed witch. The nickname Black Witch suited her perfectly. Her black hair, lustrous skin, large eyes, sharp nose, and crimson lips. Her appearance was striking to anyone, and the glimpse of her cleavage peeking through her robe could easily enslave the will of most men. "It's nothing," he replied, closing his eyes again. Esther didn't press further and took a seat on the floor. Watching her withdraw, Encrid returned to his thoughts. The Knight of Aspen weren't familiar to him, so imagining their capabilities was difficult. The mercenary king? He wouldn't face 1,000 men alone. What about Auden? Could Auden take on 1,000 men? It seemed possible. But what if he were in a situation where he had to block the swords, fists, or weapons of knights? On the flip side, from the perspective of a soldier facing a knight, pure luck wouldn't suffice to block a knight's sword. Even if the goddess of fortune showered her kisses, survival would be the only reward. That must be it. Knights who had slain 1,000 foes were rare, yet knights were said to be capable of such feats. They were called calamities. But what made them so? It was will. The intangible force called will was the source that enabled one to surpass limits. The sun began to set. It was a day similar to yesterday, but with subtle differences. Weird Eyes had approached him earlier, and Teresa had hummed a tune. Though just a hum today, it was pleasant. Auden had tapped the back of his left hand with his right index finger, keeping rhythm. Auden's sense of rhythm hinted that he likely mastered at least one musical instrument. The foundation of martial arts is footwork. Rhythm moves the feet. Never forget this, brother. Those were words Auden had once told him. Encrid began matching rhythm, as if singing, moving his will. Thud, thump, thud, thump, thud, thump. Drawing out his will as if drumming, he planted it in his steps. He practiced extracting and controlling will when needed, but now he had to implant it and forget about it. To forget yet retain the will, that was the challenge. Can one forget and still maintain it? Yes, it was possible. He'd learned something similar from Jackson, the art of keeping one's senses subconsciously open. Once you master the sensory arts, your ears open up. You may see and hear everything. But does that mean you'll notice it all? If you try to process every detail, you'll go insane. Selecting only what's necessary is essential. Intuition. That's why something beyond the 5 senses was needed. A 6th sense. Instead of consciously processing all incoming information, one filtered it through instinct. By engraving the sense of danger into his very bones, he could maintain the sensory arts unconsciously. Survive 100 brushes with death, and you'll just barely take your first steps. Jackson had said this as if it were an impossibility, but it was the simplest condition Encrid had ever heard. It was far more appealing than just keep trying, as Ragnar might have put it. That crazy bastard would probably just say, "You'll figure it out as you go." Encrid found himself cursing Ragnar under his breath. What an insane guidez! Regardless, Encrid had faced countless brushes with death. He'd actually died numerous times. Engraving the intuition of sensing danger into his subconscious wasn't difficult. By repeating today over and over, it came naturally. Once more, Encrid began the process of extracting, forgetting, and engraving will into his subconscious. Soon the will filling his body began to rampage. The gathered intangible force formed a flow and pounded against his heart. It felt as though his blood was coursing at multiple times its usual speed. In truth, no such thing was happening. It was solely the movement of will. Crack, dot. His heart burst once more. On the next day, his lungs shattered. After that, parts of his internal organs burned away. He could use will briefly and release it, but why couldn't he sustain it? He didn't know yet. He would figure it out one step at a time. Encrid continued his repetitions. Foolish. Occasionally the ferryman would appear and comment, but Encrid merely mimed, sewing his lips shut. After about 50 repetitions of today, he changed his approach. Instead of channeling will throughout his entire body, he concentrated it solely in his foot and tried to sustain it. It wasn't easy. The will kept rampaging and dispersing through his body. Could this be solved through perception? What was a straightforward path for Ragnar was for Encrid like clearing every pebble from his path as he crawled along. No, walking wasn't even an option in the first place. Does it matter? Encrid crawled instead of walking. Hadn't he done this before? Was it difficult to regress after feeling his progress recently? Not really. Every path Encrid had walked so far had been a trial. Overcoming trials wasn't difficult. It was simply a matter of pressing on. He examined the path step by step, retracing his steps when necessary. That was enough. He could see the way forward. Adjusting and repeating was his specialty. Whether it was activating will, controlling his breathing, maintaining his mental state, refining his posture, or honing the intangible sense needed to regulate will, he tackled them all meticulously. To him, perseverance, resolve, and self-discipline were the only requirements. He took stock of every mistake, retraced his steps, and started again. Repetition required patience. His unwavering resolve prevented him from faltering despite repeated failures. And enduring the agony of will, tearing his body apart, required extraordinary mental fortitude. Having faced death so many times, he had experienced the sensation of his muscles, nerves, organs, and even the tips of his fingers and toes being shredded. In truth, none of this was particularly challenging for him. Encrid could do it all. He was fine. What he needed was simply an unyielding dream. And he already had one. Once shattered into tattered fragments, that dream had been patched together to bring him this far. For the first time, the will flowing from his feet found brief stability. Starting with the right foot, the moment joy brought a smile to his face, the will rampaged again. But perhaps thanks to his brief success, the process of his body being torn apart slowed slightly. Step aside, brother. For this reason, even as Encrid lay dying, he witnessed something extraordinary through his barely open eyes. Odin's entire body began to emit light. It wasn't a metaphor. A halo formed behind him. The light scattered into visible particles. It was divinity. Radiating this light, Odin bled profusely from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Whatever the case, it seemed Odin was prepared to risk his life. His body might be sturdy enough to survive, but it was clearly pushed to its limits. As the gathered light neared, Encrid instinctively moved aside. He realized that using this light, this divinity, would either kill or severely injure Odin. Immediately after dodging, Encrid died. There was no strength left to utter a single word. He simply passed. Just before his eyes closed, he saw the light touch his body, but there was no miracle. Divinity was miraculous, but it couldn't bring the dead back to life. Only just before dying? Rise, brother? Odin's voice reached him. He spoke, blood pouring from his eyes and nose. When this day ended and another began, Encrid immediately knew as soon as he opened his eyes. You insane bastard. As Encrid rose, he glanced at Odin and muttered, Did you dream of something good, brother? Odin replied with his usual smile. Encrid watched him for a moment, then shook his head and stood. It was time to start another new day. Having succeeded with his right foot, he seemed to have grasped the knack. Letting go of yesterday and embracing today anew. That was already second nature to him. Wasn't crawling, walking, and running toward tomorrow the one thing he excelled at? Chapter 510. A dreamer deserves to make his dream come true. It was the same day, yet a little different. A day when Encrid realized that the technique learned with the right foot was applied differently with the left, and then another day of repetition. Sometimes the ferryman would show up, and Encrid would still respect his opinion and remain silent. The ferryman no longer got angry over such things. He had accepted that Encrid was just this way. The ferryman would only speak his mind. It's already over. He spoke as a bard singing of despair, a farmer planting the seed of defeat. Encrid naturally ignored the boatman's words, focusing solely on recalling how to gather will in his left foot, just like with his right. He did it the same way despite what was said in front of him. When gathering it in the right foot, it felt like striking the sword straight down, so he tried the same with the left, but it didn't work. Why? In the end, it was a matter of control. Moving his hands and feet should be enough, but though it came from his own body, it didn't move as he wished. All he could do was repeat it over and over. The expression on the ferryman's face subtly shifted as he thought, his eyes widening slightly and his chin lifting. That alone made him look different. With this changed expression, the ferryman spoke in a tone and content different from before. Shorten it. It was a vague statement. Encrid blinked, wondering what the boatman meant. Although he sometimes felt the boatman's personality was not singular, this was the first time he saw him change so dramatically before his eyes. The ferryman quickly returned to his usual self, and today's boatman seemed to enjoy speaking nonsense. Go and enjoy today, full of nothing but suffering, with no fun. It was only after repeating today over 50 times that Encrid finally mastered the technique for gathering will in his left foot. It felt like learning how to move each finger from the beginning. He could feel it, he knew it was on his body, but he had to focus on each movement, then forget about it to make it natural. To grip the sword at his waist, how should he move his fingers? How to apply force to the third, fourth, and fifth fingers, and hold the grip with his thumb and index finger. It was all about learning from scratch, or rather, learning how to breathe again. What was once unconscious had to be repeated consciously, and then placed back into the realm of the unconscious. It was a completely unfamiliar process, but if it was something he could repeat, it should be easy. Could he throw a boulder like a pebble? That would be easy. He thought about that. While repeating today, Encrid saw many things. Was it the light emitted by Odin that marked the beginning? Take it. He had misfired the will and was gasping for breath when Jackson offered a strange pill. He didn't know what it was, but it seemed like a very rare medicine. The pill was about twice the size of a thumbnail, round, pink, and seemed firm on the outside. The scent of the pill was unlike anything he had ever encountered. The moment he inhaled, his head cleared, and everything became sharp in front of him. It didn't seem like it would kill him. His instincts told him that much. It's a medicine that can bring the dead back to life. Forget about the will. Jackson said that if he took it, he would become a cripple, but at least he could survive. There was a kind of fervor in Jackson's eyes, one that hadn't been there before. He was clearly determined to force the pill into Encrid's mouth if he refused. This was Jackson's final resort, unable to watch Encrid die. Encrid rejected it. He kept his mouth shut and endured. As Encrid was dying, he saw Jackson's face contort. It was a twisted expression, one he never expected to see from Jackson. That was one of those days, and there were other such days. When Encrid was moving toward death again, having gained only a brief respite from the pain, it happened. "Come out!" Rem took a rough approach. With will burning through his intestines, he was close to his final breath. In front of him, Rem's hair began to flutter. Encrid couldn't tell exactly what Rem was doing, but he could feel it instinctively. Rem was doing something similar to what Auden's light and Jackson's medicine had done. He was right. It was a resurrection spell. It was a technique that consumed one's lifespan, similar to the teleportation magic Encrid had experienced. In what way? It required luck. Rem failed. Even with his exceptional talent and lifespan, he couldn't capture the soul of a dying person. Encrid's body stiffened again. "Shh! Ka!" Encrid heard Rem's irritated voice. The wrinkles on Rem's face appeared in an instant. The three of them weren't done yet. While Encrid learned how to send will to different parts of his body, he died countless times. If there was even a single breath left, they all made similar attempts. "Take it. Stay with me. You can live." Shinar tried to give Encrid her life force. It was a green fist-sized light that touched Encrid's back but was useless. Cough. As the fairy's life force scattered meaninglessly, part of Shinar's body also disintegrated like dust. Her arm vanished in the process. Still, her expression remained calm. No. She even showed a faint smile. "Go ahead." Today, Shinar showed a sorrowful smile, something that was unlike her usual demeanor. "Father, Lord," Teresa sang a chant loudly. "I will carry you within my world," Esther said, her eyes filled with twinkling stars. The stars shone and attempted to carry Encrid's barely breathing body somewhere. Esther intended to trap him in her spell world, avoiding the eyes of the Grim Reaper. It was a trick using a curse, but of course, it didn't work. "Where do you think you're going?" The curses were the Ferryman's domain, after all. Moreover, Esther wasn't prepared to cast the spell properly. The spell failed, magic backlash occurred, and as a result of forcing the world into existence, Esther's two eyes suddenly burst. It looked as though Esther was crying blood today, too. For some reason, Fel stabbed his own stomach with the idol killer. It was pointless. Fel only coughed up blood. Those days passed before Encrid's eyes. They flowed like pieces of cloth dropped into the river, soaked and submerged, disappearing from sight. The days sank, flowed, and vanished. In the vanished days, everyone did something. Encrid died watching them. Died and died again. "Did you enjoy watching?" the ferryman asked. Encrid didn't answer. "Give up. Move on. I've prepared a wall for you to climb over one by one. Is this not the path you desire?" The boatman spoke. How many days had passed? He hadn't counted. It didn't matter. This day could be escaped from at any time, should Encrid wish to. But was he still being stubborn? The boatman insisted that the path was wrong, that Encrid was clinging to a futile pride, unsure of whether it was the right way, asking why he kept going. The boatman was probably right. Maybe his choices were wrong. So what? If he had to go to find out, then he would go. Encrid did just that. "Do you resent the heavens?" the boatman asked. "Don't you hate the world?" The boatman asked again. "A god who made you be born into such a world with such talent? Don't you hate them?" It's easy to find something to resent. The boatman constantly encouraged him. Then in the middle of it all, as before, another personality suddenly emerged, and this was what it said. Shorten it. What was supposed to be shortened? The brief emergence of this personality disappeared quickly. At some point, the boatman stopped speaking with words. He dug into Encrid's memories. The ones he failed to protect appeared in his dreams. A nightmare began. Darkness approached. You'll struggle alone in a land where the sun never rises. The boatman said, but it was already a road Encrid had walked before. It was something he had experienced in the desert. What the boatman wanted to take away were people, values, and meaning, and what Encrid lost was only comfort. Just because something couldn't be seen didn't mean it disappeared. Values, people, meaning didn't vanish. Better to hope for death. He dreamed of an arrow flying and piercing his heart. Face the darkness within you. Even if one becomes a knight, what can a swordsman change? Can one cross the desert? What's so great about protecting a few people with a sword? The boatman kept muttering. He constantly shook Encrid's resolve. Even if there were no illusions, wasn't there still a little scorch? Yes, there were scars, wounds, and suffering. But still, Encrid knew how to move forward. So, he moved on. Encrid took another step toward the sun, toward his dream. To gamble your life on something uncertain. For what? Encrid had seen something in the nightmares, in the repeating today, in the past where he failed to protect someone, and in the boy dreaming of the herb-gatherer he once protected. He saw something that could be called light, or flower, or star, or dream. Whatever it was, it became whatever you called it. Repeating the words light, star, and dream, he muttered, and in that moment, his vision widened and he could see himself objectively. It was as though he had caught some flow of energy. It was a sensation, difficult to express in words. Wrong. Will wasn't something to be forced. No. It would be more accurate to say that having cleared the way, he now knew which direction to take. The fragments of realization he had gained while crossing the desert connected with past revelations. From the first stabbing learned in his initial today to what was gained in escaping the desert, complexity and simplicity, discarding and mixing. Encrid couldn't discard anything he had learned, studied, or awoken to. Though Ora had told him to discard, instead he mixed it all together. Shrink it. The ferryman spoke. Shrink what? It didn't matter. Whether it was will, dream, goal, ambition, or greed, the ferryman was telling him to discard it. But Encrid had no intention of doing so. He would not reduce or discard anything. What he had dreamed of as a knight, what he had sworn to protect, was everything behind him. He would not let go of a single one of those things. He had sworn to keep that vow, looking up at the stars, the sky, the sun, and the 2 moons in his childhood. The song of the bard had given a dream to a boy. A single line of the song pierced his heart like a shooting star, leaving a mark. Encrid had repeatedly told himself that a dreamer deserved to make that dream come true. He believed it. Even if it was blind faith, he would not break his will. He would no longer stand idly by while a child died behind him. No, Encrid replied. He would not shorten it. It was a declaration of his will. At that moment, a storm raged within him. It wasn't forced movement. He had to let it go. What was needed was to hold on to it. Encrid felt the wind. The wind had passed through his body. He felt the sunlight, the warmth it gave him as it entered his body. The wind and sunlight mixed, painting everything before him in orange light. The today that Encrid had repeated over 500 times. Though blind and trapped in a maze, he had finally escaped by feeling his way through. Quite mad. The ferryman's exclamation faded, and his presence disappeared. When Encrid blinked, it was his favorite time of the day, the time when the sunset bathed the sky in its warm glow. The orange hue that filled his sight was the sunset. If he reached out, he could grab a cloud, and with a sword, he could strike anyone down. His whole body was filled with energy. The sensation of omnipotence filled him. Every gaze upon him became crystal clear. Amidst the sensation that he could do anything, Encrid distinctly and precisely knew what he should do and what he shouldn't. He also understood how to maintain the will within him, the source of his omnipotence. "I should sleep." Encrid spoke and closed his eyes. Those who were watching him had no smiles on their faces. One of them came and gently supported his back. Did he do it? Supporting Encrid's back was Ropard, who had happened to be nearby. The others did not move. It didn't matter. No one would be injured even if they fell backward. More importantly, they were all too surprised to say anything. During this time, Shana's voice rang out. "Did he do it?" she asked. More precisely, she threw the question into the air toward everyone. "I think so," Rem answered. "Yes," Jackson confirmed. "Did you help him, Father?" Auden asked in surprise. Ragnar repeatedly gripped and released his sword hilt. Luagarn puffed her cheeks but remained silent, too shocked to speak. There were two people who didn't understand what had happened. Ropard and Fell. "What's going on?" Ropard had no idea. He had simply reacted to the words "just sleep" and moved accordingly. Fell, still gripping the Idol Slayer sword out of habit, tilted his head in confusion. Clearly something had changed. Something had happened, but what it was, he didn't know. Still, the sudden surge of motivation was undeniable. After eating, sleeping, and resting, he had stared at the sunset, and then slowly blinked before collapsing. As he looked at the fallen Encrid, he felt a shiver down his spine. He felt the overwhelming urge to stand and swing his sword. He had to do something. Fell got up and left for the training grounds. He could no longer suppress the feeling of exhilaration. Ropard was in a similar state. He too had felt some kind of shiver and had gained something of a realization. Both of them had naturally been influenced by the will that Encrid had released. Esther, sitting quietly, opened only one eye. She saw a large star in the vision she conjured from the world of spells. What did he do? She didn't know. But one thing was clear, that man had achieved the dream he always spoke of. "Seeing everything," Rem said. Everyone felt the same way. Jackson, Auden, Ragnar, and Luagarn. The frog, who possessed the talent to discern, felt as though she had just had a dream. It was that absurd. Something impossible had happened. Encrid had lost consciousness and didn't wake up until a week later. Several things had happened during that time, but they were not as important as what Encrid had experienced. When Encrid awoke, he thought to himself, nothing has changed. He had simply taken one proper, significant step forward. The will that naturally remained within him made him think this. Chapter 511. He was that kind of person. It was right after Encrid had realized how to handle will. By leaving will constantly open in the subconscious, his body trembled faintly. At that exact moment, Encrid realized that what he needed was rest. More specifically, what was required was a slow, methodical process of building up, but that was essentially the same as rest. The body, after all, had to be forced into a state of rest for now. He had to calm will, who was causing a ruckus, and tell it to settle down. There was no way to stop the flood of the river caused by the cracks and holes in the dam. The dam Encrid had built until now was too fragile. On the other hand, the flood waters that came rushing were twisting, whipping, and pouring down from above and surging up from below. It felt less like a river and more like a storm. The scale was immense, and the internal nature was different as well. It's complicated. It was like a tangled knot inside his body, not a simple and straight line. If he tried to gather it all together, his blood vessels would twist, and his internal organs would rupture. Yet nothing was wrong. Like a child learning to walk, he now knew instinctively. Forcing the body into rest was a part of that. The easy method came to mind immediately. Cutting, reducing, and discarding would work. But if he didn't want to do that, the vow he had made to himself still burned inside his chest like an unyielding flame. A different approach was needed. Omnipotence helped. The belief that anything was possible brought various methods to mind. Orar had told him to discard the complexity, and Ragnar had said to start from the basics. One day, Ragnar had told him to eventually abandon the mercenary swordsman style of the Valan tradition. It was all learned in the desperate effort to get this far. Had a lot of things been wrong? Probably not. The shapeless power that filled his body seemed like it could destroy his internal organs, muscles and bones, and burst out at any moment. So for now, he was barely holding it back. He could endure for the time being. He had learned enough tricks for that, but he couldn't use it freely. So what now? If it was too much and chaotic, then he would organize it. If it was tangled up, he would stack it up piece by piece. The walls of the frontier villages he had seen in the past, the city of Rockfried with its name recently, and the 1,000 stones walls he had seen in between. The towers rising between those walls, solid and firm towers. Encrid imagined a tower in his mind and began to stack will inside his body. Slowly, one by one, little by little, in a calm manner. It became enjoyable as he went on. Of course, it wasn't only fun. There was also some regret. If I had more time, I could have carefully built it up. He didn't want to just hastily stack rough stones. He wanted to cut and shape them precisely and stack them neatly. But to do that, even a year lying down wouldn't be enough. More than that, he didn't even feel that it was the right way. Cutting and trimming had to be done together with the body's training. That was the feeling he had. Let's do that then. If there was regret, he could slowly find another way later and redo it. It wasn't like he was actually building a tower. It was just a mental image. Once he began stacking the stones in a calm manner, it would continue on its own during the week he would spend in deep sleep. Will was meant to be handled this way. At least if he was to become a knight, it had to be done this way. It shouldn't be forced. It should be laid out in the subconscious. Even as he slept, a part of his consciousness remained awake, between dreams and subconsciousness. I told you to get rid of some, but now you've made it worse, fool. A light-hearted ferryman appeared halfway through, engaging in conversation with him. If this was between dreams and the subconscious, it seemed like the perfect space for a ferryman to wander. His boat, like a leaf on a calm river, drifted slowly, almost as if it represented total peace. The two sitting on a small bench on the boat seemed to share a kind of intimacy. No impatience at all. The boatman asked a question that pierced Encrid's inner thoughts. What Encrid had desired was a delusion wrapped in vows, stars, and dreams. Becoming a knight with his meager talent, living by the sword, and protecting everything behind him. It might all have been nonsense. Yet, he wasn't impatient. Why? Because he knew there was something more important than just becoming a knight. He wanted to be a knight who could protect what was behind him. He never just wanted to be a knight. So there was no need to rush. There was still a long path ahead of him. Encrid shook his head. How does it feel to walk a path that doesn't require anyone's permission or agreement? The boatman asked, and Encrid glanced at him indifferently. The boatman continued. Now open your mouth, stubborn fool. It's just as it is. Encrid responded casually, as if he would have spoken even without the ferryman prompting him. No matter what, it's just as it is was his honest answer. He believed that nothing had changed. I bless your stubbornness. At least for today, I will do so. The ferryman spoke, and Encrid opened his eyes. The ferryman began rowing, and the boat moved faster. Encrid felt his mind start to fade. It was time to wake up. As the boat and river, the ferryman, and the purple glow disappeared below, Encrid pondered various things. Would the calculations be correct? He had thought it would take about a week. Would it turn out that way? The instinctive feeling that had struck him like lightning just before closing his eyes after the realization. When he opened his eyes again and returned to reality, he saw a pair of gray eyes staring at him. You slept like a log. A barbarian, sitting with his legs spread, propping his chin with one hand and tapping an axe with the other. Since your eyes are open, listen up. You might think everything is possible, but it's not. Understand. How long has it been? Instead of answering, Encrid asked for confirmation. A week. But I was wondering if anyone actually sleeps this much during such a time. By such a time, he was referring to the moment of awakening as a night. Encrid had just woken up, and after a few words, Rem considered it might happen naturally. Maybe he would faint for several days. Each awakening moment wasn't the same. Rem himself had never experienced anything that dramatic. He had gradually shifted his mindset while learning magic and performing rituals. It was like being in a land without boundaries. He had already broken the barrier of limits without even realizing it. The one with the divine power must have been different. If you've caught the laziness disease, that's serious. Rem spoke without changing his posture. From the side, Jackson, arms crossed, looked down at Encrid. Shut down your senses. That's the priority. Encrid stared at Jackson. Jackson shook his head. Listen carefully. It wasn't often that someone emphasized a point like that. You might feel like you can do anything, but that's not the case. You might think you could reach the east in a single step, but that's not how it works. There's a process to finding your way and walking down the path. You mustn't forget the things you need to do before reaching the conclusion. Encrid turned his head and glanced at Ragnar. He was barely poking his head out from under the covers. His hair was pressed down, giving it a strange look like a new house. The fact that he was yawning after speaking made it clear. He was talking more than usual today, and honestly, it made Encrid want to clap, though the example he gave about finding a path wasn't the most relatable. A child fetching water asked his father, "Why do I have to carry the water?" The father answered, "You need the water to drink and wash. Commander, you must carry the water to drink and wash." Odin was blocking the entrance to the barracks, preaching as if he were a village priest. Of course, if Odin was a village priest, the village would also be a terrifying one, a place where even thieves wouldn't dare approach, with the ones that do being sent and awaiting their place near the gods. Still, Encrid understood perfectly. He remained an excellent listener. I'm fine. Whether a knight or a hero, everyone feels the same during their awakening. An overwhelming sense of omnipotence. The task was to distinguish what was possible from what wasn't. Was everyone waiting for him to wake up to tell him this? Or was it just a coincidence they met now? Are you awake? Don't overdo it. Fiancé. Even Shinar had arrived. A gentle warmth was felt right next to him. And when he looked, it was Esther, transformed into a leopard, her paw lightly brushing his hand. I'm fine. Encrid repeated the same words once more. Just saying you're fine doesn't mean you actually are. It was Luagarn who spoke, standing beside Odin with Teresa right next to him. Was it just an illusion, or did it seem like they were all waiting for him to get up? It couldn't have been just an illusion. They must have been waiting for him to rise. For a moment, the faces of everyone who had fallen flashed in his mind. The aged Rem, the twisted face of Jackson Odin, spitting blood Shinar. With her arm fading Esther, who had lost both her eyes, and Fell, who had stabbed his own stomach. Those were the faces from the day before. Encrid slowly lifted his upper body, planting his feet firmly on the ground, and stood up. He lowered his head and stretched his hand, clenching and unclenching it. He was testing his body's condition. It felt light. He had never felt this light before. That didn't mean he could wave his arms and fly through the air. That was impossible. However, he could walk, and after that he could use the isolation technique. Huh? You really are fine. Rem, sitting, spoke up. There was no trace of him being intoxicated by omnipotence, no signs of madness. Though there was something strange, he seemed to be truly fine. I told you, I'm fine. Encrid said it again and walked out. He felt fine, but it was different from before. The sunlight that seeped into the barracks, the breeze that brushed against his cheek like a thin thread, the scent of the burnt wood that had turned to charcoal overnight, the feel of his shirt against his body, everything was clearer than before. The wind felt like it could be grasped in his hand. Of course, the wind couldn't be caught, but he could walk with it. He wasn't going to do it now, but it was something naturally learned. Running like the wind, swinging a sword like the sunlight, these were things he could do with his body, with will. He walked outside, testing his movements. He confirmed that he was up after a week. Now, it was time for the next step. Is my body really in place? He was confident. He could feel the omnipotence, but it was natural to want to confirm it. Even though he had enjoyed the repetition of today to achieve what he longed for, confirming it was still necessary. The time and experiences had led him to this point. As he performed the isolation technique to loosen up, will naturally followed his movements. He could acknowledge it, but he didn't need to look at it. It moved on its own. Night. Luagarn came outside and spoke. The others followed. Really, no clumsy tricks or anything of the sort. Rem spoke again. When Encrid had collapsed earlier, will had erupted from him, like an explosion. Shinar, with the sensitivity of a fairy, was the first to sense Encrid had crossed a threshold, but everyone realized it when they saw him moving on his feet again. It's really true, Rem murmured. When had that been? Was it when he had asked to be shown the heart of a beast? Rem had mocked him, calling it ridiculous. He had really thought it was impossible, but Encrid had done it. A man with humble talent and an ordinary body, he had always said that was just the condition. A madman who had dreamed of becoming a knight. And that madman had become a knight. Ha! Encrid took a deep breath and exhaled. The day was nice. The wind was cool, and the sunlight was warm. As the morning dew dried, it felt like the day was destined to be a bright and beautiful one, as if the sky itself was saying so. The ferryman had once said that his path needed no one's permission or approval. That was exactly how it felt. He had never set out on a path to seek permission or approval from anyone. Now, are you going to find all those who mock you and give them a good punch to the head? Rem asked. If he became a knight, what would he do? Well, there were some debts to settle, so why not repay them? There had been people who criticized him, who insulted and laughed at him. Wouldn't they be so surprised they might even fall into a seizure? It might be fun to watch. Really? Encrid responded, twisting his wrist. The sound of cracking filled the air. His body had become quite stiff over the week. Wouldn't that be understandable? Jackson spoke, dropping the honorifics. His words were sharp, as usual. Resentments were meant to be repaid, as the Master of the Morning Dew would say. Back in the past, when he had begged to learn swordsmanship, everyone had laughed at him. Yes, there had been such times. Did that mean he should have given up, despair, cry, and curse the gods? Encrid hadn't, and that was why he was here now. Not really. Encrid shook his head, showing that he had no such intentions. He was different in his judgment and his steps. He wasn't a typical person. Then what will you do? Ragnar, who had come out late, asked. Training. Encrid answered, clenching his left index finger with his right hand and pulling it back, stretching his muscles and tendons, causing them to stretch and relax. He applied force, and the muscles gently stretched and loosened. Was it true that when will dwells in the body, it changes the body itself? It seemed like it. No, it was so. Training? My body's still. This was his current self, and this was the path he would walk, so that's what he would do. Nothing special. That was all. Anyone could tell he was a person walking a different path. But even so, it was impossible not to be surprised again. He had become a knight. That knight he had once cried out for. And yet, he remained unchanged. That was why everyone followed him. I can't beat him, Jackson thought to himself. If he had to face Encrid, he could kill him, but he didn't feel like doing it. That was the kind of person Encrid was. Chapter 512, Unfading. Ragnar, Rem, and Jackson exchanged looks and nodded. It was a silent agreement. Sitting in front of them, Luagarn, crouched down, also nodded and spoke. There will be no trickery, as long as no tricks are pulled, Rem said, sharpening his axe on a whetstone, pressing firmly as he spoke. Just throw it already. Jackson, holding a wooden piece in his left hand and a dagger in his right, followed up. Every time the dagger moved, it scraped against the raw wood, slicing and carving it like butter. Sometimes, when I lost my way, I'd roll the dice to decide, Ragnar added. The blonde genius was limbering up, not even bothering to sheath his sword. He seemed to be waiting for something, clearly with intent. That's how you get lost. Ragnar's absurd remark was met with Rem's response. Who? Kayai. Ragnar casually retorted, not understanding the question at all. His tone and attitude irritated Rem's nerves. You. Swish. The opposite end of Rem's axe, the blade, pointed toward Ragnar. As Rem spoke, he focused his magic, releasing an invisible pressure. Ragnar slightly turned his hand, holding the sword, directing the blade toward Rem. The pressure exerted by Rem's spell was cut by the will embedded in the blade. It wasn't really a victory or defeat, it was more of a harmless game. Although, for those watching, it wasn't just a joke, but rather a skillful exchange. Anyone able to recognize this would probably shake their head at their childishness. If you're envious of my pathfinding talent, then the only answer is training, Ragnar said. Yeah, it would have been over long ago if we were supposed to kill each other, Rem responded without taking a breath. If killing was the plan, it would have ended a long time ago. Jackson spoke, placing 2 carved pieces of wood he had made on the ground. The figures, with their half-cut neck, resembled 2 people, one oddly like Rem, the other strangely like Ragnar. He had the talent to succeed as a sculptor. His training in handling sensory awareness and finding weaknesses in various species, along with his years of sculpting for fun, made him capable of this. It wasn't just about talent. As the tension in the air grew even more palpable, Lagan slammed her palm onto the ground. The bulging palm of a frog struck the earth with a resounding thud. Focus. At her command, the 3 calmed down. If they weren't seriously considering killing each other, it was probably best to let the frog decide the outcome. The 3 of them lowered their energy, and Lagan gave a slight nod before placing her hand on the cup sitting on the ground. The best way to test both skill and luck in a duel. What could it be? The traditional game of rock, paper, scissors was often difficult to judge. Each of them kept shifting their hands as they broke down their motions, continuously trying to alter their hand shapes in real time, resulting in various tricks and deceptions. In the end, Rem's comment proved to be the deciding blow. He made a hand shape that was neither rock, paper, nor scissors, an exaggerated shape with only his thumb and index finger extended, while the other 3 fingers were bent back, exposing his palm. This is a unique technique of our clan, a scissors rock punch hybrid, forged with steel. It was an excuse. My fist breaks anything it touches, Ragnar added. Isn't it only natural that scissors can cut rock? Jackson chimed in, and the argument seemed endless. In the end, they agreed to find a referee for their game. That referee was Luagarn. The game would be decided by dice, and now the frog was holding the cup with the dice inside. Whoosh! But, as with most plans, things didn't go as expected. Luagarn's slippery skin caused her to lose grip of the cup, and only her hand remained. The 3 men, still brimming with energy, observed as oil dripped from her hand. Ah, it's slippery. Perhaps it was the wrong referee, or maybe the wrong game. You seem to have plenty of time on your hands. In the meantime, Craze approached and took the cup from Luagarn. His past work in a gambling hall showed in his deft movements. No one could stop him, and no one even had the intention to. Whoever it was, they were going to shake the cup and reveal the dice. The 3 sets of intense eyes said as much. Cries gripped the cup and began shaking it. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The dice rattled within the wooden cup. There were 6 sides, 2 large numbers chosen by Ferryman, 2 medium numbers by Ragnar, and the remaining small numbers by Jackson. Shing, thud. Crace's hand stopped, and the dice hidden in the cup finally settled on the ground. But why are we even doing this? Recalling his old habit of building tension before opening the cup, Crace paused, pretending to hesitate, then spoke. Just open it, brother, or you might die. Odin's kind advice followed. Despite the swords drawn before them, the 3 pairs of eyes were far more menacing than any dagger or blade. Crace lifted the cup. The number on the dice was 5. I knew the mother bear would help me. Rem laughed. Jackson shook his head, and Ragnar stared at the dice. He was considering just smashing them and starting over. That's probably enough. Encrid, observing from one side of the training hall, spoke. Ragnar gave up on his thoughts. If he broke the dice, they'd have to start over. And he had already made Encrid wait for too long. It was only yesterday that he confirmed Encrid had become a knight. Let me just refine it for a day. Instead of proposing a duel, Encrid shook his head, and Odin joined him in the refinement process. Hit me? They began a training exercise called the strike method. A light punch at first. Thud. Later, a punch filled with more intent. If it gets too hard, you should say something, brother. Odin said, and Encrid didn't stop taking hits until evening. Odin was drenched in sweat, and Teresa watched him with wide eyes. Is it really okay for him to take those punches? Despite being a knight, it was amazing how he could endure. Odin had changed his stance and delivered a punch with rotational force from his ankles to his knees and waist. Even more impressive was that Odin's fists were as tough as steel. After years of training, they had hardened to the point of resembling solid iron. It was the equivalent of enduring a full-force blow from a mace. And yet, Encrid didn't even grunt. He took dozens of hits, not showing any sign of pain. Armor-clad. Luagarn, who had been watching, couldn't help but marvel. The sound of the punches echoing through the room was more exciting than hearing rain after a long drought. How does he do it? Luagarn muttered. She wasn't asking Encrid. It was just to herself. She judged that she needed to observe Encrid directly before she could ask him any questions. If she found something worth asking, she'd do so then. For now, she would just watch. Encrid had plenty of elements that piqued her curiosity. What had once been mere expectations had now become something more. The unfolding events were continuously surprising her. Luagarn didn't want to satisfy her curiosity with just a few words. The frog's way of fulfilling desires was somewhat peculiar, but Encrid simply thought it was to be expected. He, too, had a lot on his plate. As part of the verification process, he was trying various things. He spent the entire day like that. Isn't it tough? Teresa, who had been watching, was concerned, but Encrid was unfazed. A light sheen of sweat, his body bruised here and there. The bruises were nothing more than that. The tool that created those bruises was Odin, the punch attached to a body created by the god's mistake. It's not bad, really, Encrid answered, looking deep in thought, though Teresa didn't notice. What was happening right in front of her eyes was simply too fascinating. If you collect your will and endure with your body, you'll get stronger, brother, Odin said, sweating more than Teresa had ever seen anyone sweat. He had swung his fist with great focus. What was even more surprising was that Encrid sweated less, even after taking those punches. After being hit by that fist, he was like that. It was no wonder Teresa was surprised. Thus, Encrid spent the day, and the next morning, Jackson and Ragnar fought over who would be the first to take a sparring partner. After some rock, paper, scissors, things turned into a mess. Since there hadn't been rain lately, the ground was dry, and the dust scattered with even the slightest breeze. Swoosh! A few grass leaves fell to the side and were blown away by the wind. Crace, who had been rolling dice in the corner of the training field while squatting on the ground, moved aside, and the space naturally opened up. Encrid stood holding Aker. "How deep do you want to go?" Rem cut to the chase, but Encrid understood perfectly. If he were to speak of sincerity, how deep would that go? 5. Wait. Encrid replied. If they fought sincerely, one of them could die. "It's hard to control myself. Be careful," Encrid said, and Rem smiled. "Who are you talking to? The lost one? The stray cat? Or maybe the youngest bear who's now sulking alone?" Rem, who called Odin the youngest bear after they returned, had no trouble praying for the mother bear's help. Well, mother bear and youngest bear were different after all. Rem's specialty was making distinctions. That was why it was fine for him to live with magic from a young age. As long as he learned how to make distinctions properly, he would never do something foolish, like getting drawn to spirits. On the other hand, if he couldn't distinguish, he might accept a demon into his body and end up spitting out nothing but ghosts in some stupid manner. My weapon is a relic weapon, so it won't break against a half-baked magic sword. It has its own ego. Ego weapon was a term for weapons with a will of their own. It was something that appeared in legends or distant historical texts, but it existed nonetheless. Rem's weapon had emotions. Because of this, the strength it emitted could vary depending on the intensity of those emotions. Of course, there were both pros and cons. The drawback was that there was a variance when used as a medium for magic. The advantage was that when it erupted, it went wild. At such times he honestly believed that even the 3 knights wouldn't stand a chance. Though, he was talking about knights he knew within his common sense. Not all knights were the same. If there were people like Awara, then there were people like the Knight of Aspen as well. Both might have reached the rank of knight, but when you looked at it coldly, there was a difference. Well, you never really knew until you fought, so there was no need to give a definitive answer. Lost in thought while presenting his axe, Encrid said things strange. To Rem, it sounded like nonsense. "You too? What do you mean, you too?" "My sword talks. It talks. Isn't a sword that talks supposed to be called a cursed sword or a divine sword? Was that a good thing?" Rem wasn't sure, but luckily, it wasn't a cursed sword or a divine sword. Encrid had already realized through a conversation with his sword, Aker, that it was a rather unusual weapon. "Well, it's kind of nonsense, but..." "Hey, nonsense? Do you know how rare it is for a sword with the lingering spirit of a former knight to talk?" At that moment, Aker hummed, and the words, only audible to Encrid, reached his mind. "We'll talk about it later," Encrid muttered. Regardless of whether it was a cursed sword or not, right now he was about to spar with Rem. True enough. Rem agreed with Encrid's statement to his sword. With that, he also shook off his distractions. When fighting, you had to focus solely on the fight. Worrying about how to escape, or what to do next, only meant that you wouldn't even show half your true strength. Facing the leader who'd awakened the will, there was no room for carelessness. "Let's see how much you've changed." Without any words or signals, Rem swung his axe. Encrid also raised his sword to meet it. Rem's axe was slightly faster, but Encrid was just as quick. Even if someone was watching carefully, it was hard to tell the difference in their speed. Clash! Sparks flew where Aker and the axe met, and Encrid's blue eyes drew a sharp line in the air. He closed the distance with a step, raising his sword in a follow-up strike. A series of rapid attacks cut through the breaths between them. Rem also struck with his axe at the exact same moment. Clash! The second collision occurred, and from there, Acker and the axe met countless times, parting and reuniting. It was like a capricious lover. After dozens of such encounters, Rem took a step back. What is this? He was once again surprised. Encrid's shoulder twitched slightly. Rem deliberately pushed their weapons together, clashing harder. There was intention behind it. If it had been Ragnar or Jackson, they likely would have done the same. It was good to control the omnipotence, but there was a concept more important to grasp afterward. That was seeing the limits of will. When does exhaustion set in? The key was to adjust and control it. Rem saw that as the next step. Magic worked similarly. But then, are you tired? Already worn out? Encrid's body was screaming, but the will inside him remained as strong as ever. It felt like an endlessly flowing spring, as though water would never stop rising. Chapter 513. Mastery of will. Someone like you handling will is kind of fascinating, I muttered as he flicked his axe. The purpose of the sparring had been clear, and there was no need for more. It was over without deciding a winner. Simply weapons clashing non-stop until the end. The others, including Aram, who had been vying for the order of the spar, shared similar thoughts. No exhaustion? Jackson thought silently to himself. It should be harder than this. Ragnar's words carried the same sentiment. When someone awakens to will and starts circulating it through their body, the first sensation they feel is omnipotence. The feeling that anything is possible. Some even imagine they could shape clouds into a sword, as if they could pull them in and mold them. Of course, it's nonsense, something that couldn't possibly happen, but for a moment it feels real. It's that sensation of limitless potential, and when intoxicated by this omnipotence, the exhilaration can be several times stronger than any drug. That exhilaration triggers action, and before long they end up recklessly expending will, moving without realizing they're tired. This sense of overwhelming power can make it hard to distinguish what works from what doesn't. But Encrid had already learned that distinction. Oh, this works, that doesn't. He had realized that to cut someone's neck, he had to be within range of his sword. A distant gesture couldn't sever the tree in the distance. It was like learning to walk all over again, this process of mastering omnipotence. But what happens if someone wastes their will? Exhaustion sets in. They burn out, their energy spent until they collapse. If they continue moving in that state, their body breaks down. Of course, with time, they'll recover, but if the exhaustion is induced repeatedly, recovery will be shortened, and the body or mind might suffer lasting damage. It doesn't seem likely, though. Rem scratched his cheek, thinking. Still, isn't this strange? Ragnar and Jackson had taken up the challenge to help Encrid control his will. It was a rare move for Jackson to join a spar, but it made sense. This was the moment for Encrid to learn control. They hadn't thrown the dice for no reason. Yet here they were, with Encrid still going strong. I'm still fine, Encrid said, drenched in sweat, but showing no sign of tiring. He was still the same as when he started. Truly amazing, Rem remarked, while Odin just chuckled softly. He had already expected this outcome from yesterday's experience. He hadn't watched them closely because he knew the spar wouldn't be as fun if he did. But seeing Encrid now standing tall, it was clear this wasn't normal. He should have collapsed by now if he was truly exhausted. Let's move on. Rem waved his hand, dismissing the thought. There were no obvious answers to be had. There were all sorts of strange things in the world, and Rem knew well that anything could happen. The same went for Ragnar and Jackson. Rem decided to move on with the spar. If exhaustion wasn't going to be induced, what was next? Mastery. Once someone learns to handle will comfortably, they begin to refine their usage. They might use it more sharply, or conversely, more heavily. For M, who also used a kind of will through his sorcery, it wasn't unfamiliar, although he used it differently. However, Even that felt a little ambiguous. How to describe it? For all his skills with a sword and his improved sense and boldness, Encrid was still somewhat clumsy when it came to using will. In fact, his use of it was more awkward than before. It wasn't that he had regressed. It was just that his technique felt heavy. While that didn't mean he had gotten weaker, it made it hard to see any defining characteristic. His strength had increased, and his reactions were faster. Still, his usage of will seemed rougher and messier. His lack of exhaustion was likely the most noticeable trait. That clumsiness was something Rem understood, but it was something that would be harder to explain to others, like Ropard or Fell. There was a significant gap between Encrid and them. What should he do if his technique was clumsy, rough, or disorganized? Does it matter? It didn't matter. No one could predict how things would turn out. No one knew what would happen in the future, and yet no one thought this was a problem. In the past, many had wondered how someone like Encrid would fare as a knight. What would happen if the strength of his will grew alongside his oath? If the intensity of his oath reached a height that touched the sky, what would that mean for his will? That formless power. Could anyone even comprehend that? The answer was clear. No one could fathom it. Encrid stood before an unknown path. He had taken a step into unfamiliar territory. Was it the right direction? He didn't know. Was this the uncertainty of not knowing where to go? No, it wasn't. Encrid smiled, realizing his path wasn't a barren field without signposts, but a wide road where signposts weren't needed. So he just kept walking. "Your smile's nice," Rem remarked, laughing along with him. Jackson showed a faint smile, and Ragnar too grinned. "It seems like I need to get a little more skilled." Encrid seemed to know exactly what to do after the spar. It was something he would have never imagined before. Before, he would have swung his sword blindly, running and charging up a mountain with his bare hands to increase his strength. None of it was useless, but he hadn't known what he was doing. Now, though, he knew. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate his past, but he recognized that he no longer needed to seek a mentor as he once had. Mastering the use of will? It was like developing a new sense, and learning to manage it was a challenge. Normally that wouldn't be so hard, but for Encrid it was difficult because his will was so immense. His capacity was different from others, and it wouldn't come all at once. He already understood that, but it didn't bother him. Phew! He felt the sweat on his skin as the wind blew away the heat. And then? "Can I ask you something?" "Fiancé?" Sinar suddenly approached and asked. Encrid's gaze met hers, recalling how her arm had turned to dust in an instant. It wasn't just her. He remembered the wrinkled faces of Rem, the twisted expressions of Jackson and Ragnar, who looked at him in disbelief. He remembered Audin's face, glowing with light even as he bled from every orifice. All those memories, faces, expressions, and actions were his to hold. "I'll admit it took longer than expected, but I'm happy," Encrid said as he looked at Rem, Jackson, Ragnar, and Audin. Ropard and Fell had already left their spots. Esther stood quietly in the back, and Weird Eyes was there too. Encrid's gaze swept over both of them, acknowledging them as well. Everyone's eyes were on him. It was an absurd joke. He said it because he knew that it was thanks to these people that he was able to stand here. He knew they understood that. Shinar rarely showed a faint smile. Encrid's smile, full of joy and excitement, was incredibly pleasant to see. Damn it. Rem chuckled lightly, and Audin muttered a prayer. Jackson sighed and let out a half-hearted laugh, while Ragnar raised his sword. It was his turn for the next duel. Encrid got back into position. There was no exhaustion. He didn't get tired. He wasn't intoxicated by his omnipotence. His fighting style was clumsy, but that was something that would improve with time. Ragnar simply wanted to fight. Watching wasn't enough to satisfy him. Jackson took a step back, lost in thought. He's tough to handle. If he could find an opening, he could land a blow. Poison might give him an edge. However, both techniques felt awkward to use in a duel. If his opponent were a barbarian, he could just unleash them recklessly. Jackson had many techniques that were tricky to use in a duel. That's why he stepped back. He saw that Encrid wasn't exhausted, so there was no need to wear him out with a duel. He thought it would be better to handle it himself rather than leave it to a barbarian or fool. Lost in these thoughts, Jackson grabbed 2 daggers and stood in line. His thoughts and actions were at odds. Next is me. And that was what he said. Watching the leader, this cold-hearted assassin, he felt a strange heat rise in his chest. Encrid was still smiling. Or rather, he was wearing a smile full of anticipation. No one knew. Watching Rem and Ragnar fight, Encrid had often dreamed of standing in their place. Now that dream had come true right here. He raised his acker and got into position. Hey, that guy can fight. It was the influence of will that rippled across his entire body. The sword carried will and conveyed its meaning. The hum of the blade vibrated and turned into language that entered his mind. Encrid ignored it and focused. Soon, the sword descended silently like a bolt of lightning from above. Even though his sixth sense, his future vision, allowed him to see a fraction of a second ahead, the sight and the blade's arrival were simultaneous. Encrid's acker also erupted in white light and soared upwards. Clang! The 2 swords met, tangled, and scattered. After several exchanges of blows and footwork, everything was at the level of knights. The duel was won by Ragnar. After Ragnar, Jackson stepped in, and the result was a draw. Jackson withdrew first, acknowledging that it was difficult to catch Encrid's footwork. If Ragnar or Jackson had fought until the end, the outcome might have been uncertain. Next, Rem picked up his axe and charged. The duels continued until the sun set, but Encrid's will never once ran dry. You've become a monster. Rem's words were spot on. Everyone nodded in agreement. Among them, the gurgling Luagarn was practically oozing oil from her entire body. She was simply too moved by the sight. I trust you. The owner of the throne, draped in red carpet finished with gold threads, spoke from atop 3 steps. The man standing before him lifted his head, which he had bowed deeply, and spoke. I will retrieve the lands of Aspen that were unjustly lost. The man who raised his head had a nose as dark as coal. His ears were similar to a wolf's, and his pupils were distinctly different from those of a human. He was a wolf beastman, naturally. Then, the wolf beastman general turned his body. Once honored as the guardian of Aspen, he had now been relegated to a lowly position. As he left the hall, 2 humans and a frog were waiting for him. What about Abnaya? As soon as he stepped out, the wolf beastman asked. Something seemed to bother him as he snorted and sniffed the air. He had left the hall, yet even though the throne was only 1 door away, he acted without restraint. Those who knew his nature remained silent. Even the attendants acted as if they didn't notice. It's better not to mention that name within the royal palace. The answer came from a neatly dressed man. Although he held a knight's rank, he knew better than to speak rudely to the beastman in front of him. His tone was thus respectful. Not all knights were the same, and this knight knew the lesson well. The knight of Aspen, particularly the one who had once took a swing at Encrid and Ragnar, understood that lesson even better. If you're just going to throw away honor and everything else, why not just kill him and be done with it? The beastman growled. Was that really what he wanted? Half of it was right, and half was wrong. If that action had been taken, he should have been proud of it. But instead, he had left it as a stain on his soul. He was criticizing it for that. Because of the oath. You'll die because of your excuses and justifications. Haven't I taught you that a knight who doesn't protect his honor is marked with shame, and that shame leads to ruin? Have I lived too long to forget this? Huh? Ha! The wolf beastman cut him off and launched into a lengthy lecture. The man felt a brief flare of anger, But he didn't dare to retort. If he spoke more, all he would receive was nagging and excuses. It wasn't an excuse. It was the truth. The oath had made it unavoidable. Honor or not, his sword was still strong. Its features were clear, and it wasn't weakened by the oath. Even though the man remained silent, the wolf beastman read his thoughts. T-hash? Not pleased, the beastman clicked his tongue and turned his gaze elsewhere. Don't overdo it. If you fight while intoxicated by omnipotence, you'll die. There are many strong fighters in the world, yes? The answer came, though it wasn't a genuine acceptance. That was the type of person he was. Even now he exuded overconfidence. With such conviction, his will subtly spread through the air. To think that he couldn't control his own will, Tisk. The last person was the frog. It was the same frog that had kicked Encrid in the side before. Are you ready? The wolf beastman nodded and asked, and the frog returned a nod. Almost done. Though the frog might be at a disadvantage against a knight in a war, the knight wouldn't matter. Battles and wars were entirely different things. The wolf beastman understood that difference well, so he wouldn't discuss strategies and tactics. What he needed was Abnaya. Abnaya had once been called a genius strategist. He had been blamed as the reason for their defeat. Was he to be killed for that? Those who disliked Abnaya's noble status said so, but the wolf beastman only requested his death on the surface, while secretly recruiting him into his ranks. Abnaya, after failing to kill a human, had secluded himself, but with a few strikes, the wolf beastman had forced him to come out again. Watch out, Ken. Maybe star there noir. The wolf beastman snorted again. His breath was so strong that the curtain by the window fluttered. Let's go. The beastman led the way, followed by the two humans and the frog. Their steps were so large that the passage seemed narrower than it actually was. When they exited, two more subordinates were waiting for them. Under the clear sunlight, the two lowered their heads in respect. One of the two subordinates, though conditionally, could be considered a knight. The wolf beastman had personally raised him. So, aside from the frog, 4 knights stood in the party. Chapter 514. The difference winning the war before it even begins. That would be ideal. These were words Abnaya had once spoken, and the Beastkin general had agreed with them. With 4 knights and a frog, it seemed like victory was already halfway assured before the fight even started. If that weren't the case, then they'd simply have to win the battle. Abnaya wouldn't take the field himself, but he'd deliver his insights from the shadows. The general's role was to act as both a formidable warrior and a brilliant tactician, obliterating the border guard and seizing Green Pearl in the process. Along the way, he planned to finish off the enemy Abnaya had previously failed to kill, and perhaps a few of their allies as well. 4 knights, he thought. How could anyone stop them? This was why Aspen had resolved to go to war. Through fortune or effort, they had managed to produce 2 additional knights. Abnaya, who owed his survival to the wolf beastskin general, reflected on the situation. Ultimately, they couldn't rely on strategy or intellect to win. Sheer power had to tip the scales. He didn't consider defeat a possibility, not with the forces they had amassed. However, Abnaya's long-standing habit and compulsion of never leaving anything to chance drove him to formulate a solid strategy. Fortunately, the Supreme Commander was a generous individual who took his counsel seriously. We'll make so much noise that the entire continent will hear us, boldly shouting for battle on the front lines. That would lead to excessive troop losses, wouldn't it? Hadn't they already borrowed supplies from here and there for this endeavor? War resources didn't grow on trees, and losing Green Pearl in a prior defeat had strained the nation's reserves. This was hardly a time of abundance. The Beastkin general had a keen eye for the practicalities of war. Wars were won less through battles and more through logistics and marching. Preparing for these necessities consumed a great deal of coin, an enormous amount. Could they afford significant troop losses with the nation's coffers already stretched thin? No. Which is why we'll only make noise. Only noise? Draw their attention, then send in a small elite force. Abnaya traced a line across the strategy map, pointing to a path that would be impassable for most, but manageable for knights. It was a route through the Penhanel mountain range. Even better, the enemy had recently cleared the mountain range of monsters, doing them a great favor. And once we're in, we'll strike at the head, separate from Green Pearl's stationed forces, take the city. This wasn't a prolonged war, but a decisive battle to end the conflict in a single move. Abnaya presented a plan that maximized their available strength. The wolf beastkin dismissed notions of honor. While he might lecture his former human knight disciples, he ultimately believed that as long as there was no guilt in the heart, any action was permissible. Crossing the Penhanel range to strike the enemy's leadership wasn't dishonorable, but intelligent. Once they reached the gates, they could boldly announce their intentions to occupy the city. Honor wouldn't be tarnished. The enemy would simply appear foolish for being caught unprepared. His rationalizations complete, the beastkin nodded. Good. There's a recent incident we can use as a pretext, Abnaya suggested. 2 junior knights were killed. The Royal Knights of Aspen had suffered casualties while scouting routes into the mountain range. It wasn't monsters or beasts that had felled them, but a deadly swordsman who had made no effort to cover his tracks. Even after a ranger unit pursued the culprit, the entire unit had been annihilated. The swordsman eventually retreated beyond Green Pearl to Norilia, making him a convenient scapegoat. We'll accuse them of sending an assassin first, Abnaya concluded. The narrative was already complete in his mind from beginning to end. Even if Norilia sent its knights to assist, they wouldn't be able to stop Aspen. With Green Pearl secured, Abnaya would reclaim his position and launch another campaign, targeting Norilia's capital next. The Red Cape Knights will intervene then, Abnaya thought. That would lead to significant losses. Aspen didn't possess overwhelming strength, so pushing that far was risky. Still, with time to prepare. Knights couldn't be trained overnight, but the Wolf Beastskin General had already trained 4. Once, Aspen had pursued an integration policy with non-human races, and the General was its finest result. A wolf beastskin fiercely loyal to Aspen. Now, as a mentor, he had become even more valuable. Having once fought to defend the border before losing interest and withdrawing, he had returned as the Blade of Aspen, Barnas Huria, a beastkin adopted into the Huria family. With him on their side, anything was possible. 4 knights. Who could stand against such a force? Though Abnaya never let his guard down, he was confident. Even if other forces matched their numbers, no one else could concentrate their knights so effectively. By the time Norilia realized what had happened, Green Pearl would already be lost. We'll make good use of your walls and city. Even the recent clearing of the Penhanel range would be used to Aspen's advantage. It wasn't about revenge, though giving them a taste of their own medicine wasn't entirely unwelcome. Ace's daily routine was simple. He spent his mornings exercising and training, ate his meals, attended to minor tasks, and read books. Reading was one of his hobbies when work was slow, and his interests spanned history, philosophy, and novels alike. From the outside, Craze's life seemed leisurely, and to some extent it was. His body wasn't busy, but his mind never rested. Most of Craze's work involved thinking, predicting, and imagining. One of his recent thoughts was, if I were Aspen, what would I do? This question had occupied him lately, and he had even discussed it with Encrid. From here, however, it ventured into the realm of conjecture. Why would Aspen provoke them again? Because they want Green Pearl. The answer was clear. If the border with Aspen crumbles, it won't just be about losing Green Pearl. What happens if Aspen destroys the border guard and wins? If it were me, I'd push even deeper. That's why they couldn't leave it alone. But Encrid was here. A demon slayer and the king's trusted ally. For better or worse, if Aspen invades, the border guard must stop them. Naturally, Encrid was fully briefed on the matter. After hearing everything, including the imagined scenarios, the commander's response was unforgettable. War? A single word. Yes, Cray replied. If they attack, we fight. Watching Encrid respond, Crace couldn't help but feel something stir inside. A knight, huh? Crace glanced at Rem, who had once challenged Encrid to a duel. Though Crace's vision couldn't distinguish much, he knew one thing clearly. Rem was a knight. He'd heard that word, knight, plain and clear. Crace's daily routine often revolved around speculation and imagining potential disasters, but he also indulged in pure flights of fancy. One of them involved Encrid. What if the commander became a knight? Such idle thoughts. When people gain power, whether physical or political, they change. Would the commander change too? Not likely. I'm waiting. New setter. Shields. From the moment he blocked Crace's path with no better skill than his own, Encrid had always been looking forward. Even when he said they'd fight if attacked, his calm blue eyes betrayed no agitation. What was he seeing? Despite gaining power and hearing the word war, was he not tempted to unleash it? Crace didn't fully understand the concept of omnipotence, but he did understand people. When they have power, they want to use it. But Encrid was still Encrid, unchanged. The things he looked at were invisible to Crace. Protecting something, sure, he could understand the idea. But why? That was the mystery. Is it Krona? Or is there some benefit involved? Is he leveraging people's praise for his own ends? Not at all. He simply acted on his instincts, and Crace couldn't wrap his head around it. Not that he needed to. Crace had decided to follow the man who had once stood in his way and was doing so now. A gust of wind ruffled Crace's hair again. Brushing it back from his eyes, he pondered further. Thanks to Encrid's parting instructions, he was currently holed up in the office, organizing his thoughts. Gauge the timing and map out the battlefield, where and how we'll fight. It was a succinct order, but Crace understood it perfectly. Me? Who else? Encrid replied, briefly glancing sideways. That glance landed on individuals overflowing with combat prowess. The Madmen unit. Rem Jackson, Ragnar, Audendotty. Add Teresa, Luagarn, Roperd, and Fell to the mix. It wasn't just comparable to a knight order, it surpassed most. But entrusting them with war? Impossible. Encrid knew that too. Tactical thinking and orchestrating a war were entirely different beasts. Encrid was skilled in many areas, but crafting a war plan wasn't his forte. I feel like someone was thinking something annoying just now, so I'll take over this time. Big eyes, you stay out of it. Rem slung his axe over his shoulder, grinning and scowling in his usual manner. He was the type to respond to logistics questions by saying, "Take what we need from the enemy. War. You go out, swing your sword, and it's done. Better me than leaving it to barbarians." Ragnar chimed in, eager to lead the charge. If he didn't get lost along the way, that is. Even then, he'd probably charge headlong at the sight of an enemy banner, spilling blood, and not just drop by drop, but in torrents. With Ragnar leading, victory might be possible, but at what cost? If nothing else, the enemy would struggle to predict his actions. After all, just the other day, Ragnar had gone out for a walk, only to slay 2 Aspen squires and an entire ranger unit before returning. Aspen used the incident as a pretext for war. Not that they lacked excuses without it. Get it done. Encrid's steady gaze returned to Crace as he spoke. Yes, Crace replied, nodding. There was nothing to add. No complaints either. Without Encrid around, Crais wouldn't be able to utilize even half his capabilities. But that scenario would never happen. If it does, I'm out of here. Encrid made the decisions, and that erased Crais's anxiety, allowing him to operate at full capacity. Doom-laden thoughts crept into his mind, drawing out every possible scenario, plausible or not. Once a burden, those thoughts now served as a weapon. 4 nights. Ragnar, Rem, Shinar, Encrid. Jackson was night level, but Crais didn't know that. If all 4 are tied up? When Abnire confidently claimed their 4 knights could counter any threat, Crais imagined the scenarios where even they wouldn't be enough. It was a talent he was born with, imagining dread and painting futures from it. That was the difference between Crais and Abnire. And where before he might have been paralyzed by such thoughts, now his mind sought answers. How do we ensure they don't get tied up? Experience fosters growth. Just as Encrid forged ahead, Crais had changed too. His perspective broadened, his thoughts deepened, and his knowledge expanded. Countless ideas swirled in his mind, forming a singular vision. He was crafting the blueprint for war. Though the battle wasn't imminent, it was inevitable. His thoughts roamed, shaping strategies and methods to counter the looming threat. Nurat observed Crais's glinting eyes, considering a rare thought. For all the talk of Encrid's piercing gaze, Crais's own eyes now sparkled in a similar way. Enjoying this, aren't you? Nurat wondered silently, but didn't need a verbal answer. The star-like shine in Crais's eyes said it all. Chapter 515. Everything has changed. Rem thought about it many times after spending time with Encrid. It's too rough. Having trained Encrid before, Rem knew that the commander didn't change easily. More precisely, this man always gave the impression of being at his limits, no matter how much he achieved. That hadn't changed even now as a knight. He seemed to have consumed everything within him, completely spent. The fact that he had come this far was already remarkable. But would this man stop here? That seemed unlikely. But can he really change? Even though Rem's foundation was sorcery, he understood the concept of knighthood. From his perspective, the will that Encrid possessed now felt dull. Could something so blunt become sharp again? It won't be easy. Not that Encrid was someone who would give up, but there was something nagging at Rem. Has he become complacent? There was a subtle shift in Encrid's demeanor. He was someone who had always sought more. But was that still true? Was the fire of his desire still burning as brilliantly as before? His gaze was as steady and forward as ever, but could it really be said that his yearning was the same as it used to be? To Rem, the answer was no. It was admirable that Encrid hadn't fallen into arrogance or complacency. His will, like an unending spring, was equally commendable. But that wasn't all there was to being a knight. Knighthood wasn't just about awakening will. It was about mastering it. Rem didn't bother to explain this in words, as it wasn't something that could be taught verbally. Instead, he conveyed it with his axe, facing Encrid time and again. From here on, it was up to Encrid. Ragnar also saw something similar in Encrid. Unlike Rem, Ragnar didn't analyze it as deeply. He seemed sluggish. It was like watching someone walk when they could run. Why? It was just a feeling. But Ragnar was a genius knight, so it wasn't entirely baseless. Did it warrant a comment? For someone who had lost their way, what was needed was the will to find the path again. With that will, they could eventually reach their destination. But without it, they would remain lost forever. To Ragnar, Encrid now resembled someone wandering without a clear path. Jackson saw something similar. "Are you perhaps satisfied?" he asked. Encrid only blinked his blue eyes at the question. "Satisfied with what?" Jackson clarified, "Do you feel satisfied just because you've become a knight?" "I do not," Encrid replied firmly. Becoming a knight had made him equal to his unit members and brought him closer to the moment he had always dreamed of. But did that mean he was content? No, he said, he wasn't. I see, Jackson responded indifferently. Encrid's journey to knighthood had not been a typical one. Things that came easily to others might have been difficult for him. Conversely, he could accomplish things others could not. To put it simply, if he and Encrid were to duel head-on right now, Jackson believed he would lose. In a life-or-death fight, the result might differ, but in a straightforward duel, Encrid would have the upper hand. If someone were to ask whether Jackson could kill him, the answer was yes, technically speaking. But that only highlighted how different Jackson was from ordinary knights. Therefore, careless advice wasn't necessary. He simply felt uneasy about it. Normally, Jackson wouldn't ignore such feelings, but this was Encrid. Somehow, Encrid would figure it out. He would surprise him yet again. It was trust, built through countless experiences together, that allowed Jackson to leave it alone. Auden, meanwhile, prayed as he watched Encrid. Father, have you predetermined the end for this elder brother of mine? You once said no one's fate is sealed, and I believe those words, O Lord. Auden knew that his current limitations, bound by his own restrictions, prevented him from stepping forward. He couldn't convey his thoughts through words or actions in his current state. Despite that, he said nothing. He also trusted Encrid. He hasn't faltered, but it's curious, remarked Luagarn, who had the ability to discern talent. Though Encrid continued to spend his days training and dueling, those observing him shared a similar view. Yet no one told him anything. Words wouldn't change him. If he showed signs of truly stagnating, they would step in, but for now they all agreed to simply watch. Acker was a sword imbued with a knight's will. Why was I created, you ask? Even I don't know. I simply awakened under certain conditions. The sword's vibrations conveyed its thoughts directly to Encrid's mind. It was fascinating, though that was all it was. There was little to learn from it. Why had a sword been given a consciousness? It didn't cast spells on its own or perform any grand feats. Its awareness merely existed to maintain the will infused within it. Acker's awakening had 3 conditions: learning the swordsmanship created by the Knight Acker, awakening one's will, fully claiming ownership of the sword. Who determines whether these conditions are met? Encrid had asked. The sword had answered, by wielding me. It is recognized. Awakening your will sustains me. The recent degradation of the blade and the draining of power are inevitable. When I am dormant, I do not consume will. But once partially awakened, I draw upon it. For now, I survive on what you supply. But the sword's lifespan is nearing its end. At best, Acker could remain active for a month, but it did not express regret or fear of vanishing. It simply accepted it as natural. Encrid also understood and moved on to the next question. Regarding ownership, the sword had said, with your will now at the level of a knight's, you must already know. Your weapon is influenced by your intent. Ownership means using the blade roughly. When the blade shows signs of wear, it signifies full of. Acker answered all of Encrid's questions dutifully. As a construct of thought left behind by the Knight Acker, it was meant to teach, but Encrid had little to learn. Everything Acker tried to impart, Encrid had already engraved into himself, through years of experience with Rem, Ragnar, Jackson, Auden, and most recently, Luagarn. You're diligent, Acker remarked, observing Encrid's rigorous daily routine. From the isolation technique that meticulously trained specific muscles to the steel hardening techniques, Encrid covered every basic and advanced method. Even Acker found it monotonous to watch, but Encrid seemed to enjoy it. Between all of this, he dealt with visitors, read and wrote letters, and now made his way to the city's central market, specifically to a forge on its outskirts. The grip of his gladius had loosened, Acker needed adjustments, and he also intended to acquire a few daggers. Should I look for new armor as well? It wasn't a bad idea. Encrid walked slowly, unhurried. "Should I accompany you?" asked Shinar as he prepared to leave. Encrid declined. He occasionally wondered what the fairy remained here for. Becoming a fairy knight meant she could have returned to her hometown and no longer needed to fight for Norelia. Was she loyal to the country? No way! Even so, she stayed. Of course, only a handful of people knew that Shinar was a fairy knight. Just himself and a few members of the Madman unit. Even Graham, the Lord of Border Guard, probably had no idea. At first she stayed like a mercenary, holding her position, but now she remained naturally as a soldier. Considering her connection to Krang, she must have some sort of agreement with the royal family. A reward? Was that why she stayed? Encrid didn't really care. Even if he asked, she likely wouldn't answer. "If you think you'll get lost, I can guide you. It must be confusing to return after so long." Ragnar also offered to accompany him, but Rem stopped him. "This crazy bastard really knows how to get on my nerves." Even if Ragnar hadn't said that, Rem wouldn't have held back. He was always looking for an excuse to fight. Fortunately, the two didn't leap at each other to kill. Being a knight and understanding the nature of their fights, Encrid knew that if they seriously clashed, one of them would likely die. That's what battles involving will were like. Unless there was a clear disparity in skill. Wolf, spirit. Rem invoked a spirit summoning. Using the enchantment etched into his body as an offering, the strength of the wolf's legs imbued his own. With legs strengthened, pin my opponent. Things were serious today. Leaving behind their quarrel, Encrid set off on his path. Jackson excused himself, saying he had urgent business, and Cray was genuinely busy. Preparing for war, perhaps. He seemed to have plenty to do. Though everyone spoke of war, the next few months might only involve observing the situation. It wasn't an immediate battle, or so Encrid believed. In any case, he walked alone. The sunlight warmly embraced the earth, and a gentle breeze danced in the air. Birds sang in the distance. Though the sun and wind were the same as ever, they felt warmer and fresher now. The wind seemed to pierce through his chest and flow out behind him. The sunlight filled his body entirely before leaving again. The concept of knights had shifted from a position of nobility to a demonstration of strength. Encrid realized how much everything had changed. The sunlight felt different. The wind felt different. I changed in how I perceived them. Everything was different. He could now see the path his sword should follow, and knew how to move. Hearing the wind and the chirping of birds, Encrid walked. It was a bright, sunny day. He enjoyed every step on his way to the market, savoring the present moment. It was almost enough to wish this leisurely stroll, which could be called a walk, would last forever. "You seem to be enjoying yourself." Aker spoke to him. "I had started ace, Alden Shield. Owners, cruel." Was that so? Encrid responded casually and kept walking, passing by a few soldiers he knew who saluted him. "I want to be like you," one soldier boldly exclaimed. "Becoming someone's idol? It would be a lie to say it wasn't enjoyable. How can I achieve that?" As the soldier's question continued, Encrid noticed their commander glaring sharply at. Judging by their uniform and discipline, this group was well trained. Still, the soldier had recklessly spoken to Encrid, likely knowing that physical punishment disguised as training awaited him afterward. Encrid looked at the soldier, brushing aside trivial thoughts. As always, there was only one thing he could say to those who ask how. Find your own motivation. While comrades may share your work, no one can resolve themselves or make decisions in your place. Behind the fiery eyes of the soldier, even the commander's irritation softened, and his eyes gleamed. All 10 soldiers marching in formation had eyes that sparkled like that. It wasn't a bad sight. The flower of war is infantry. Parting with the group after their common chant, Encrid neared the bustling market. The city had grown, the market had grown, and even Vanessa's pumpkin soup inn had expanded. Yet it was still filled with people, maintaining order amidst the crowd. The streets allowed no carriages, reserved only for pedestrians. The dirt roads had been replaced with neatly laid blue stones. Some buildings stood over 5 stories tall, rising with sturdy masonry. They said war with Aspen was imminent, and even among merchants such rumors spread. No one knew where the talk began, but most accepted war as inevitable. Some doubted it, but those who understood the situation saw it as a certainty. Years ago, whenever the word war circulated, merchants would vanish, turning Border Guard into a ghost town. Now, it was nothing like that. Chapter 516. The giant who sells goods in the past. Whenever news of war would transform cities into ghost towns, Cray often grumbled. Why is it so hard to get anything around here? Still, his complaints had earned him a profit. When goods were scarce, their prices naturally soared. Or so the saying went. Compared to those times, the city now was entirely different. Shops had increased in number, and one area was crowded with merchants laying out their wares on the ground. Zones were clearly divided, with soldiers patrolling in between. Among the crowd, Encrid spotted a familiar frog. What was his name again? I'm not here to fight. The frog, with a scar across his face, raised his pale palm and spoke. Digging into his memory, Encrid recalled the name. Mielon? Yeah, that's right. Mielon had apparently joined Kreis's subordinate Gilpin Guild. He seemed to enjoy city life, and had grown visibly healthier and more comfortable, with his cheeks almost glistening. Healthy frogs supposedly had shiny cheeks, a remark once made by the parched Luagan in the arid climate. See you around. Passing Mielon, Encrid observed that among the humans were occasional beastfolk, elves, dwarves, and frogs. He even spotted a giant. Though called beasts of crimson blood, not all giants were alike, just as not all humans or elves were the same. Some among them sought pursuits beyond battle. This one seemed to be such a type. A giant carrying a large bundle of black cloth over his shoulder, mistakable for a club, walked by. When their eyes briefly met, the giant's gaze was unlike the ferocity expected of his kind. Instead, it reminded Encrid of the serene, unwavering eyes of a cow he had once seen in the west. Greetings, the giant said, nodding briefly before moving on, and taking a seat in the area where the street vendors gathered. While some merchants nearby appeared unnerved, others remained unbothered. One merchant even addressed him familiarly. The giant seemed more like a traveling peddler than a warrior, a plausible assumption given that peddlers often needed to know how to fight. You're late, the merchant said. Got my hands on something good, the giant replied. From the way the giant casually interacted with the human merchant next to him, it was evident that this wasn't his first time at Border Guard. Even the patrolling soldiers showed no reaction, confirming as much. Curiosity piqued, Encrid approached. The giant untied the bundle of cloth he had been carrying. Inside were massive items, bags large enough to hold an entire human, logs seemingly cut into makeshift furniture, and other odds and ends. A giant peddler. Not a common profession for their kind. Browsing. The giant's deep, resonant voice felt as though it originated from the depths of a cave. He looked directly at Encrid, who simply nodded in silence. The giant appeared unaware of who Encrid was. While a few patrolling soldiers might recognize him, fame didn't necessarily translate to instant recognition in a bustling city like this. Unless someone's appearance was particularly distinct or their gear stood out, being recognized was rare. I heard you found something good, Encrid repeated the giant's earlier words. The giant opened one of the large leather bags, pulling out several items, raw gemstones, uncut stones, and a few bundles of rolled leather. What qualified as good? As a mercenary and swordsman, Encrid had a decent eye for materials, but nowhere near the expertise of a merchant. Judging by the assortment, The giant appeared to deal in raw resources rather than finished goods. One of the rolled-up leather bundles caught Encrid's eye. Compared to the giant's size, the bundle wasn't particularly large. Its surface was dark brown, thick, and appeared heavy at a glance. "You've got an eye for things," the giant remarked, though his tone carried no friendliness or attempt to court a sale. He seemed uninterested in typical merchant behavior. "Maybe," Encrid replied, shifting his gaze to meet the giant's. "Ever heard of the Black Leather Guild?" Of course he had. Anyone who wandered the continent would inevitably come across certain well-known names: the Shepherds of the Wilds, the Glacier Rangers, and the Black Leather Guild, among others. The Black Leather Guild was reputed as the continent's finest hunters. This leather came from them. I don't know what creature it's from, but it's tough and light, the giant said, holding the bundle delicately between his thumb and forefinger. "It's expensive," he concluded. Price wasn't an issue for Encrid. Extending his hand, he accepted the bundle as the giant placed it in his palm. Unrolling it revealed a well-treated leather sheet. True to the giant's claim, it was incredibly light, not because of his strength, but inherently so. Though not feather-like, it was noticeably lighter than it appeared. There was no foul odor, and its width was just enough to wrap around his forearm. "Unusual," Encrid remarked. "It's rare. You're unusual, too. Does that matter?" "You caught my attention." The giant remained unresponsive. "So what? Are you buying it or not?" To him, that was all that mattered. "I'll take it," Encrid said. The item intrigued him. He could already envision how to use it. 12 gold coins. It was a steep price. Oddly precise, too. Why 12 and not 10? Considering its size, barely enough to wrap around a wrist or forearm, it was exorbitant. For Odin, it might only cover his fist. "Fine," Encrid agreed without bargaining. He didn't see the point. But there was a problem. Patting his waist and searching his pockets, Encrid realized he hadn't brought any money. "Don't you ever plan ahead, you fool?" Acre, his sentient sword, grumbled in his mind. Encrid ignored the remark, preoccupied with continuing his search. Unsurprisingly, there was no clinking sound of coins. The giant's eyes narrowed suspiciously. A thief? A robber? It was absurd. This was Borderguard, a place where thieves lost their hands, and robbers were practically non-existent. Yet the giant crossed his arms, his gaze drifting toward two nearby guards. Should he call them? After a brief hesitation, the giant decided to give him a chance. "Get lost if you don't have Krona. I'm a friend of Leona." Encrid spoke quietly. It was the truth. 12 gold coins weren't a problem. He could procure them quickly. He was about to do so, but then another merchant, his cheeks plastered with greed, interrupted. "I'll buy it for 7.5 gold coins." What the hell? Encrid felt a slight surge of anger. Was it not obvious that he was already negotiating for the item? He restrained himself from unleashing will, as it might be seen as a threat, and simply glared at the merchant. The merchant met his gaze, tilting his chin in defiance. "What? What are you going to do about it?" Border Guard was a haven for merchants because of its strict security. Swindlers, robbers, and pickpockets found it nearly impossible to operate here. The illegal guild Gilpin even took it upon themselves to act as nocturnal watchmen, while the Border Guard's militia ensured justice during the day, remaining impartial even for a few silver coins. The system was well maintained, although it had taken a lot to reach this point. "I'll be right back with the coins. Could you just wait a bit?" Encrid said, his tone slightly desperate. "Listen, if you don't have the money, step aside." "I've got no time for this," the grumpy-cheeked merchant interrupted, cutting him off. Encrid's hand twitched. The merchant's tone reminded him of Cray's, but while Cray's remarks were bearable, this toad-like merchant's attitude ignited a murderous impulse. Even though he knew appearances weren't everything, they certainly influenced his emotions. Encrid took a deep breath. This wasn't worth losing his temper over. And you claim to be a friend of Leona Rockfried. Ha! Then I'm General Encrid's uncle. Should I kill him? Wouldn't it be fine to kill just this one guy? After all, I'm a general, right? The atmosphere grew tense as two soldiers approached. They didn't recognize Encrid. If you fight, both parties will face consequences. It won't end well for either of you. Just so you know, the Lord of Borderguard doesn't take sides. The fairness was harsh. It was a well-known adage displayed in Borderguard's courthouse, a warning not to escalate matters unnecessarily. This entire setup was Crace's doing. Trials required manpower and often demanded his personal involvement. While he couldn't ignore cases of genuine injustice, frivolous disputes handed over to the city courts resulted in heavy taxes being levied under the guise of trial fees. This system ensured only those with genuine grievances came forward, deterring others from exploiting their authority. And when true victims appeared, their fees were often waived. It was a system that had faced much criticism initially, but had since become well established. Encrid, however, was unaware of this story. Surely they'll take my side, he thought. After all, he was higher up than the Lord. But he revealed his status now. Wouldn't that damage my honor? Hey, if you reveal your identity here, you might as well bite me and jump off a cliff. Acre, his sentient sword, offered an apt piece of advice. Encrid decided he'd rather throw this sword off a cliff than repair it. The blade was already losing its sharpness, and the sword itself was becoming nothing more than a hunk of metal. Don't even think about it. Let me enjoy my remaining month. Ignoring the sword's grumbles, Encrid turned to the giant merchant, attempting to convey trust through his gaze. What? Never mind. The giant shifted his gaze to the toad-like merchant and spoke firmly. I won't sell it to you either. What? Charging 12 gold coins for that leather is highway robbery. The giant's declaration angered the merchant, though Encrid could tell it was a ploy to gain leverage in negotiations. But even without realizing the tactic, the giant shook his head. I'm not selling. Aren't you with the Rockfried Company? So what? I've been trading with Rockfried for years. This could cause trouble later. Was this a threat now? The soldiers, apparently viewing this as mere haggling, stepped back. Encrid didn't intervene either, feeling his position too ambiguous. Any action could make him seem like a robber. And without Krona, wouldn't he have to rely on force? Not my problem. The giant remained unmoved by the threat. You bastard! The toad merchant, now genuinely angry, stormed off in frustration. There was no point in causing a scene when the guards were still watching. Besides, going against the giant would only end badly for him. After the merchant left, Encrid asked the giant, Are you sure you're okay with this? Why wouldn't I may work with Rockfried, but what I sell and at what price is my choice. I see? Exactly. I sell good items at prices I set. That's my way of doing business. Encrid found himself liking both the leather and the giant merchant, especially the way his eyes lit up when he spoke of good items and his principles of trade. Could his path as a merchant have been easy? Surely not. And yet, the giant merchant stood firm in his place. Do you have a dream? Encrid asked. Why do you care? The giant's consistent attitude was oddly appealing. Encrid decided he needed to fetch Krona. Perhaps Cray could help. No, he'd ask Graham instead. Just as he turned to leave, a familiar voice stopped him. Shopping? It was someone he knew, someone who'd been busy since dawn. The Black Witch, someone murmured. The newcomer's robe didn't reveal much, but her skirt's slit exposed her pale legs. Several people, men and women alike, found themselves staring at her legs, which held a captivating charm. Don't gouge out their eyes just for staring, Encrid muttered. Why would I? Are you feeling unwell? Esther replied with a blink, seemingly amused. Encrid decided to let it slide. It was her past behavior that prompted his comment, but he'd accept his own frustration this time. "How much is it?" "I'll pay." The situation felt surreal to Encrid. Here was Esther, someone who could be mistaken for a witch or a sage, handing over gold coins while he just stood there watching. She counted the coins meticulously before handing them to the giant. "Pleasure doing business," the giant said with a rare smile, handing over the leather. Esther then passed it to Encrid. "A gift? I'm busy." It was a chance encounter. Esther turned to leave, but before she could, a well-dressed man approached, kneeling before her and presenting a bouquet. "Black Witch, my love," he declared dramatically. Esther glanced at him briefly. Encrid decided that if things went south, he'd protect the man's eyes. But Esther simply replied, "I'll think about it," and walked away without a second glance. "Aren't you leaving?" "You're in the way of business," the giant merchant said, snapping Encrid out of his daze. He resumed his original path toward the forge. "Today feels strange." That thought persisted even as he arrived at the forge, where an unusual sight awaited him: a human, a dwarf, and a frog seated together. The human blacksmith recognized Encrid. He was a royal craftsman sent by Krang. Chapter 517. Rotten Eyes. Esther's previous spell realm was born from observing nature. She originally lived in the mountains and wandered through the forests. Though she often hunted monsters, fought magical beasts, and faced off against mages, those battles were fleeting moments in a life that was otherwise steeped in nature. Now, however, Esther found herself fascinated with observing people. Even after parting ways with Encrid, she continued to explore the marketplace. People bargaining, porters carrying loads, noble women wearing wide-brimmed hats to avoid the sunlight, children running and laughing in the sun, their parents scolding them, and a man inside a newly opened cafe, pulling at his hair over some beverage he was concocting. It was all observation, a process of discerning their thoughts and intentions. Interesting. To her surprise, watching them proved to be quite entertaining. Even the process of getting here had been amusing in its own way. Esther understood that to purchase anything in the market, she needed krona. She chose the most rational method to acquire it, quietly and persistently following Craze around while simply staring at. "Nurat, what did I do to deserve this?" Craze whispered, glancing at Esther, and Nurat tried to assess what she could do against a powerful mage like her. Relying on her intuition as a woman, her instincts as a warrior, and her familiarity with Craze, she chose the best course of action she could think of. Apologize to her. That's probably the quickest solution. Craze nodded. For now, he decided to admit fault. After all, no matter where he went, the witch's eyes seemed to follow him. It was a recipe for nightmares. To Cray, Esther was no longer a beautiful woman. She was a witch. Perhaps she was still upset about the time he targeted her claws back when she was in panther form. "Yes, I was wrong," Cray said aloud. The head of the construction guild, who had been standing nearby to ask Cray for a favor, blinked in confusion. "Pardon? Not you," Cray clarified. At that moment, Esther glided toward them as if she was sliding over the ground. "Thad! Oh!" The construction guild leader fell backward in surprise, while Cray, though startled, managed to keep his footing, a testament to the resilience he'd developed during his time with the Madmen unit. Esther approached without saying a word, her gaze locked on him. She thought to herself what would happen if she kept following and staring at this man, who feared her and carried a pouch filled with krona, especially a man as perceptive as Cray's. "I mean, what do you want?" Crace asked cautiously, trying to understand her intentions. Was this some strange influence from Encrid? Though Encrid had his admirable qualities, Cray often thought his commander seemed completely unhinged. "Do you need some?" Crace pressed. Ghost. The construction guild leader, still on the ground, shouted in fear. No, she's not a ghost. She's a member of the Madmen unit, under the command of General Encrid, Chris corrected him. Hearing this, the guild leader blinked again, and finally noticed Esther's striking appearance. Her pale skin, black hair, blue eyes, long legs, and subtly revealing attire. A flower blooming beside a demon slayer. Oh! Ignoring the guild leader's reaction, Chris turned back to Esther. Do you need Krona? Esther extended her hand without a word. Looking at her, Chris wondered what he was supposed to do with someone as eccentric as this. If she needed something, couldn't she just go to the quartermaster? Still, he couldn't picture someone like Esther going to the quartermaster and asking for a few silver coins. Reluctantly, Chris handed her a pouch containing over 100 silver coins, more than enough for her needs. But Esther didn't withdraw her hand. Give it in gold, Nurat advised. Following her suggestion, Chris handed over gold coins instead. That day, Esther ended up with 3 more pouches. Reflecting on the incident, Esther found the experience oddly enjoyable. The reactions of her target, her own actions, everything about it. Then, why did I let Enki go? Recalling the moment she saw Encrid leaving earlier, Esther felt a strange pressure in her chest. It was a sharp and aching sensation. What was the source of this feeling? Why did her heart feel so heavy? Should she have followed him? Was she worried about his carelessness in not carrying even a single gold coin? She didn't know. Perhaps it didn't even matter. There wasn't a clear answer, and maybe that's what bothered her. Still, this sensation was a part of who she was, and Esther never ignored the voice of her own heart. Observing Encrid, she had noticed something subtle, his eyebrows. The front part seemed slightly raised, giving his expression a hint of weariness. The shift in his demeanor, Esther believed, reflected a change in his state of mind. That was what her observations told her, though she saw no reason to address it. From a distance, she watched Encrid's back as he disappeared beyond the market. For now, this life of observation and spell reconstruction was enough for her. Someday, if he needed her strength, she would lend it, not out of obligation for freeing her from a curse, but simply because she wanted to. Esther focused on her task, observing and rebuilding her spell realm. For now, that was all she needed. You've come. The owner of the forge, a seasoned artisan, recognized Encrid immediately. Even from a distance, his distinct appearance was hard to miss. The forge, located on the outskirts of the city, had recently been established by the artisan who had brought his own tools and equipment. Though he was originally supposed to return to the capital, he had decided to stay in the border guard. The reasons were unknown to Encrid, but he assumed there was no issue with the arrangement. And he was right. Both the artisan and the guild master in the capital had accepted it without complaint. The artisan preferred the simplicity of his work in the border guard. The area, known as a haven for merchants, provided ample access to rare materials. Focused solely on forging weapons, the artisan took no apprentices and rejected mass production, sticking to his own standards. Despite these quirks, the border guard supported him, ensuring he lacked for nothing. Thanks to Craze's efforts, the artisan supplied weapons to the military barracks, ensuring a steady stream of work. Sometimes, I just want to make what I want, the artisan had told Craze, who respected his independence. This was the same craftsman who had forged weapons for Iam and Ragnar using iron from the Lewis Mountains and dark gold. Even Cray, a man of few words, had praised the quality of his work. To Craze, a weapon's craftsmanship directly reflected the skill of its wielder, a belief echoed by the Madmen unit. It was this reputation that led Encrid to the forge, now an official supplier for the border guard. Among the artisans working there were humans, frogs, and dwarves. As the 3 stood there silently, the blacksmith asked if they needed something. I need to get a few things taken care of, Encrid replied. While he was speaking, a young apprentice with a towel wrapped around his head stepped out from the back of the forge. "Oh, the demon slayer!" the apprentice exclaimed. "Good to meet you," Encrid replied with a nod. The apprentice quickly lowered his head in apology. "Ah, I'm sorry." He realized he had addressed the visitor too casually in his surprise. Encrid waved dismissively. "It's fine. So what do you need?" the blacksmith asked. Encrid began unfastening his weapons one by one, placing them on the counter. "This one's joints are loose, and I'm not sure if this other one can even be repaired. Also, if you could sharpen the blades, that would be great," Encrid said. "Is that Acker?" The sword hummed faintly, causing the blacksmith to remove his hand from its grip in astonishment. The trembling blade had startled him. The blacksmith had once worked on royal armory maintenance and had seen Acker before. Much like how a young man might never forget the face of an extraordinary beauty even decades later, the blacksmith remembered Acker vividly. "It is," Encrid confirmed, standing casually. The apprentice, sensing the need, fetched a short-legged stool, the type used in their work since there weren't any chairs for visitors. Encrid sat down without a fuss. "How did a royal treasure end up here?" the blacksmith asked, incredulous. "They gave it to me," Encrid replied. "This? They gave you this?" Encrid nodded. Though a few people knew about the sword being gifted, the majority didn't. If word got out, even the Marquis Bizarre might question Krang about it. Not to reclaim the sword or insist it couldn't be given away, but certain formalities demanded at least a gesture of protest. Krang had quietly handed over the blade, ensuring most wouldn't know. Should the issue arise later, he likely planned to deal with it then. "I can't touch this blade. The fact it remains sharp at all is a mystery. I don't know how to forge weapons with magic," the blacksmith admitted honestly, glancing toward the dwarf sitting nearby before returning his attention to the gladius. Picking it up, his eyes sparkled with anticipation at the challenge of improving it. However, his expression suddenly stiffened. He set the sword down and turned to Encrid. "Allow me to introduce Argan," the blacksmith said. "Nice to meet you," Argan said, his breath reeking of alcohol. "The demon slayer and border guard general, huh?" "You've got some luck," Argan added, his boozy breath mingling with the smell of spirits. Despite the lively conversation, the frog seated nearby didn't glance their way. Encrid, unfazed, asked calmly, "What luck?" "I'm about to forge something remarkable here in this smithy," Argan said with pride. Encrid looked back and forth between the confident dwarf and the human blacksmith, beginning to understand why the latter had stepped aside. He turned to the human. "Is he better than you?" "Yes," the blacksmith admitted without hesitation, showing no signs of wounded pride. "Ah, that's an understatement," the dwarf interjected with a belch. "There are some conditions, though," Argan continued. "Get me some good booze and a decent house to stay in. Oh, and cover my tabs back in Martai. I've got some debts there." He ended with another belch, accompanied by the smell of cured meat. Dwarves were said to be children of fire and steel, naturally gifted in working with both. Not every dwarf shared this affinity, of course, just as not every dwarf shared that this particular dwarf clearly excelled in his craft, likely surpassing most blacksmiths by a wide margin. "I'll vouch for his skills." The blacksmith, Encrid nodded, then handed his gladius to the human blacksmith. "I want you to handle this," Encrid said. The dwarf, who had been reaching for the sword, froze in disbelief. He had assumed it would naturally be entrusted to him. "I don't care how skilled you are or what you claim. I don't entrust my sword to someone with rotten eyes," Encrid declared. The frog, who had been busy with its task, finally raised its head and glanced in their direction, its large eyes rolling lazily. The blacksmith looked at the gladius thoughtfully, while the dwarf let out a heavy snort. "Rotten eyes. What did he just say?" Chapter 518. Those with dreams helping others with dreams becoming a knight could bring about change. To those who knew Encrid, some things had already changed, and more could change in the future. Yet, amidst this, there were also things that would never change. Since the first time he held a sword, there was a saying he'd heard so often, it was etched into his ears. A guy who doesn't take proper care of his weapon will one day find himself holding a broken sword, getting cut down by someone weaker than. It was something a mercenary who first taught him swordsmanship had said. While oddly specific, the meaning of the words was clear to Encrid. He had heard similar advice countless times after that. A sword is an extension of your hand. Would you skimp on care for your own hand? Even a weapon merchant once said that. The merchant had a way with words, and his rhetoric often emptied the pockets of would-be swordsmen looking to purchase weapons. Encrid, however, was not easily scammed. Yet he agreed with the sentiment. Could he entrust a sword, his lifeline, to just anyone? Certainly not. It was unthinkable to hand over his weapon to someone blind to its worth. To Encrid, this was only natural. "Are you doubting my craftsmanship?" the dwarf said indignantly. Was it the stubbornness of a craftsman? It didn't seem that way. The clouded, murky greed in the dwarf's eyes was all that was visible. He had claimed to be from Martai, and even mentioned something about unpaid debts. Perhaps he hadn't outright killed anyone, but skipping out on payments was another matter altogether. "Can you call in one of the passing soldiers?" Encrid addressed the dwarf's apprentice instead. "Huh? Oh yes, right away." The atmosphere grew tense. The dwarf stared at Encrid and said, "I'm more skilled than him." "Not to my eyes," Encrid replied coldly. "You insolent!" The dwarf burst into rage like a furnace. However, with a simple gesture, Encrid cooled the fiery outburst. In an instant, and with speed invisible to anyone present, Encrid picked up a gladius with a loose connection between the grip and blade. He pointed its tip at the dwarf. Though the hilt wobbled due to the poor assembly, there wasn't even a sound. The slightly dulled tip now aimed directly at the dwarf's chest. Even then, Encrid noted the blade was well oiled and maintained. A minor consolation. "I'm not certain, but it seems I'd have the authority to carry out an execution if needed. Martai is a sister city to Border Guard, and if you cause trouble there, the general here might hold you accountable." Stating the facts calmly, Encrid fixed his gaze on the dwarf. The dwarf blinked several times, his expression indecipherable. For a brief moment, silence reigned, and no one dared to speak. The dwarf glanced around nervously, his eyes darting. Finally, he asked Encrid, "Why will you not entrust the sword to me?" Encrid replied without hesitation, "Your eyes. My eyes." The dwarf asked, puzzled. Encrid locked eyes with him. "Even though you claim your skills are not lacking, your demeanor and gaze tell a different story. Just as certain things were fundamental to Encrid, some things were equally innate to the craftsman." Acknowledging a lack of skill reflected a clear view of the present. However, it didn't mean that would remain true in the future. The craftsman sent from the capital had no intention of stopping here. He faced the forge daily, hands blackened, arms sunburned. The soot-covered forearms testified to his resolve. By contrast, the dwarf's bloated belly, alcoholic stench, and audacity to demand a house painted a starkly different picture. To Encrid, the dwarf was garbage. If the dwarf had asked for women after demanding a house, Encrid would have beaten him half to death. In Border Guard, female soldiers were not uncommon. Had the request been made, Encrid could have entrusted the dwarf to them for a thorough lesson. Natural talent might grant one the ability to work steel, but what about the will within? This wasn't a knight's perspective on wielding will. Even without considering will, Encrid would have treated the dwarf the same way. Some things could change, but others remained immutable. The craftsman's pupils quivered. What was this man talking about? Did he know something, or was it just blind confidence? Encrid, still holding the sword in his left hand, asked the blacksmith from the capital, "Do you have a dream?" The blacksmith blinked 3 times, slowly. Though something seemed to shift within him, the trembling in his eyes ceased, and he opened his mouth. "Call me Eitri," he said suddenly, introducing himself with a formal tone. "Encrid of Border Guard," came the knight's steady reply. "Then I will call myself Eitri of Border Guard as well." Eitri hid his emotions well, but he was moved. For the first time, someone had asked about his dreams while looking directly into his eyes. Encrid's blue gaze made it seem possible to say anything, even foolish hopes that would invite ridicule. This era was full of those who viewed smithing as a mere means of survival. Few held on to true craftsmanship, and even they often abandoned their pursuit of excellence once reaching a certain status. Dreams? Those who pursued them started bold, but time weathered even their hearts. Eitri, however, still clung to his dream, one he'd shared with no one. That dream had driven him to forge a solid axe from Mount Lewis iron and a massive black gold greatsword. "I want to craft an engraved weapon." Engraved weapons were the personal arms of knights, crafted only once in a knight's lifetime. For a craftsman, making such a weapon was the highest honor, but it required both talent and luck. Without these, the opportunity was unattainable. Even across the entire continent, there were no more than 3 known craftsmen capable of forging engraved weapons. Perhaps hidden talents existed, but the pursuit was shrouded in uncertainty. For now, if one sought a proper engraved weapon, the best choice would be to visit the White Flame Guild near the Demon Lands. Known for working with white fire, this guild had experience crafting such weapons. Still, even that path was fraught with challenges. Yet, forging an engraved weapon remained the dream of an aging smith who had spent his life shaping steel in fire. "You said you couldn't handle magical weapons. I'm studying and researching. Would you let me make your weapon in the future?" The request was earnest. His apprentice stood frozen, holding his breath, astonished by his master's demeanor. Encrid answered with a single word, "I'll wait." Eitri's composure faltered slightly, but he regained it. "You mean as a knight?" he asked. "Exactly," Encrid replied simply. Eitri blinked again, caught off guard by the response. Then comprehension dawned, and his expression shifted from surprise to a calm determination. Even the dwarf seemed stunned, unable to grasp what had just transpired. However, when he tried to edge away, Encrid shifted the sword's tip toward him without even glancing, forcing him to abandon the thought of escape. "Still here?" Encrid asked, his tone indifferent. At this, the apprentice quickly excused himself, leaving Eitri and Encrid alone to continue their discussion. "If you get caught while running away, you'll lose your legs. But if that's necessary, you might as well have a go at it." Encrid spoke while observing Eitri's work. "I'll stay still." The dwarf's voice had noticeably quieted compared to earlier, and no one paid any attention. Eitri lifted a hammer and chisel, tapping the part of the gladius blade that held it in place, then held the blade at eye level, inspecting the horizontal alignment and the edge's condition. "I'll heat it up and straighten the edge. Do you tend to use your weapons roughly?" "Many tough opponents," Encrid answered plainly, without arrogance. Eitri focused on his work. Whoosh! When Eitri stepped on the bellows, flames leaped up. The heat blasted out, raising the temperature inside the forge. The air grew so hot that it was difficult to breathe, pressing against the lungs. Even though Encrid was uncomfortable, Eitri and the frog sitting next to him were unfazed. Both of them remained composed. Encrid watched Eitri sitting in his chair for a moment. Then, nonchalantly, he pulled out the leather he bought earlier to show the blacksmith. "I'll take care of that too." Eitri glanced at it and nodded, replying that he could make something out of it. That frog doesn't seem like a guest. The frog whom Encrid had briefly glanced at earlier had returned to its original posture. It sat in a chair higher than Encrid's, arms resting on the desk, absorbed in something. A friend who's here to learn how to make accessories. Eitri explained. Encrid found it more surprising than seeing a giant turned into a merchant. The frog? The question slipped out involuntarily. Frogs were born with slippery skin, which oozed oil according to their emotional changes, so they fought using hooked weapons. They were known to wield swords or axes with loops or hooks for gripping. The slippery skin was a significant advantage in battle, as it allowed them to slip out of most blades. Without handling will, one had to be an expert in weapon handling to fight a frog. However, trying to craft delicate accessories when their hands were prone to dropping things due to their slippery nature seemed like an impossible task. Anyone could see that it would be exceedingly difficult. Frogs were not meant to take up such professions. Why? Can't I do it? The frog spoke up. Encrid looked at it quietly. There were sharp protrusions on its hands, nails driven into them. It was an aid to compensate for the slippery palms, and those nails were fixed by its regenerative powers. Do you think frogs don't feel pain? Even without Lua's words, it was clear that the frog, like any other, could feel pain. The nails embedded into its skin were a sign that it endured pain. Those nails must have felt like another set of hands to the frog. Why? Do you want to stop me? The frog spoke again. Encrid stared into its eyes. He had spent a long time with Lua, but he still couldn't completely tell the difference between the frog's eyes and Lua's. However, the gaze was unmistakable. It was a passionate, burning look, one that even Lua sometimes displayed. It was a fire that burned even more fiercely. I won't limit myself either. Lua had once said that. Encrid had not only seen such eyes in Lua. He had seen them earlier too, eyes that shone with the fire of determination, eyes of one moving towards something. No, Encrid spoke. As always, he supported the dreams of others. Even now, he did the same. I'll let the city administrator know. If you need anything, just say so. Encrid said, nothing. The frog replied, returning to its focus. Without even giving a name, it took a carving knife to shape the wood. I'm making the necessary tools for you. Eitri spoke from behind. Those with dreams help others with dreams. These were people who never stopped yearning, never stopped walking toward their goals. Encrid could see that in their eyes. Chapter 519. If you're his daughter, you'll receive the stepmother's jealousy. Encrid stood up from his seat. Then, please come in 3 days. Eitri spoke without even turning his head. Understood. Encrid wasn't someone to care about formalities, and certainly didn't expect a send-off, so he casually left. The moment he stepped out of the smithy, the air felt notably cooler. The intense heat and passion that filled the smithy seemed to linger and intensify inside. As he turned back, Encrid passed through the market once again. He could have used the regular carriage service on the outskirts of the market, but he chose to walk instead. He wanted to walk, and he also consciously reminded himself that he had not a single coin in his pocket. It would be ridiculous to introduce himself as the general of border guard, the demon slayer, and the king's friend just to ride a carriage. More importantly, the images of Eitri and the frog lingered in his mind, making his heart thump faster. That's why he wanted to walk more. Market was still crowded, and the giant selling goods was still there. If you can't pay the price I set, then leave. Several merchants in front of the giant were angry, but none dared to step forward. That would be expected if they had any brains. No matter how skilled the border guard soldiers were, they wouldn't be able to intervene faster than the giant could crush someone's skull. The giant's fist was much closer than the guards. Was it brave to get angry? Or was it just foolishness? Probably the latter. The merchants probably thought of the giant as just a merchant, and if this was outside the city, and they were meeting alone. They would never dare provoke the giant. Aside from that, the giant merchant didn't seem particularly wise in business. He ignored all attempts at negotiation. "Why are you being so stubborn?" As Encrid passed by, he asked. The giant, watching the merchants leave, glanced at Encrid. What was this person doing wandering around in the middle of the day? Was he one of those hosts who prey on women's pockets? The giant stopped his thoughts and spoke. "I bring goods that no one else can get." Encrid could hear the pride in the giant's voice. Encrid waited for the giant's next words, and naturally, he relaxed his posture, staring into the giant's eyes, listening calmly. This was something that affected the giant's mood. It wasn't common for people to listen so seriously and attentively. "I don't have the skills to make things, but I can get what's needed to make something special. I give proper items to proper people and take proper payment in return. That's my job." The giant's eyes shone as he spoke. His brown eyes reflected the sunlight, making him seem like more of a merchant full of ambition rather than a monstrous beast. He didn't get angry when merchants cursed at him or when someone tried to provoke him. Now, though, he seemed slightly more agitated. Why? Because he was finally speaking of what he truly wanted. "I will become a knight." Encrid had said the same thing once. There was a boiling, irresistible urge inside him that had shaped his path. His blood boiled. He saw himself in the giant's words. "We'll meet again. Bring a krona with you next time. Definitely. Next time, my big-eyed friend that carries krona in a backpack, not just in a pocket, will be with me." It was sincere. "Do that." The giant chuckled. Encrid nodded, turned around, and headed toward the barracks. As he walked, his pace slowed little by little. Dreams, desires, enthusiasm. Those things tumbled in his mind like tangled threads. But why did he feel this way? While sorting out his thoughts, he noticed a small child sitting by the side of the road, staring directly at him. It was an inevitable gaze, one that caught his attention. The child looked as though their head barely reached Encrid's chest, with a delicate build and ragged, torn clothes. The child stood far away from the guarded gates. Maybe 14, 15. The child didn't seem that old. The face had freckles, and the hair was dull and a dark red color. If properly cared for, it might shine a bright red. The child's eyes were a light brown. The child stood up without brushing off the dirt on their bottom, still staring intently at Encrid. If this is luck, then the god of alchemy must have helped. Otherwise, it seems my efforts have finally paid off. Encrid, still walking, casually met the child's eyes as he spoke. The child's voice was thin and high-pitched, and Encrid could immediately tell the child was a girl. He had known from the body shape earlier, though. Encrid stopped walking. The voice was bright, clear, and carried an energy and determination that didn't match the child's frail appearance. "Do you know who I am?" Encrid asked bluntly. "You are the Lord of Border Guard." The child answered. Perhaps a more pleasant title than Demon Slayer. Most importantly, the fact that the child recognized him immediately. An assassin? It didn't seem like it. There was no killing intent, and just looking at the child's build and posture didn't suggest they had learned any lethal arts. Not to mention, there was no hint of magic in the air. Was this all some trick? Perhaps, but Encrid's instinct told him it wasn't. This child had come looking for him. "You were looking for me? Why?" The child, thinking she had been lucky, never expected to meet him by chance. If luck was on her side, she might have the chance to speak to someone of power, so she had positioned herself here. She had lingered near the barracks, but clearly didn't think she would be allowed inside by the soldiers. She knew from experience that the disciplined soldiers here wouldn't be swayed by tricks. In fact, she didn't have any tricks to use. Not wanting to give up, she had collapsed on the ground and was wondering what to do next. Through long conversations, she had made her way here. Searching for hope, this was the only path left. In simple terms, she had gambled her life and soul on this, and luck had been with her so far. Among the merchants heading this way, it wasn't easy to find one who would pity a poor girl like her. With the help of the giant merchant, and a few other events along the way, she had made it here. "I've come to seek revenge for my master's death." Originally, she had planned to kneel and beg for help. She had thought of that at first, but now, standing face to face with Encrid, these words came out instead. Her natural temperament played a role in this, but the reason the words came so easily was because Encrid, the Lord of Border Guard, had stopped at her words, looked her in the eye, and listened intently. Some days she felt like she might burst into tears. Other days, she thought living as things came might be better. But in the end, she had come this far. "Thank you, gods." The child silently offered her thanks. Without the gods' favor, she would already be a corpse, rotting somewhere in a desolate corner of a wasteland or valley. Her ragged appearance proved how difficult her journey had been. Her nails were broken, her shoes worn out with holes near her big toes. She stank of old sweat and unpleasant odors, but the girl didn't care and said, "I know you killed the alchemist, Lavan." "Who?" Encrid didn't recognize the name. Even if he had heard it before, it was long forgotten by now. The girl explained, and Encrid listened. The reason he didn't dismiss her? Her clear, strong voice, her confident attitude, and the surprisingly neat manner in which she spoke caught his sensitive perception. She didn't look like an ordinary child. As she continued explaining, Encrid realized who the alchemist Ravan was. A madman who once conducted human experiments under the command of the Black Blade. But a skilled madman. Encrid added to that the fact that he was a madman who also trained several disciples. In reality, the girl was destined to become Lavan's concubine when she grew up, but Encrid, who changed that fate, became her benefactor. Although the girl was only 16, she understood enough to know that Encrid was her benefactor. However, the untimely death of her master caused her immense suffering. Most painfully, she couldn't finish the studies she had been longing for. "I'm meant to be the best healer, but now I have no krona and no one to teach me, so I'm about to sell my body. Do you have any thoughts on looking after me and taking responsibility?" The girl spoke with confidence. Encrid noticed the freckles on her face and her poorly wiped skin, likely from a recent wash. The dirt on her neck and elsewhere suggested that she hadn't been able to clean herself properly, but he didn't think it was something dirty. Instead, what caught his attention was the girl's eyes. They weren't captivating because of their beauty, but because they burned with desire, with a longing flame. "I can be an excellent healer. I don't mean to handle the divine, though." The girl lifted her chin and spoke directly, her glowing brown eyes staring at Encrid. "Explain. You really want me to?" They were on the street. There were no chairs or refreshments, and one side looked disheveled, while the other had complicated emotions tangled up. But that didn't matter. "Yes, explain." The girl raised her head and began speaking. What a healer truly was. Why she was necessary, what she would do in the future, her goals, and what benefits Encrid could gain from it. Some parts were clumsy, but others were remarkable. Encrid was struck by awe. The girl spoke passionately, and it felt like her enthusiasm was infecting him. The moment he felt that, it was as if a lightning bolt struck him. Her shining eyes, the eyes of someone moving forward. He had seen such eyes before. Not long ago he had seen them in the frog, and just before, in the artisan eatery. Encrid recalled those who had once looked at him with such eyes. The boy who dreamed of being an herbalist, Rem, Ragnar, Jackson, Odin, Ropard, Fell Esther, Dunbekel, Teresa. They too, at some point, looked at him with such eyes. And that brought to mind Aishia. I had almost given up. My brother and I were just getting by, eating one meal a day. But that didn't seem right. She had said that while looking at Oara's back. How were Aishia's eyes back then? The eyes of the knight with orange hair burned with the same desire, full of zeal. A renewed determination to move forward filled her. And me? What about him now? Had he ever felt satisfaction, even for a moment? No, that wasn't it. He hadn't been satisfied. But having become a knight and gained sufficient skill, he had unwittingly felt content. He didn't think this was the end. But his dreams seemed fulfilled for now. He had achieved what he once only dreamed of. Was he content to have reached the same level as Rem and Ragnar? Was he satisfied because he could now protect those behind him? Was he relieved that he could now give strength to those who spoke of dreams? The small tremor within Encrid began to stir his entire body. A tingling sensation started from his toes and rushed up his body, through his chin and to the crown of his head, like lightning, piercing through him. At some point, he had closed his eyes, but now he opened them again. He realized that the sunlight, the wind, and everything was different. Yet, some things remained unchanged. There was also the ego sword that had pushed him to become this way. Aker's words flashed through his mind. You've already learned everything from here and there, so there's no fun in teaching anymore. I could teach you tactics, but where did you learn them first? Are you receiving lessons from another knight? Was I unlucky? You're already a finished vessel. Will be handled better with time. Every word suggested that he had overcome limits and achieved results. He clung to this realization. It wasn't a holy sword. It was a cursed sword. The conclusion was clear. Aker is bastard, Encrid muttered. Hey, it's a misunderstanding. Aker's voice echoed. It was a sword imbued with will, not meant for idle chatter. This, too, must have a purpose. If not, he would throw it into the deepest valley. The eyes of the giant merchant, the blacksmith Atri, the jewel crafter Frog, and the girl with the clear voice who wanted to become a healer, all of them, and all the others he had met. Encrid felt as though he had broken through a tough shell and tasted freedom. Pardon? Aker? The girl, unsure whether the man before her was truly Encrid or just a madman, questioned. Just talking to myself. I'll take responsibility, though. But don't try to get me to marry you. You dream big. Ah, do you think just because you're good-looking all women will fall for you? That's enough, Encrid said as he turned, but the girl spoke again from behind. My name's Anne. What should I do if you just leave me like this? Follow me. Anne followed Encrid as he entered the barracks. He handed her over to Shinar, who was waiting inside. Find someone to feed and wash her. You brought your daughter and immediately handed her over to me? Cut the fairy jokes. If Esther could see Encrid's expression now, she'd probably say his eyebrows had returned to their original form. Indeed, Encrid's relaxed eyebrows returned to normal. Shinar sensed the unique atmosphere. It was like a lifeless tree that had turned into a blazing furnace. Be careful with fire, Shinar said, but Encrid, already walking away, didn't pay attention. There were more urgent matters. Shinar, seeing this, spoke up. Who are you? If you're his daughter, you'll receive the stepmother's jealousy. Shinar jokingly spoke to someone other than Encrid, sensing a slight joy. When Anne realized she was alone, she questioned whether it had been a mistake to head toward border guard. Aren't I a bit too old to be called a daughter? I see. Shinar nodded in understanding. Then a concubine? Absolutely not. I prefer men who are a bit more relaxed. And I don't like them unless they're blonde. Anne, though young, had clear preferences. Welcome, Shinar said sincerely. Not all women would fall for Encrid, but it was still a warm greeting. Chapter 520. The next victim Encrid stood in the training grounds, gripping Eker. From the side, it looked as though he was awkwardly standing in a corner of the training grounds, holding the sword's grip while muttering to himself. He wasn't exactly the behavior of someone who appeared composed. It was a matter of little importance, as no one came to the training grounds unless they were part of the Madmen unit. Even if someone were watching, Encrid would likely act the same way. His eyes blazed with the same fiery intensity as always. "Speak. You're not staying here just to chatter, are you? Show me what you've got. I'll give you my review of what the former knight left behind." Encrid spoke quickly, the excitement causing his pace to quicken. As soon as he thought there might be something to gain from Acker, he couldn't contain himself. He was determined to learn what was hidden within that sword, even if he had to break it. His energy was such that everyone in the camp turned their eyes toward him. The yearning and zeal Encrid exuded were the same as when they first met him. "I wonder what I was worrying about." Sitting on a stump sharpening his axe, let out a brief, hollow laugh and muttered to himself. "Did the guides bring you back on the path?" Ragnar, who had been napping in the shadow opposite Rem, lifted his head to speak, though his eyes were barely open. The energy had jolted him awake, but after blinking a few times, he went right back to sleep without even wiping the sleep from his eyes. Jackson simply leaned against a pillar, silently watching. Though he never spoke of it, he secretly agreed with the barbarian's words. Was he worrying about Encrid losing his longing? About whom? That man had not changed. He was the same as when they were first assigned to the squad, or when he learned the art of sensing from him. Same as ever. He was a man shaped by his passion and yearning. "You've returned, brother," Odin said with a smile as he continued his lessons with Teresa. The scriptures said that those who desire would find opportunity. Teresa repeated the words in her mind. An unyielding wind. She had learned that from Encrid, both then and now. But was it really just persistence that was enough? To her eyes, Encrid seemed more excited now than when he had first become a knight. He enjoyed the journey of becoming more than the end result. He yearned for the learning process more than completion itself. So where did this yearning come from? It came from hope. The anticipation of joy, the thrill of expectation. That was the kind of yearning Encrid was experiencing now. Teresa, gaining a small insight, began to pray quietly. "My yearning, my joy, my bliss, I offer them all to you." As she prayed, a faint light flowed from her shoulders. It was a small glimmer, so subtle that unless seen up close it would be easily missed. The light quickly vanished. No one noticed it, not even Odin, whose gaze was focused on Encrid. However, Odin, being divinely attuned, sensed the change in Teresa. Odin's gaze shifted back to Teresa, who was now focused in prayer. He had witnessed a miracle up close. The Holy Spirit had left a trace on her, a giant hybrid and once a cultist. "Today, the Lord has shown great mercy," Odin said. Teresa nodded. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what had happened, but she felt she had received something. There was no need to rush or question it. She would slowly come to understand it in time. She had always been patient, but after finding true faith, her patience had deepened. "Have you seen the light? Then run toward it." Lua, who had been training with greater dedication than ever before, spoke. Her whip lay limp on the ground beside her. She had been swinging the whip here and there, but had stopped when her body began to sweat too much. Now, she looked at Encrid and spoke. It was also something she was saying to herself. She was among the older frogs. In human years, she would be considered middle-aged. Though, since frogs and humans were different species, comparing their ages in the same way was meaningless. But there was one similarity. At her age, should she still be training? Aging comes for everyone, she thought. As a frog, the signs of aging were now upon her. It was no longer an age for training. She might have added, "What's the use of training when the end is already clear?" Frogs were naturally battle-hardened species. Their strength was exceptional, and their skin made many weapons useless. Clumsy sword fighters wouldn't dare face a frog. Most frogs simply repeated what they had learned in combat. That alone was enough, and their natural talent allowed them to know their own limits well. But if someone were to truly continually, Break through the limits? Lua had never felt anything like this in her life. The desire to teach wasn't what she felt. It was the desire to grow. She was enjoying the moment, no matter what came next. She had learned this from Encrid. Lua's arm muscles trembled from the exertion. She savored that sensation, puffing her cheeks as she did. As always, Encrid, when caught up in the sword, shut out everything else. He was completely absorbed, obsessing over the blade. His earlier image, swinging the sword while drooling, came to mind. So when Encrid stood still, he ignored the others and focused entirely on Acker's voice. A low hum echoed. The sword shuddered, conveying its will. You've fulfilled your fourth condition. The lack of an excuse was what pleased the sword. Shall we talk face to face now? Before Encrid could speak, the sword conveyed more intent. As soon as the first message was delivered, the second followed. Encrid didn't blink as he watched green and white light flow from Acker's blade. The light spread outward, clearing everything in its wake. Then the wind blew. Shh! The wind swirled, shaking the grass that rose to his ankles. It was a field, stretching endlessly. The sun was high, around midday. The shadow at his feet barely stretched outward. It wasn't too bright, nor was it too hot or cold. The sunlight was slightly sharp, but the breeze brought a pleasant coolness. First time meeting like this, huh? Then someone stood before Encrid, just 5 paces away. They had Acker slung over their shoulder, and their appearance was plain. Bright brown hair, brown eyes. Nothing about them seemed extraordinary, yet their presence didn't feel mundane. The sword on their shoulder was ready to be drawn at any moment. Their posture was solid, showing no obvious weakness. Who are you? Acker. Acker narrowed his eyes. Encrid's hand dropped, gripping a sword identical to the one his opponent held. There was no armor, no throwing knives. It was the same for the ghostly Acker. 2 swords, 2 people. No, 1 person and 1 ghost. That was all. That look in your eyes feels unpleasant. Not at all. You'll probably regret it. I'm inside your consciousness, and I share part of your emotions. The ghostly Acker raised his left hand and tapped his temple. That feels a bit underhanded. Don't worry, it's only slight emotional recognition. The ghostly Acker said, pinching his fingers together and winking. What worry? I'm saying this because we need to prepare for a fight. Acker smiled. The breeze blew. The grass swayed. The ghost sneezed. But his stance remained flawless, with no openings. What if I strike now? Encrid thought briefly, considering the possible outcome. His opponent wouldn't dodge, but would swing his sword down. Then he would try to predict Encrid's next move. Encrid considered closing the distance while thrusting, but he couldn't do it. The opponent wouldn't dodge. It would be a sword clash. 2 futures flashed before his eyes. But that wasn't all. Instead of a simple clash, if their swords met, Acker would instantly close the gap, using his fist to strike the sword. Though the sword wouldn't break, the moment of disruption would cause Encrid to lose his rhythm. Encrid saw his opponent respond in 3 different ways at once. And then he noticed a 4th and 5th response as well. The options kept multiplying. Despite his stance not changing, the responses kept shifting with each passing moment. If I said, let's talk face to face, I wouldn't expect you to speak first, would I? How does that feel? Interesting, isn't it? Some people dismiss grappling, but it served me well when I was alive. If you know how to use will, something like this is possible. It's a way to seal future. Will is the power of the mind. The formless strength shaped by one's will can also create momentum. For example, if you have the intention to strike someone's head in front of you, your body will unconsciously adjust to take the position for the strike, twisting your shoulder, raising your hand to make the movement easier. In response, the opponent will unknowingly prepare to block the strike. Future sight is the insight that reads actions and momentum. What Aker's soul body did just now was to weave the will in various ways, twisting the momentum and showing it to the opponent to distort their insight, their ability to see the future. While Rim unintentionally renders future sight meaningless by swinging his axe, Aker divided his consciousness into dozens of branches, presenting them to the opponent and affecting their senses. "It's not easy," Encrid muttered. "Did you try to take it all at once? You've got no conscience." Though he murmured quietly, Aker, the Wraith, caught his words and replied, "Could you explain it simply? Do you expect me to just tell you everything? Won't you tell me? How shameless is this guy? Even his eyes are full of pure desire. Was he looking at me with those same eyes when he threw himself off the cliff? I don't know." It may be awkward for Aker, but Encrid could do much more than this when it came to learning. "I'm already annoyed with the 3 conditions, and there's the hidden 4th one. Has anyone passed that?" "Of course not." "So, you're the first. I have a lot to say, but you want the technique without listening to me." No thanks." Aker, forcing a smile, spoke proudly. Encrid had prepared himself to listen. The first thing was to confirm whether the blindfold that blocked Aker's future sight was effective. There was no choice. He had just seen 4 pairs of blazing eyes. The giant merchant's eyes, the artisan Etri's eyes, the jeweler Frog's eyes, and the eyes of the little one who wanted to be a healer. Encrid's inner flame had never truly extinguished, but now it was stoked even further. His flames roared. He wanted to learn anything, do anything, whether through sparring or training. "Test my skills, watch my sword. I can learn anything, teach me." Encrid's presence grew clear and distinct, pressing down on his opponent. It wasn't the kind of pressure that made someone feel like they would die if they moved, nor the kind that threatened to cut them down if they advanced. It was a pressure born from a desire to learn. It felt more like a cheer for his opponent's will to fight. It was the kind of energy that made someone want to fight. The moment Encrid thought that Aker was hiding something, he naturally moved to close the gap and confront him. "Really?" Thud. "I don't like this." Encrid held his breath, swiftly raising both arms. His sword pointed to the sky, and then, with his left foot as the pivot, he thrust his right foot forward and slashed downward with a firm, straightforward diagonal cut. Aker chose one of the movements he had seen through his future sight. He raised his sword to block it at an angle, moving sideways. As their swords met with a clang, Aker spoke as he fought. The Wraith Aker's round shadow stretched sideways as he swung his sword. Encrid's gaze followed Aker's feet and sword. Encrid lifted his foot and thrust his sword forward. His blue eyes left a long trail, leaving an afterimage. It was the speed that only a knight could display. For an ordinary person, they would be sliced or stabbed before they could even see the afterimage. However, even in this illusory world, Aker was not harmed. Despite being a soul body, in this world of consciousness, he was a knight. Aker had always been a weapon imbued with such power. Future sight showed dozens of possible outcomes. Encrid predicted that Aker would choose one, but Aker shattered that expectation. With his right hand on the sword grip, Aker used his strength to block Encrid's sword. Clang! 2 identical swords collided, creating a shockwave. Leaves spun in circles, lying flat, then rising. The rustling sound of leaves was loud and chaotic. The sword that Aker had used to block Encrid's strike stopped, thanks to Aker's defensive stance. Instead of relying on future sight, you're fighting with instant ingenuity? Not bad. But who are you trying to imitate? Encrid immediately copied the technique that Aker had used, trying to fight like Rem, but it was blocked. Aker spoke next. "This is a world created by the sword. If you want to leave, There's only one way. Acre predicted that Encrid would ask what would happen if he couldn't escape. After all, the instinct to preserve one's life is universal. What happens if I can't leave? Will I die? What then? If Encrid asked that, Acre was eager to mock him by responding. But as Acre shattered Encrid's future sight, Encrid's response shattered Acre's expectations as well. Ah, right. Without even pretending to listen, Encrid gave a casual answer. His eyes were already filled with madness. Hey, open your eyes properly. Ah, right. Is he crazy? Acre realized that he had just now fully understood the thoughts of everyone who had ever faced Encrid. In the desert, Encrid had observed the surroundings as if through sleepy eyes, and now, experiencing his madness for the first time, it felt different. If Rem had seen this, he would have chuckled and said, "Yeah, next victim, come again." Chapter 521. Greed pushes from behind long ago. The Night Acre, in moments before his death, lamented that his swordsmanship would vanish along with him. It's not just the swordsmanship, it's the understanding I've gained that I can't bear to lose. Though he had often tried to teach others, he never succeeded in properly passing on his skills. Like many geniuses, Acre found no enjoyment in teaching. Yet he felt an undeniable desire to leave behind his techniques, including his swordsmanship. Near the end of his life, a bold idea struck him, one that most would deem insane. What if I could store my thoughts in the sword? Acre's specialty was transferring will into weapons. Will is strength of intent. Could I perhaps embed my thoughts into that intent? His engraved weapon was the first sword he had ever wielded, reforged into a weapon uniquely suited to him. A tool he had used throughout his life. Acre's sword was ideal for his experiment due to its bond with his will. Of course, a bit of luck helped as well. With the assistance of a magician, Acre succeeded. He embedded his thoughts and intent into the engraved weapon. There are 4 conditions. Acre set conditions for awakening the sword's consciousness. The first 3 were simple. The wielder must have learned Acre's swordsmanship. They must have unlocked the power of will. They must be the sword's rightful owner. The 4th and hidden condition was more challenging. Even after becoming a knight, the wielder must yearn. This yearning was both the most difficult and the most essential condition. For what point was there in teaching someone unwilling to learn? Yet knights, having already carved their own path with their sword, rarely retained such a desire. Most had moved past their need to struggle for understanding. Finding someone who met this condition would be nearly impossible. But Acre didn't care what others thought of his endeavor, dismissing their remarks of futility. To him, it was enough to have created what he envisioned. And thus, the ego sword Acre was born. Over time, this story became distorted, leading to the creation of the cursed sword tutor. A foolish magician stole the visions of the one who had aided Acre and used them to create a cursed sword that trapped human souls. This was the tutor, a weapon that had inflicted mental destruction upon Encrid. While the tutor was a flawed counterfeit, it wasn't mere coincidence that fragments of Acre's swordsmanship ended up within it. Such was the ripple effect of history. The Night Acre was content to die, having created the ego sword that bore his legacy. Yet, beyond the story's end lay something else. Regret. His lingering will, embodied in the sword, had not yet dissipated. But could such a will remain intact? Could regret-laden thoughts avoid corruption? Trapped spirits, like those in the tutor, often turned into vengeful wraiths. For Acre's lingering thoughts, madness was a possibility after centuries confined within the sword. But they endured, untainted. The purity of the will he left behind, combined with the resolve that had once protected the founding king of Norilia, safeguarded his sanity. His unyielding sense of purpose, though not lofty, kept his mind intact. Even so, Acre's lingering will harbored a simple desire. Let me pass on what I must, fulfill my purpose, and ascend, whether into nothingness or some higher plane. When someone at last fulfilled the fourth condition, the ego sword Acker rejoiced. Even if the person seemed slightly unhinged, his joy was undiminished. The waiting had been far too long. This joy explained why Acker offered unprompted advice, ensuring his pupil didn't push themselves too hard. Though he wished to tease, he refrained. After all, this person was his savior, the one who would free him from his lingering regret. If you ever want to stop, just tell me. You can rest and come back later. There was no need to die for this. Resting was an option, something the tutor could never offer. Kneeling with his head bowed, the man before Acker slowly raised his gaze. You'll get burned under the sun like that, Acker muttered, his blue eyes blazing with intensity. What had forged the man before him into such a figure? Acker neither knew nor cared. All that mattered was that his purpose would be fulfilled. Yet a flicker of worry lingered in his thoughts. Isn't he overdoing? Even if he continued to challenge endlessly, Acker would not grant him the mental death inflicted by the cursed tutor. Still, Acker worried about the toll on the man's mind. Mental strength, after all, could erode without rest. Hey, give up for now. You can come back later. But the man before him showed no signs of retreat. Not yet. Though he didn't complete his sentence, Acker understood the unspoken words. It's only for a month. Encrid rose, steadying his sword as he spoke. Now that he cleared the fourth condition, I might have some time to spare. Acker's lingering will didn't demand that all his knowledge be imparted. His focus was on fostering a mental foundation. Once the basics were set, the rest could be learned and developed independently. But Encrid thought differently. 1 month is all I have. He intended to make the most of that time. Against opponents like Ragnar, Jackson, or Shinar, Encrid couldn't risk everything. Even if they surpassed him in skill, fighting with lethal intent was too dangerous. Someone might die. But sparring with the ego sword Acker carried no such risks. Already, Acker's blade had pierced him 8 times, yet he hadn't perished. The pain was dulled, as if numbed by medicine. Compared to the agony of death, it was manageable. Doesn't it hurt? Acker worried that the repeated injuries might scar Encrid's mind. But to Encrid this was nothing. It wasn't actual death, nor did it leave lasting mental wounds. Overexertion can be harmful. I'll handle it. You're insufferable. Though Acker grumbled, his complaints carried a hint of affection. This begrudging fondness finally prompted him to speak again. If I leave you alone, you'll never stop, so here's a tip: you're making too much noise. What did that mean? Encrid silently raised his sword toward Acker once more. You're yelling too much. Who wouldn't know when you keep screaming, right? And charging in like that. Rem described Encrid's way of manifesting will as bluntness. Ragnar called it chaos. Jackson, noise. When did I ever? Though he spoke, his posture and breathing remained steady. More than anything, Encrid was reveling in this moment. Why wouldn't he? He had become a knight. Beyond the sense of omnipotence, it was natural to want to pour out everything he had. That desire was being unleashed to its fullest. What would happen if you handed a water bottle to someone who hadn't had a single drop in 3 days? So even as he questioned Acker's remarks, his body moved naturally. You crazy bastard. Listen before you charge in. Bang! Grass shattered, and the ground caved in. Encrid surged forward, faster than the squire's charge he had seen back in Green Pearl. He tightened his grip on his sword, his shoulders and elbows loose, adjusting to the forward momentum as he swung his blade. Swoosh! To eyes of night-level perception, his blade seemed to bend. Acker raised his sword vertically to block it. Their swords clashed, and several more exchanges followed. When Encrid tried to overpower Acker's sword and kick at his heel, Aker pulled back his leg and attempted to jab Encrid's hand with his pommel. If he stayed still, he'd get hit. Should he withdraw his hand? Or could he take one blow and land one himself? Here, he could afford that. His judgment was instantaneous, his actions without hesitation. What good is quick judgment when you keep shouting everything in advance? Aker neutralized all of Encrid's maneuvers. He leaped backward to create distance. Encrid halted his fist, which had been aimed to leave a pretty bruise on the wraith's face. Only now did Aker's words truly sink in. Will is intent. Sure, it's overflowing. But what happens if you scatter it carelessly? If your opponent is on a similar level, they wouldn't even need foresight. They don't need telepathy when your intent is so blatantly obvious. Then Aker continued, "Is that what you meant when you said I'm yelling?" "Yes." Aker nodded. He was a mental construct of a genius. Naturally, Aker in life hadn't been the best at explaining things. Just do it like this. Why wouldn't it work? That was how genius is often taught. However, the construct Aker had time to reflect on how to pass on what he knew. It made his explanations relatively decent. Kunterem, he's a saint. Encrid nodded, blinking as he replayed and chewed over Aker's words. Standing still, he began analyzing, reorganizing his thoughts. He focused so intensely that he temporarily forgot the current situation. "You're seriously going to stand there and think this through? Hey, you! Are you insane?" The construct was baffled. In the middle of combat, Encrid closed his eyes halfway in contemplation. He remained like that for quite some time. Eventually, when Encrid reopened his eyes, he spoke. "I think I get it. What exactly? The meaning of what you said. After taking so much time, shouldn't he have understood everything?" Aker had practically spelled it all out. But no. Again. Encrid charged once more, forcing Aker to pick up his sword to face him. They exchanged blows, fighting with their full strength. During the process, Encrid gradually learned how to handle his immense will, or more accurately, how to manage the colossal force he possessed. If it's too heavy to wield, what should one do? Should he use it piece by piece? Encrid didn't. Instead of breaking it down, he chose another path. Instinctively, he knew that fragmenting it would ruin him. This might not be the right answer, but wasn't the right path the one your heart believed in? Life was a journey of choosing one road and walking it. Repeating the day didn't mean you could reverse every decision. Even if he could return to his childhood and start anew, life's choices would remain singular. So all that mattered was giving his best to the chosen path. There was no point in regretting past crossroads. That's how Encrid had lived, and that's how he lived now. Swinging his sword steadily, stubbornly. The massive chunk of will inside him stretched wildly, but he controlled it piece by piece. "You reckless idiot." Aker meant it sincerely, but Encrid carried on. How much time passed? He didn't know. Eventually, he felt he had broken through a wall. By the time they had sparred over 100 times. "What I've taught you is the basics. Predicting foresight is about insight. By showing false intent, you plant complexity in the opponent's mind." "Is that it?" He had roughly grasped the knack, so he asked. Aker wiped away his smile and replied, "It's not over, but go rest. No compromises." Aker was firm. Even he could see that while Encrid's mental strength was exceptional, no one could endure without eating or sleeping. The mind was no exception. No matter how strong it was, wear and tear were inevitable. Recognizing the need for rest, Encrid nodded. Then again, the word rest was missing, but the intent was clear. Yeah. Again. Aker expelled him from the created world. Outside, perhaps not even an hour had passed. Yet Encrid returned to the mental world soon after. His black hair and flame-blue eyes wide open. "Why are you back already?" How much time could have passed? Yet here he was again, as if he had quickly mastered the technique. I've rested enough. Instead of being shocked or flustered, Acker nodded. One can only be surprised so many times. He was beginning to understand Encrid's strength. That enormous chunk must have been given because of that willpower. Though a construct, Acker had the experience of a knight and a discerning eye. Acker liked spiders. At the sudden comment, Encrid swung his sword. Talking and fighting weren't mutually exclusive. You crazy bastard. Listen before charging. Time's precious. Fight and talk. Encrid spoke as he subtly picked up on how Acker maintained perfect posture and unbroken breathing in any stance. His desire burned anew, and he resolved to take everything he could. The hunger to grow surged, spurring him onward. Go further. Don't stop. And Encrid didn't resist that hunger. Chapter 522. No regrets. As Encrid emerged from the conscious world crafted by Acker, he felt the wind ruffle his hair. Judging by the time, the sun had yet to dip behind the western mountains, so not much real-world time had passed. His heightened senses, akin to a biological clock, confirmed this. It hadn't been long. It felt like ages inside, though. Despite his perception, reality was different. The world he had traversed was one of pure consciousness. But did that render everything he learned meaningless? Hardly. Although it would take time to adapt and implement the lessons with his physical body. Opening his eyes, Encrid observed himself, still standing in the same position as before, gripping his sword awkwardly. I'm not hungry, he thought. He felt no need for food or rest. Despite prolonged focus, he experienced no dizziness. His body felt fine, even though he'd stood gripping the sword the entire time. Not a trace of fatigue clung to his limbs. Every time I see you, you're doing something bizarre. Rem's voice broke the silence. Approaching with his axe slung at his waist, arms hanging loosely, he gave Encrid a curious look. Through his sorcery, which had elevated him to the level of a knight, Rem could glimpse parts of the strange interaction between Encrid and the sword. Watching Encrid suddenly grip his weapon, close his eyes, and move subtly, Rem realized something unusual was happening. Using sorcery, he probed to understand. Thus, Rem and everyone else in their unique ways kept their attention on Encrid. Aware of their gazes, Encrid glanced at them briefly and spoke. I was playing with Acker. That's what it looked like to me, Rem replied. Yeah, I'm heading back. Releasing the sword, Encrid stretched his legs to loosen his muscles and moved to a nearby stump in the corner of the training yard. Normally, entering the world Acker created required the deliberate lowering of one's consciousness, akin to sinking into water. But Encrid, having dealt with countless situations involving Ferryman of consciousness, had become adept at such transitions. Not that he ever desired these experiences. Navigating the boundary between dreams and consciousness was nothing new to him. Without Acker's invitation, Encrid re-entered the world of consciousness. I suppose this is the moment I'm supposed to be surprised. But I won't be. Wasting time isn't my thing. Acker paused mid-combat to mutter this. Normally, a flurry of questions might follow. Did I ever teach you how to enter the conscious world? Do you understand how your will flows like an unending spring, making it harder to control? How did you return so quickly? Doesn't your mind fray from overuse? I can tell you're as unyielding as steel. But how's that possible? Have you struck a deal with the goddess of fortune after narrowly escaping death 100 times? These were the types of inquiries one might expect. But Encrid was the sort of person who defied explanation. He couldn't be defined by logic or reason. Recognizing this, Acker opted for silence. No questions. No distractions. Why? Because matching wits with this man had ignited something within Acker himself. I won't go easy on you just because it's tough. Clenching his teeth, Acker acknowledged the resolve stirring within him. "Thanks," Encrid replied nonchalantly, his tone somehow grating. "This bastard." Acker chuckled. At least he wouldn't need to teach him psychological warfare. Despite being an incorporeal presence, a fragment of memory and intent, Encrid had managed to spark something deep within him. For the next month in the real world, but what felt like eons in the conscious world, they sparred. Acker poured every ounce of knowledge into teaching Encrid, driven by his lingering attachment to this existence. "If you can refine your technique here, what's your plan?" "Just grasp the methods. You'll have to relearn everything physically when you return." "Got it." Encrid continuously challenged Acker, absorbing techniques as fast as he could. He realized there was no need to pant or catch his breath in the conscious world. His body wasn't truly engaged, but he still mimicked physical exertion, treating it as if it were real. "Honestly, you're kind of slow." "What happened to that nightly training? Why are you learning at a snail's pace?" Acker could have thrown such barbs as others often had at Encrid, but he didn't. 1 month was a short time, and Acker, driven by a desire to leave no regrets, prioritized pouring all his knowledge into Encrid. No unnecessary questions, no fretting over talent, just instruction. "Show me your swordsmanship. You must have learned something from Night Acker's techniques." Since Acker's fragment was distinct from the original Night Acker, he referred to himself separately. Encrid nodded, demonstrating his evolved and personalized swordsmanship. Combinations like mind games, precision strikes, and nameless sword. He also displayed methods to conceal his intent, generating a flurry of movements to confuse opponents. "You think I'm some greenhorn? That trick only works on amateurs." Acker countered Encrid's strikes effortlessly. In his era, knights were more numerous and battles more frequent. The chaotic landscape of that time demanded warriors with sharper skills, not those hampered by hesitation. Strategies like Encrid's might have worked on lesser foes, but not against veterans. "You've improved," Acker admitted. "Still, you should learn the later stages of the nameless sword." Encrid, though busy fending off attacks, managed a nod. He treated each bout as though his physical body were at stake, pushing himself to exhaustion, even though he knew it wasn't necessary. A sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind, sharpening his focus. He remained attentive as Acker explained. "This technique's original name is Acker's spiderweb. Acker loved spiders, even kept some as pets." As the month progressed, Encrid immersed himself in mastering these techniques. Outside, he alternated between rest and training, devoting every waking moment to Acker. Every meeting, however, comes to an end. Acker's time was drawing to a close, and Encrid sensed it each time he returned to reality. The once sharp blade grew dull, the solid hilt softened, and even Encrid's grip felt like it could crush the now frail weapon. What remained was no longer a masterpiece, but a relic on the verge of crumbling. One ordinary day, in the conscious world, Acker's form began to fade amidst the grass. "Well, I'm off." Encrid nodded silently, watching as Acker's face began to dissolve into radiant particles. Cheeks, hair, then his entire body disintegrated into a cascade of tiny lights. It was a strangely beautiful yet cruel sight. The disappearance of an existence, no matter its form, felt poignant. Still, Acker smiled, a serene, untroubled expression devoid of regret or sorrow. "Thank you," Acker spoke, though the two hadn't had much time for deep conversation. Acker didn't share much about himself, but occasionally threw in a few light stories. However, there was no room to discuss regrets or goals. Instead, the two wielded their swords. That alone was enough for Encrid to feel what Acker wanted. Yet, there wasn't much else to say. The human form of the thought body blurred and disappeared. Particles of light scattered, spiraling skyward like a miniature tornado. Simultaneously, the grassy field and the sunny sky split apart. From the fissured heavens, light burst forth, flashes of brilliance, like hundreds or thousands of meteors streaking past. It was an illusion, a flickering journey across the boundary of consciousness and unconsciousness, leading Encrid back to reality. As he awoke, Encrid opened his eyes, letting his head drop slightly. Russell, Acre, who had been in his hand, scattered like dust. Looking ahead, the sun in the sky shone through the thin clouds, as if challenging anything to block its rays. It was a clear day, the sunlight brightening the surroundings. A midday field. Acre's favorite place. This was his homeland. Those were Acre's words. Though he claimed he didn't talk much about himself, he had shared more than enough. For someone who claimed to know nothing as a thought body, he had turned out to be quite chatty. Did you also learn Valen's swordsmanship? Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship? Why would that man be a mercenary? Wasn't he? He was one of the top 10 in the ranks. Do you think his swordsmanship is just trickery? It's trickery, yes. But if you dig deeper, you'll find it has a different flavor. It's a style created with wielding will as its foundation. The revelation caught Encrid's attention enough to perk up his ears, but he didn't have the mental space to dwell on it at the time. He had too much on his plate. Acre's teachings were valuable, but Encrid had his own realizations to chase. To pursue them, he tirelessly wielded his sword and threw himself into battle. In any case, what Acre left behind had fully passed on to Encrid. Now there were no lingering regrets, and the fact that Acre had departed without regret meant that the knight's unfulfilled desires had been resolved. Thus, Acre, the royal treasure, had fulfilled his role. No, he had done more than that. What was more than his role? Encrid had realized that his approach to wielding will was clumsy. To fix it, he would need to face his limits repeatedly. That was why he fought Acre, again and again breaking through his will in the process. While fighting in the realm of consciousness, Encrid also reinforced the metaphorical bricks he had laid before, replacing them with sturdier stones. I should have been the one to say thank you, Encrid thought as he gazed at the falling sunlight, silently addressing Acre. By now, autumn had come fully into its own. Autumn, the season perfect for both fighting and waging war. The heat had waned, making it easier to preserve food supplies. Forests and fields nearby offered additional resources for foraging. The cool breeze brought refreshing clarity rather than the bite of cold. It was a season of scant rain, with the sky often clear or adorned with thin clouds. The high open skies provided excellent visibility. The battlefield was set in green pearl. If the plains were the stage, it was a poor environment for tricks, and open confrontation seemed inevitable. At least that's how it appeared. As Encrid spent a month assimilating what he had learned from Acre, Aspen declared war. If you give us half of Green Pearl and 2 of your newly fortified cities, we can avoid a fight. This was the envoy's message to the royal court. You wouldn't say that thinking I'd agree, so let's see for ourselves what Aspen places its faith in. Krang, seated on the throne, neither scolded nor raged, but instead displayed his majesty through calm words. The envoy representing the Ekins family, a symbol of administration and governance, retreated, thinking the Norelia king's composure to be impressive. Aspen moved noisily as if to announce their intent. This clamor reverberated across the continent. They exploited rumors. At first, it was the gossipy merchants. Then even the leaders of major trade houses began predicting the outcome of the war. Among them were those who bet on Aspen's victory, having witnessed the massive army they had raised, draining their kingdom to its core. By contrast, Norelia's response seemed subdued, at least outwardly. Their intention was to defend Borderguard first and move their forces later. Norelia refrained from revealing their full strength too easily, while Aspen made no effort to conceal theirs. It was as though they were daring their opponent to try and stop them. Amidst this, Cray put his strategic plan into action. "We're ready to march." The big-eyed man, whose future included managing countless salons, spoke while surveying the assembled troops at the training grounds. Everyone had finished arming themselves. Encrid, in place of Acker, had acquired a solid blade made from steel of the Valeri Mountains, once again carrying 3 swords. In addition, he slung a throwing spear diagonally across his back, bringing his arsenal to 4 large weapons. He wore a blue gambeson embroidered with gold over a drake-scale leather cuirass. Instead of a gauntlet, his left wrist was wrapped with leather straps connected by clasps, a custom wrist guard made by Atri using leather from the giant merchant. Encrid's infamous madmen unit gathered on either side of him. Rem, wielding an axe Ragna, with a great sword slung over his shoulder Jackson, standing with arms crossed and eyes downcast Shinar, expressionless, standing directly behind Encrid. "This is both unsettling and reassuring," Craze muttered, watching them. According to his plan, Auden, Teresa, and others would remain here. The rest of the forces, however, would move out. "We only marched together for a while before splitting up, right?" Encrid confirmed, and Craze nodded. Thus, the beginning was set. Chapter 523. What is honor? What is the meaning of honor? Why do we wage war? It would be a lie to claim that such questions had never crossed one's mind. Why must we kill? Why must we die? If you chose to live by the sword, isn't it natural to be ready to die by it? Thinking only of saving yourself? Now that's what makes a person lack honor. That's what a mercenary with a sense of camaraderie once said. If someone wishes to meet their god, I simply help them on their way. So said a priest of the war god. Everyone has their own perspective. Some fight thoughtlessly, swinging their swords without purpose. Others obey simply because it is an order. There's nothing I can do but swing a sword. Such words could come from a monstrous talent. On the other hand, I do it for the money. No need for pretenses, said one, shaping coins with their thumb and forefinger. To prove myself through slaughter. I don't need any other reason. Once, a giant shouted these words on the battlefield. There's a heat that rises in the heart of war. That heat is the only proof that I'm alive. Who said that again? Ah, yes, it was a frog. Frogs are a species known to chase after something, though it's unclear whether it's a desire or a goal. It suited such a saying. They come at me, so I fight. There was even a beastkin who faced battles with such passive reasoning. Encrid had encountered many people, fought by their sides, nearly died to them, and, thanks to the curse of repetition, truly died a few times, only to come back and kill others in turn, eventually arriving at the present. So, why do we wage war? He didn't know. From a ruler's perspective, the purpose might seem obvious. Perhaps it's to expand their land, to gain more wealth. The continent, shaped by the threat of monsters and beasts, became increasingly urbanized. As populations grew, they faced ever greater challenges: lack of resources, shelter, and space to live. Rulers had to find solutions. They needed fertile lands, rich with water and suited for farming. But when they stepped onto such lands, someone would say, "Hey, that's my land." And so, the ruler in need of that land had to ask, "Since when?" "Since my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather." Well, I never heard that. Not my problem, it's my land. How many punches do you want to take before you back off? Or would you rather just back off quietly? Oh, you want to fight? Yeah, bring it on, you bastard. Though the exact words might differ, the essence of such exchanges was likely similar. So, when war breaks out, is it the one cursing and shouting who dies? The king or noble wielding power? Of course not. The ones who die are the soldiers. those under the command of the rulers. Should they then resent the ones who initiated the war? Encrid didn't know. What he did know and deeply understood was this: once you pick up a weapon, you must also prepare to die. If you dislike that truth, you could always shave your head, become a monk, and spend your free days sneaking glances at women while hiding behind the temple, secretly sipping wine in disguise. And if that didn't appeal, you could quietly take your place among the exploited. But wouldn't being exploited eventually make anyone want to fight back? Perhaps that was inevitable too. In any case, understanding the reasons behind every event in the world was impossible. That's why Encrid held a sword. Not knowing the answers, he could only dive into the fray. When words failed, fists had to follow. A night of the end, when the bard's song pierced his ears and settled in his heart. It became a dream. And now, part of that dream had come true. So what did he want to do after realizing his dream? Certainly not cheer on soldiers, as they were driven to the front lines to die en masse. Then how should one fight? Encrid pondered ways to minimize sacrifice. War and battle were inevitable, but he refused to be a pawn dragged around. It wasn't about avoiding death or hesitating to kill. Even if he couldn't deliver a blow that would end all conflict in one stroke, wasn't it right to strive towards something close? He still didn't know if this path was right or wrong. Even after walking it for a long time and looking back, judging the righteousness of one's journey was no easy task. That's the nature of life. Even the past doesn't always yield clear answers about right and wrong. But since there was no chance to walk a different path, one could only press forward after choosing. Encrid too had to do so. And he wanted to. Aspen won't advance so easily. Before departing, Cray laid out all his plans, explaining every detail. It was strategy, though Crays himself called it mere trickery to deceive the enemy. How? Encrid asked. A lamp, its oil nearly spent, emitted smoky fumes. It was evening, in an office seldom used. What if, while walking through an open field, a wall suddenly appeared in your path? I'd jump over it, break it, or go around it. Kreis fell silent for a moment. Right, this was who his commander was. A lunatic who would always find a way, no matter the obstacle. Normally, people stop. Especially if the wall is thick and solid, and if they know it can punch them when approached. And if they know that, they'll stop in their tracks. They'll either glare at it or pretend to, all while thinking hard. Did Kreis really need to explain something so obvious? No, he didn't think that. Encrid wasn't oblivious or pretending not to understand. This was just a form of engagement, a way to keep the conversation going. Kreis, aware of this, continued without hesitation. Once they stop, we buy time. And then, the main force flanks them. A map lay spread across the office desk. It detailed the Penhanel Mountains and several key cities and strongholds. Kreis traced a line across the map with his finger. The lamp's glow stretched his shadowy outline. To circle around and attack their rear? Most would think so. But Kreis knew otherwise. Beyond Green Pearl lay a foe as cunning as any trickster. Based on the intelligence gathered, Aspen's reactions, and the current circumstances, Kreis had pieced everything together in his mind, kneading it like dough. The freshly baked loaf of insight told him, Aspen has someone who employs similar tactics. That much is certain. While we haven't formally agreed to stall for time, an unspoken rule seems to have formed between us. When asked if they'd strike the rear, Kreis' response left Encrid staring at him, bewildered. The large eyes reflected in the lamplight carried a sense of unease. Kreis was always like this. Even when relief was in sight, he never allowed himself to relax fully. For him, unease was like an extra finger or toe, something ever-present and intrinsic. Fear and anxiety loomed, replaying the worst-case scenarios automatically in his mind. This time was no different. What if I'm wrong? What if the enemy doesn't act as expected? What if everything falls apart? Even if they follow the plan, what if we lose? What then? Could we flee? Though he'd prepared means of escape just in case, do you think it's cowardly? When digging several burrows like a rabbit on a night from a few days ago, Chris asked Nurat that question, thinking it was fine to receive criticism. Not at all. Nurat shook his head. Why not? Because when it truly matters, you're not someone who will run away. I'm telling you, I'll run. Sure, prepare for it. It puts your mind at ease, right? He was planning to run. But Nurat didn't even acknowledge those words. Chris, momentarily recalling past events, erased them from his mind and spoke again. Interception. Interception. This is the unspoken rule. While we talk about fighting, we avoid full-scale war. Instead, we pit our main forces against each other. Whoever wins is the victor, plain and simple. Though his eyes betrayed unease, a peculiar intensity emanated from Chris as he spoke. His anxiety was just a mask. Beneath it lay a certain conviction born from eliminating as many variables as possible. It wasn't about winning or losing, but a prediction of how events would unfold. Well, it might turn out wrong, but Encrid fundamentally trusted Chris' predictions or foresight. So he asked, do we just need to win? Interception meant meeting and fighting the approaching enemy. Yes, but if you think it's too disadvantageous or feel endangered, retreat into the mountains. And into the Penhanel Mountains, not knowing what monsters might be lurking. The path Chris had drawn on the map circled around the Penhanel Mountains, a treacherous, top-tier danger zone no ordinary commander would enter. Although he had marked an outer path, he even suggested retreating deeper if necessary. Finn and the ranger unit have secured several relatively safe routes. Of course, it's not an absolute guarantee of safety, but in the worst case, survival comes first. Chris had always been like this. His compulsive need to prepare for the worst was a fundamental part of him. All right. Encrid's response was light, carrying no particular weight, no different than commenting on the marmalade he ate the other day. That calm demeanor was both unsettling and somewhat reassuring. A man who wouldn't run in critical moments. Chris knew it wasn't himself, but the man before him. Encrid wasn't the type to flee or avoid danger. Honestly, it was a miracle he was still alive. Even when their skills weren't far apart, Encrid had likely risked his life to protect the front. Chris, unconsciously inspired by this, had begun to act similarly. Nurat noticed because she was closer to him, but others failed to see this change. The enemy strategist's name was Abnire. It seems he's back in play. Chris, realizing the limits of what he could achieve solely by strategizing from the safety of a desk, had ventured into the Penhanel Mountains himself. Shinar, I need your help. He mobilized the ferry company commander, Shinar, to lead the ranger unit with Finn. Do you know which forge the commander frequents? What's been his recent interest? Even for someone who prioritized swordsmanship and training above all, there were always subtler areas of interest. Interesting. Shinar easily nodded. Thus Chris baited the big fish Shinar with the lure that was Encrid. Together they secured paths and analyzed terrain within the Penhanel Mountains, ensuring safety despite the dangers. Chris even went as far as Greenpearl, envisioning a new fortress city. Initially planning for 3 cities, the strategy had shifted. Now Greenpearl would become a great city, protected by 3 fortresses. Over time, it might even be called Greenpearl, guarded by 3 swords. The concept aligned with Norilia's symbolic traditions, leaving not only practical strength, but also a profound impression on its people. 3 swords guarding the royal family. 3 cities protecting Greenpearl. It had a certain resonance, didn't it? When Chris mentioned inscribing protective spells at the 3 fortresses, Esther had told him something. Magic and spells gain power through collective belief. Her words alone sparked the idea of restructuring the city layout. But all of this was for later. For now, stopping Aspen's attack came first. The enemy's elite must be eliminated. They're likely knights. Chryse's eyes were still filled with unease as he spoke. His anxiety couldn't be dispelled with words, nor would he expect them to. His compulsions were not so easily erased, Encrid thought. Understood. He grasped the reasoning for killing knights and intercepting. Despite bluster about full-scale war, small elite forces were being sent to fight discrete battles. There would be no spectators, no songs sung by bards, yet that didn't make it dishonorable. Pushing aside his conversation with Cray, Encrid issued marching orders and now stood at the edge of the Penhandle Mountains. Looking at the mountains, Encrid contemplated the path ahead. What is honor? It is defined by one's convictions. If sacrifices could be minimized for this cause, that alone would be honorable. Moreover, Chryse's strategy, focused on reducing losses, resonated with him. Chryse guided the enemy's thoughts in a specific direction, subtly leaking information into their territory. See? I've figured out your intentions. Come and face me. Chryse spoke of information manipulation, and Abnire, of course, caught wind of it. Should he twist the situation further and consider another path? No chance. The route passed through the Penhandle Mountains, cleared of monsters to make the journey easier for the enemy. Then what should they do? Originally, the plan was to outmaneuver their opponent's strategy. But if the plan had been deciphered, anger wouldn't change the situation. They'd need to adapt to the new circumstances. The enemy seems to be coming out to meet us. Abnire calmly relayed to the Beastkin general and added, Please, win. Words carry power. Some words possess magic. Abnire's words carry trust and confidence, contrasting Cray's anxious demeanor. One side showed unease, the other belief. Who would be right? Naturally, the victor would decide. Yes, this feels right. The Beastkin general smiled instead. He was curious about the so-called demon slayer, or the mad noble killer. If he had to choose, he was more eager to meet the lunatic who crossed the border and killed 2 squire knights. What kind of face would such a man have? He was eager to find out. Chapter 524. Step forward. Brother-in-arms, Jaandor. Ragnar stretched his mouth wide open, releasing a deep breath that clearly signaled his boredom and sleepiness. Watching him, Encrid couldn't help but ponder. Should I be surprised that he can sleepwalk like this? Or should I admire the complete lack of tension before what might be a life-threatening battle? Or perhaps I should learn from his ability to treat the Penhandle mountain range as if it's just a backyard trail. Even now, he yawned and dozed off while walking. Was this strength, or simply madness? Let's just call it a strength. After all, even I'm not trembling with nervousness, so it's probably better for my sanity to view it positively. The air feels heavy, devoid of the mountain's natural energy, Shinar commented, walking beside him. Encrid nodded, continuing to walk. Their pace resembled a leisurely stroll, yet this was no backyard. It was Penhandle mountain range. The mission was to intercept the enemy, but to do that, they first had to locate them. This was no casual hike, as they were advancing cautiously, scouting for any signs of the enemy. Ahead of them, a ranger unit led by Finn was already paving the way. Been a while, huh? As soon as they entered the mountain range, Finn approached with a sly smile. Finn had once been the scout captain who he met on a mission. Later, she briefly served with the Madmen unit, but now she was under Shinar's command. A deep scar marred her left cheek, but her expression remained bright as ever. You seem to be managing well, Encrid remarked. Not too bad. Don't die. I'd rather not, but don't worry. I've practically lived off this mountain range. Trust me, General. Finn saluted and stepped ahead, leading her unit further ahead into the mountain range. Soon she disappeared beyond their sight, her position traceable only by faint sounds, which eventually vanished as well. Shannara, having watched the exchange, turned to Encrid. "A bit of a flirt, aren't you? Who are you talking about?" With a neutral gaze, Shannara stared at Encrid before launching an unexpected barrage. "Surely I wouldn't mean Big Eyes managing the territory back home, or a self-proclaimed devoted husband of a fighter, or maybe the swordsman who might someday get lost in the continent's demonic domains. Lastly, there's Jackson. Even though he could be a flirt, he is loyal to one partner. Did you know his lover runs a shop right in the middle of the city?" Encrid couldn't dodge Shannara's swift and precise attack. He realized anew how well Shannara understood the quirks of every member of Madmen unit. "Getting lost in the continent's demonic domains. You should learn to navigate by starlight," barbarian runaway Ragnar interjected, waking up from his stupor to scold Rem. "Captain, do we really need someone like him?" Rem asked, one hand resting on his axe while the other gesturing towards Ragnar, his expression sharp. From Encrid's perspective, it seemed like Ragnar made such remarks deliberately to provoke reactions out of Rem. "Jackson's lover owns a shop?" Encrid asked, shifting the conversation to avoid escalating the tension. "Tea house, a small one," Shannara replied. Her overly detailed response prompted more questions, but Encrid chose not to pursue the matter. The shop's existence and Jackson's fidelity were surprising enough. The group fell silent again. Rem hummed a tune, Ragnar struggled to stay awake, and Encrid kept them in line. Shannara and Jackson moved silently, their footsteps barely audible even to Encrid, whose senses had sharpened since unlocking his will. "If he truly tried to hide his steps, I wouldn't be able to hear them at all," Encrid mused. Jackson's silence came from deliberate training, while Shannara's was an innate trait of fairies, being naturally light-footed and nimble. Soon, they spotted a marker left by Finn's unit. "White," Jackson noted, pointing to a thin cloth tied to a branch. White indicated a discovered trail, blue signaled enemy contact, and red meant battle or casualties. If combat had occurred, they would have sensed the tension in the air. Still, Encrid's sharpened instincts whispered a warning. The enemy was moving faster than they expected. Though intuition guided him, it was backed by rapid calculations. The party had barely entered the Penhanel Mountains, expecting to encounter the enemy midway in 2 or 3 days. Yet signs of their presence had already surfaced. Perhaps the enemy had hoped to catch them off guard or disrupt their chain of command. "It's not just one path," Encrid muttered. In addition to the white cloth on the branch, 2 bird-shaped markers made of folded cloth lay on the ground. One pointed left, the other right. This meant the enemy had split into at least 3 groups, something even Cray hadn't foreseen. No time for hesitation. Encrid quickly issued his orders. "Jackson, join with Finn's reconnaissance. Ragnar and Shannara, take the main path as the rear vanguard. Raman head left. I'll cover the right." Without pause, they dispersed. Jackson leapt into the trees, his movement as silent as an owl's wing beat. Encrid glanced at the direction Jackson vanished, reviewing his decision. If the enemy had divided their forces, should they split too? Or was it a trap? If so, they could always retreat after confirming. The enemy had closed the gap much faster than they had expected. Were they hoping to cause confusion and disarray? Such tactics might have had worked against a regular unit, where differing opinions would have caused frictions in making decisions. But the Madmen unit followed a single command without question. "Don't overdo it," Rem said, breaking into a jog. "We'll clean this up quickly." Encrid turned towards the right path, while Ragnar and Shannara quickened their steps forward. Their pace had doubled. Could they have been scheming something else? Crace felt a deep unease bubbling within him, rising from his core like a fountain. Despite that, he maintained his composure, outwardly. He drank tea, smiled, joked, and carried on with his tasks. As a person in his position, showing unease would have consequences. He could not afford to betray his inner turmoil. When alone, he would be nervously shaking his legs. But if anyone was watching, he had to pretend to be unshaken. "Don't fight too hard." Those were Encrid's words towards the soldiers at the departure ceremony. Really? Was that something to say to soldiers heading into battle? Though internally he screamed in disbelief, Cray skillfully turned Encrid's remark into his advantage. "It means we will win even if we go easy," he told his troops, passing the message through the commanders rather than addressing the soldiers directly. After all, the one speaking was the demon slayer, the master of the border guard, the king's friend, the savior of the western city, and the one who silenced the Grey Forest. Even if Encrid had barked a single woof, it would have boosted the morale. In the eyes of his soldiers, even nonsensical words carried weight when Encrid spoke. "We will win, even if we go easy." The chant rang loud and clear. Craze watched the departing troops, smiling wryly at the rallying cry the commanders had crafted. Meanwhile, he busied himself with other tasks, though the unease continued to press against his mind. Did those Aspen bastards scheme nothing else? Since there wouldn't be a full-blown war, but no protests or not even skirmishes, surely they'd planned something. And if they break the agreement, then what? It all boiled down to this: the winner gets to dictate the truth. Implicit agreements meant nothing if they aren't honored. So Crace, in his way, made a few subtle moves of his own, though what seemed small to him might feel quite different to his enemies. Both armies gathered at Green Pearl, stationed a good distance apart. They arrived at similar times, but Aspen's troops formed ranks first, boasting over 5,000 soldiers. The Border Guard's forces numbered only 3,000 at best, but they were no ordinary 3,000. Craze had poured enormous resources into building this force, focusing on quality over quantity. The result was a lean, elite army. Advance the troops. At the front stood 500 heavy infantry. A small force, perhaps, but not insignificant. Each soldier wore standardized equipment: steel plate armor, chainmail underneath, and gambesons as padding. In most wars, uniformity in equipment was rare, especially among heavy infantry, many of whom had to acquire their own gear. Ragged, mismatched armor was common. If their armor was at least the same color, then it was considered fortunate. But the Border Guard's heavy infantry were all uniformly equipped. That alone spoke volumes. Maintaining a military force is a constant drain, like a voracious pig devouring resources. Soldiers do nothing but eat and fight, but their true value shines on the battlefield. Knowing war was imminent, Christ spared no expense in preparing his troops. "They were forged with my precious kronas," Christ muttered to himself. Even their weapons appeared uniform, despite variation in material, creating the illusion of identical equipment from a distance. This wasn't the result of a single forger's effort, but months of steady production and stockpiling. On either side of the heavy infantry stood pikemen and archers, evenly split. Their equipment too was uniform: blue gambesons and snug leather helmets. These troops had undergone grueling training, starting under Odin and continuing under Ropud's relentless regimen. In the center, on a makeshift platform, stood Graham, the Lord of the Border Guard and its highest-ranking commander. He drew in a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and roared. "Formations, prepare for battle." Drums thundered in response. Orders rippled through the ranks as the army began to move. Drill and discipline defined a military's strength. To gauge a force's quality, one need only see how well they maintain their ranks. The Border Guard soldiers demonstrated this perfectly. Their movements were precise, their lines unbroken. Not a single soldier muttered or wavered as they stepped forward in unison. From afar, they looked like a single living organism. By contrast, Aspen's troops, though grouped by unit, lacked this level of order. The Border Guard had formed a wall, a testament to Crace's preparations. The sheer sight of such a disciplined army was enough to make Aspen's commanders gulp. What's with these guys? Why are their lines so perfect? Even Aspen's assault units hesitated. Among them, a captain who prided himself on leading such charges realized he had faltered and opened his mouth to shout. What nonsense! Lining up well doesn't mean they fight well. Forward! Charge! He roared, swelling his courage, and his men echoed his cry. Forward! Hundreds shouted in unison, their voices spreading like wildfire until the entire Aspen army was yelling. The noise echoed across the battlefield, creating an illusion of energy gathering above them. Graham watched, his face devoid of amusement as he raised his left hand. Boom, 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 boom. 5 drum beats, a signal to count to 5 before unleashing a shout. In stark contrast to Aspen's chaotic yelling, the border guard responded as one. Even if. The commanders led the chant. Even if. The soldiers followed. We go easy. The commanders continued. We go easy. The soldiers thundered in reply. We will win. We will win. Their collective roar was like a crack of thunder, silencing Aspen's scattered cries. The organized shout conveyed a clear message, obliterating Aspen's any semblance of morale. The ground trembled. The air quivered. Hearing this thunderous cheer, Craze deemed the start of the battle favorable. Yet his unease remained. Odin, it's your turn now. He muttered a silent prayer to a god he only turned to when needed. Odin, Teresa, Rupert, and Fell were all stationed here, deliberately left behind to counter any surprises that Aspen might throw their way. Despite this, Craze couldn't shake off his anxiety, prompting him to take subtle precautions. Abnaya had sent troops ahead, ensuring that Narilia wouldn't anticipate an ambush. Meanwhile, Craze had fortified the potential battlefield. Warriors, come forth! From the Narilia ranks, a towering priest on a massive brown horse emerged. Odin. They had agreed to avoid full-scale war, but not duel altogether. If Aspen pushed forward, what harm would it do to kill a few and bolster morale first? At least, that's how Craze saw it. Of course, Abnaya would have never agreed with Craze's thoughts. Chapter 525. 4 Lunatics indeed. Abnaya immediately received a report on the enemy's trickery. Currently stationed far to the rear, he was operating under the guise of a puppet commander at the forefront. In a genuine full-scale war, it would have been Barnaz Hurrier leading as commander. However, the outcome of this battle would not be decided on the front lines, but rather from the sides. Is this similar to the previous battle? In that fight, the main front was pushed due to the influence of smaller battles along the flanks. Having every battle against Narilia etched into his mind, Abnaya recalled past experiences. This skirmish bore a resemblance, yet started with a different form. Back then, the side conflicts were auxiliary, but now the engagements along Penhanil mountain range would decide the victory. Abnaya sipped his tea. He had just finished a hearty meal. After all, a well-fed mind functions the best. Even now, he ate well and rested soundly. His sharp intellect dissected the enemy's intentions. Although, to be honest, even someone other than himself would have noticed the enemy's aims. Even the puppet posing as the commander at the front lines would likely have discerned their intent. Thus, Abnaya had to look beyond what was obvious. What was the enemy's overt and transparent intention? It was a probe, an attempt to gauge their strength. They were demanding to see what forces remained in the main camp. It was a question. Could this be a feint to prepare for an actual full-scale war? From their maneuvers, Abnaya sensed a compulsion in the enemy. They were not merely testing the waters, but were the kind to scrutinize when, how, and by whom the bridge was built, verifying its sturdiness before setting a foot on it. They're checking whether any night-level forces remain on our side. While they were at it, they might as well undermine morale and secure a slight advantage in the event of a full-scale engagement. Their intent was obvious. However, just because it was obvious didn't mean it would be easy to counter. "Send out someone confident enough to crush them," Abnaya ordered swiftly. "Winning isn't mandatory, but they mustn't fall easily. Oh, and make it clear, they are not facing an easy opponent." Abnaya rapidly consolidated his thoughts as he spoke. What card the enemy might play? Assuming the worst, he concluded. A semi-knight, perhaps? If so, they merely needed to respond with an equivalent card of their own. Abnaya didn't know the exact identities of those they faced. To be honest, he doubted the enemy had deployed anything too formidable. The real battle, after all, would unfold in the Penhandle mountain range. Abnaya still believed that this conflict would end in Aspen's victory. There was no certainty, but his faith in the outcome was strong. They had hidden knights, assets capable of tipping the scales of war. 3 of the 4 might only be at the entry level of knighthood, but a knight was still a knight. How would the enemy counter such a force? Norelia likely had hidden assets of its own. At most, they might field 2 knights. One had already appeared at the Aspen border, taking down 2 squire knights. Add in 1 more, an unforeseen addition. That made 2. Let's assume there are 3, just to be safe. Even so, the outcome wouldn't change. The Wolf Beastman General stood as a symbol of strength, equal to Cyprus of the Red Cloak Knights. Furthermore, among the knights he could confidently guarantee victory in a duel. While the latter's will had weakened somewhat due to breaking a past oath, it was hardly a liability. It won't be an issue. Even excluding those 2 more knights remained. This calculation didn't even include the Frog General. Yet even the Frog General was actively leading troops. Victory was inevitable if they clashed. With a battle being this favorable, they had even initiated an advance to claim the psychological edge. That slight edge could be the factor that decided victory. As all knights agreed, the one shaken even slightly would inevitably falter. This was the answer to the question, what is the decisive factor in a battle between knights? Abnaya recalled the Wolf Beastman General tapping his chest as he gave that answer. The memory of the Frog General's pouting face as he witnessed the gesture came to mind. Abnaya had finished his calculations when the second messenger from the puppet commander arrived. He had just started his dessert, a fruit-topped pie for an afternoon snack. The sugar would keep his mind sharp while delighting his palate. Just as he lifted his fork in anticipation, the messenger arrived. Abnaya waited for him to speak, his fork still poised mid-air. The messenger sat at the table before him, panting heavily. In the direct duels, 4 of ours have fallen. 4? After the first, Norelia kept demanding for more duels. Abnaya was aware of the auxiliary forces within his ranks. He had mercenaries stationed as hidden blades and squire knights from the Royal Knights Corps deployed. 4 had fallen. Did we send squire knights? Yes. And they still lost? Unexpected, but acceptable. They only needed to avoid collapsing easily. The real fight lay beyond, at the Penhandle Mountains. Morale is at rock bottom. All of them were overwhelmed, and the second to fall described the opponents as madmen. Abnaya's thoughts faltered. The messenger's words disrupted his reasoning. One by one, the enemy's actions and intentions began to piece themselves together in his mind. Bastards! The enemy had diverted some of their forces. Hadn't they agreed to avoid a full-scale battle? Yet they shifted their forces, willing to risk even a fake skirmish at the front? What was there to gain? Was it to buy time for the Red Cloak Knights to intervene? No. Even without the knights, there were still troops left at Border Guard. They were only stationed there out of Craze's overcautious nature. How many? The messenger caught on quickly. 4 have stepped forward. 4? What about this madness? All of them, they were like lunatics. The usually articulate soldier, chosen as Abnaya's messenger, was unable to describe the duels. It was clear something bizarre was unfolding at the front. Abnaya set the fruit pie aside. Pass the order, no more fighting. Regardless of the shattered morale, combat was to cease. This was his judgment. He assumed the talk of madness was merely a ploy to erode morale. It was a misunderstanding. Neither Krace nor Abnaya could have predicted what was truly happening. Are you trying to pick a fight based on your size? I'll take care of this. Just as Auden had started causing trouble, a prominent figure from Aspen stepped forward. The commander had just heard a message from Abnaya's messenger. The one who stepped forward was also a person skilled in martial arts. Defeat is unforgivable. The person who stepped forward was part of Aspen's Royal Knight Order. Though not one of the top few, he was still a semi-knight. Hey, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. The semi-knight, mounted on a horse, charged forward. Auden dismounted and seemed to be enjoying the sunshine in silence. He tilted his head toward the sunlight, closed his eyes, and hummed a little tune. Seeing this carefree demeanor, the semi-knight's anger only grew, and without dismounting, he swung his mace. From his position on the horse, he added speed to his strike and channeling his will to swing the mace diagonally downward. The strike became a black line in the air, almost like the scythe of death descending. Auden, hearing the galloping horse and the furious shout of his opponent, spread his legs and took a stance. He then raised his head and precisely observed the black line flying toward him. Calculating the speed of the charge and the timing of the strike in an instant, Auden extended his left hand. The rough steel gauntlet on his left hand reflected the sunlight. Clang! Thud! The two loud noises hit the soldier's eardrums. The sound erupted at the intersection where the Aspen Knight and Auden the unarmed fighter collided. The will imbued in the mace was a forceful determination to break Auden's defense. However, Auden did not engage in a contest of strength. Despite appearing strong, Auden's specialty was technique. He extended his hand to intercept the mace, with the gauntlet's back redirecting its course, and in the same motion, his right hand, which had been idle, became a weapon, striking his opponent's waist. The duel was over in an instant. Though the semi-knight was wearing a thick gambeson and chain armor, it could not block the strike of Auden's right hand. The flesh was torn, and the waistbone shattered along with some of the internal organs spilling onto the ground. The semi-knight had not been careless. He had trusted the hardness of his armor and intended to use his mount's advantage to wear Auden down. His strategy was a technique often used in battle, cutting away at the opponent's flesh. But Auden shattered this tactic with a single strike. The difference in their skill was stark. Auden brushed his hand through the air, then spoke. Any more brothers who can fight? Before the words could even leave his mouth, the Aspen semi-knight, still on his horse, vomited blood and fell to the ground. His foot got caught in the stirrup, and as his body tipped forward, the frantic horse neighed loudly and reared up on its hind legs. The body of the now dead man swayed with the motion, and all that remained were the gruesome sounds of death. What the hell was that? One of the soldiers in the front muttered in confusion. The majority of soldiers watching the scene didn't understand why the man on horseback suddenly collapsed dead. It all happened too quickly. The man ran out and dropped dead. That was all they saw. The spilled innards were not visible, and instead they only saw the monster calling for the next opponent. A huge creature resembling a bear or giant appeared in the midst of the battlefield, filling the soldiers' line of sight. Despite the overwhelming display of power, Auden remained composed. That in itself was terrifying. So, was the next fight going to be against something like that? The Aspen semi-knight's death might have seemed unfair, but his opponent was undeniably formidable. Auden had reached the level of a knight, and without divine intervention was capable of facing semi-knights. As for the semi-knights of Aspen, they were no match for him at this point. Perhaps Odin had unknowingly grown frustrated with Rem's return. Maybe that had contributed to his excessive display of strength today. But the emotions in his heart were his own, and he didn't shy away from them. Rather, he wanted to embrace them to give himself a reason to fight. I will not discriminate against my brothers and sisters. Please come forward, he shouted with a calm tone, a promise that anyone who came forward would be treated to the same fate as the fallen semi-knight. The challenge echoed through the battlefield. A response came from the allied side. You better hold back. Even I wouldn't want to fight you. Fell, who had walked up, spoke with a troubled look on his face. He continued, Step aside. If you stay here, no one will dare challenge. It's more effective to win one fight at a time, rather than taking them all out at once, as our big-eyed friend suggested. Odin nodded, though he felt a slight disappointment. Understood. He realized that, perhaps he should have held back a little longer. But the moment his opponent spoke, his body had already moved on its own. It was instinct, something in that hey reminded him of his barbarian brother's way of speaking. But of course this was not about venting his frustration. Well then. Odin stepped back, and Fell took his place, next. Fell's voice rang out. Though Odin left, there were still several warriors from Aspen who were ready to fight. They had been held back by the commander, who was under orders from Abnir to endure as long as possible. The thought of them dying in one strike was unsettling. The thought of their own forces weak. Was Nerilia's army stronger? Was there something more to the opponent than it seemed? A menacing figure approached the commander, who turned to see the charging officer. If we charge now, our forces will be split. We need to take down at least one. The officer, who always led the charge, understood that they would not gain any ground by waiting. If they kept fighting in this way, they would be pushed back. The commander had the same thoughts, but he also knew something crucial. Without Abnir's approval, no charge could be made. A full-scale battle was out of the question. Nonetheless, they could not just stand idly by. Go ahead. Understood. The charge leader sprinted forward. Fell, however, remained still, calmly waiting. He wasn't accustomed to mounted combat, so he stayed on foot, looking up at the sky and feeling the breeze, though the scent of blood had filled the air. The question in Fell's mind, though, was not about the battlefield. Rather, it was a deeper question about his own abilities. Maybe I'm not as talented as I thought. He recalled when he had first seen Encrid's rapid growth and thought to himself that he had never seen someone with such talent before. Back then, Fell had considered himself a more talented fighter. He had believed he could soon catch up to Encrid. It was similar when we met again. But now, Fell's belief in his own strength was beginning to crack. So what's left? The idol killer remains. Is one magic sword everything to you? Is it everything that represents you? It was what the swordsman Rupert had said. Fell was lost. There were no stars in the dark night sky, only darkness. And in that darkness I felt a single spark of flame. I want to do something. I want to swing a sword. It was a moment of overwhelming motivation. Encrid's will had an influence on him. A question arose from the depths of that motivation. Isn't it okay if there is someone more talented than me? Ironically, Encrid became a knight. He awakened right in front of me. And even after that, he never stopped training. A shepherd is someone who can get killed by his sheep at any time. That's what a shepherd is like. It's the same with a swordsman. Fell had once asked the village elder why anyone would become a shepherd when the job was so dangerous. The elder had answered him with a smile, though he didn't remember the exact words the elder said. Should I say, because someone has to do it? Or because it's fun? Or should I say, because it's a promise, so I have to keep it? The answer is within me. Fell no longer looked around. Instead, he focused on what needed to be done now and what would come next. Right now, he would fulfill his duty as a warrior, and after that he would chase after his goal. Aren't you too young? How old are you? His next opponent had dismounted, and as he did, asked the question. The charge leader, known for his more unorthodox fighting methods, was sizing him up. Fell narrowed his eyes.